Brady's expression was one of disbelief. Just a moment ago, he was preparing to take Kedar's life, but in an instant, the situation had flipped, and he still couldn't understand what happened. Diane, however, just smirked, leisurely eating his fruits as though nothing had happened. Even if everyone else in existence didn't understand what happened, how could he not? He noticed immediately when Kedar's perception of time slowed down. This was a sign that his soul chi halo had subconsciously activated, allowing his thinking speed to quicken by a considerable degree. What was interesting, though, was that no halo appeared above Kedar's head like it had for Diane, Clara, and little Aluna. After some thought, Diane believed that this was due to the fact Kedar didn't have an innate aurora. Maybe only those who could form golden arrays manifested the halo phenomena when flooding their brains with soul chi. I might have to change the name from soul chi halo then, Diane thought to himself. The name doesn't make much sense if only some can evoke the halo. Following this, Kedar blasted Brady away from him without even touching him. Diane understood this phenomena the most, even more than his soul chi halo. After all, he almost killed his own wife and daughter because of this. When someone with their mortal clan's special meridians fuse their chi and blood for the first time, it's incredibly difficult to control. That lack of control created an energy field around the body that repels anything around you and could potentially be quite dangerous. Kedar, in his agitation, had accidentally crossed this barrier. Of course, this made sense. To now, he had been taught conventional cultivation, which means that he had been avoiding mixing his blood and chi. This education had caused him to subconsciously place barriers in front of his own power, thus limiting himself. Finally, that barrier had been lifted. Kedar hardly even realized what happened as he began to rain attacks upon Brady's pitiful figure. There definitely needs to be a special training program for those born with mortal meridians. The awakening process is too dangerous, and the method of cultivation is too different. Diane feared that he might not be getting the most out of his special constitution. It was very much possible that by following conventional cultivation paths, Diane, Clara, Aluna, and everyone like them could be placing figurative chains on their potential. As things stood now, Diane was cultivating his body and his chi separately, before fusing them in battle. But what if he wasn't meant to cultivate this way any longer? What if the optimal method of cultivation for him and his people was to cultivate them both at once? Diane had not a single clue of where to even start on a problem like this. And, even if he solved it, could he really abolish his cultivation? After all, cultivating in a new method would require at least that much. Shaking his head, Diane sighed. He knew he couldn't afford to do such a thing. Before, Diane had planned to be the figurehead, using his mind to guide the Mortal Alliance forward. But things had changed. Right now, Diane was the strongest fighter his Mortal Alliance had outside of Granny Celeste, of course, not including Luna. In fact, it was doubtful that even Granny Celeste could be his match currently after he broke into the Tao realm. It would be fine if he hadn't grasped this power, but now that he had, it wasn't appropriate for him to let it go. After experiencing just how domineering Faith was, Diane couldn't afford to take a step backward, but that didn't mean he couldn't pave the path for others. If he took the correct next steps, there might be a day in his lifetime where his little girl was even more powerful than himself. Thinking to this point, Diane stood from his seated position and turned to leave. None of you are allowed to leave until either all of my true geniuses are dead, or all of you commoners are defeated. Do keep in mind that I'm watching, so follow the rules as I've laid them out. After creating a few sets of weapons the clan geniuses could choose from, Diane left, leaving the sight of Kedar beating Brady black and blue. Researcher Lay, I have a keen interest in your hive mind. I wonder if you'll hear my proposal out. Diane smiled toward a short woman with stocky features. She looked like what one might expect an attractive dwarf to appear like. I wonder what leader Sacharo has in mind? Researcher Lay responded respectfully. You've been working on creating the perfect battle puppet, correct? Researcher Lay's research was surrounding creating a hive mind or an artificial intelligence. Her original goal was to use a special branch of formation theory to create an intelligent machine capable of learning and adapting. Diane found her research to be dangerous, so he deviated her path. Initially, She was a bit saddened by this, but quickly found Diane's ideas to be revolutionary beyond compare. Currently, she was working on fusing the mortal library of the mortal network with her hive mind. When it was complete, she would be able to attach her hive mind to battle puppets, essentially allowing them to battle with countless techniques from the tower quadrants in mind. Should this be successful, she would create the greatest battle puppets to ever exist. So, when Diane asked this question, she nodded enthusiastically. But Diane's next words somehow made her even more excited. I have an idea that will take your battle puppets to an unprecedented level. This humble researcher is willing to listen. Lei responded with bright eyes. Though, Leader Sicharo, if you took up researching yourself, I believe you'd find more success alone than we ever could. Diane smiled lightly. I appreciate the kind words, but I don't believe myself to be so infallible. A good ruler should trust the talents around him, and I believe in your talent. Lei subconsciously felt a welling of pride. Maybe if Diane asked her right now, she'd gladly run through a brick wall for him. My idea won't deviate your path too much. In fact, I believe it will only improve upon it further. Make it more perfect, if you will. Diane's spatial ring flashed, revealing 2 sentinels standing at just over 20 meters tall. They shimmered with moon and star jades, glistening in black, silver, and gold, as it released the oppressive auras of a higher Dao expert. This was none other than the puppet that once guarded the elven tombs. Though Diane had grown too powerful to need it any longer, he would never forget how many dangerous situations these 2 guys had gotten him out of. Though they were inanimate, he still felt a sentimental attachment to them. Lei's eyes shone. What exquisite battle puppets! Do you see what's special with them? This Lei has spent the last few years researching battle puppets of all kinds. I do have to thank Leader Sicharo for showing me those segments of the Tao of Array alchemy. I was raised to believe that alchemy and formation theory should always be kept separate. I couldn't believe that they had such a profound effect when fused together as one. It's thanks to Leader Sicharo that my eyes have gotten much better at such things. These puppets are among a rare collective that are able to gather energy from the atmosphere and cultivate themselves. It also seems that they've been fused with moon and star jade, making this energy-gathering process hundreds of times faster than normal. In just another few months, they'll break into the peak Dao realm and continue upward before final reaching the very peak of the Dao realm. Excellent puppets. Even without the control of an expert, their strength should only fall by one minor stage. That's unbelievable. Research Lei looked up toward Diane. Does Leader Sicharo want me to make more puppets like these? Truthfully speaking, the potential of my current projects are even beyond this. Though these sentinels can display peak Dao formation realm prowess, it's only the equivalent of a third-grade expert. If all goes well, my battle puppets will be able to match second-grade experts at the worst, and ordered experts at best. Diane shook his head. I only brought these puppets out as a proof of concept, let's say. What I want Research Lei to do is recreate puppets capable of cultivating. Researcher Lei blinked in confusion, not knowing what Diane meant. Researcher Lei, what would you say the most difficult part of cultivation is? Comprehension. After thinking for a bit, Lei answered with this. Though gathering qi and diligently cultivating was hard, there was nothing more difficult than comprehension. There was a reason why comprehension wills, intents and daos provided such a massive boost to one's individual prowess. And what would you say hinders that the most? Researcher Lei's frown deepened. Oftentimes, even if your comprehension is high, it's impossible to sustain this comprehension without a stronger body. So one must cultivate. But cultivation is slow and is impacted by numerous bottlenecks. Some have poor meridian talent, some don't have qi-rich environments to practice in, some don't have cultivation techniques suitable for themselves. The problems are endless. Diane's smile deepened. Now, what would you say if someone was capable of eliminating many of those weaknesses for you? Even if they couldn't improve your poor talent, what if they could provide you a cultivation-rich environment? What if they could pick the perfect technique for you? Researcher Lei's confusion was instantly washed away with shock. What I want you to create is a hive mind capable of restructuring any and everyone's body into a battle puppet. I then want the hive mind to be capable of cross-referencing every technique stored away within the mortal library before setting an optimal path for this cultivator. What do you think? Researcher Lei trembled. You mean using a battle puppet to simulate the potential paths a human could take, then figuring out in advance whether said path is of detriment or not, laying the best path out for a cultivator even before they take a single step down the road of cultivation. If Lei's heartbeat didn't quicken, could she even call herself a researcher? This was unprecedented. Diane's goal was clear. He had no idea if there was a better method of cultivating for those with his body type or not, and he would definitely never use his daughter for such an experiment. That was when he realized something. In his mortal world, didn't they allow computers to handle anything too dangerous for real humans? Why not bring such a philosophy here? Maybe if enough techniques were compiled into the hive mind's database, it would become capable of forming new cultivation techniques from scratch, perfectly tailored to an individual. Researcher Lei, I'd like you to get in contact with the software engineers of the My Mortal clan. They are very aware of the theories surrounding artificial intelligence, and they will be of great help to you. Understood. Lei nodded seriously, though her mind was wandering through all the possibilities. I'll leave it to you then. If you succeed, there's no doubt you'll earn your spot on the Arc of Humanity alongside Researcher Tun. I'll do my best. Nodding with satisfaction, Diane turned to leave, his goal being yet another researcher. Researcher Farah, Researcher Imoy. Diane had appeared within yet another lab, this time before a researcher who focused on cloning. He greeted both with a bright smile, his appearance warm. Originally, Diane had redirected Farah's research toward helping researcher Curie and Klein recreate the celestial hamsters. But, after that experiment's overwhelming success, the process no longer required Farah, so she returned to her true passion. In truth, with Diane's helpful tips and the database of information from his mortal world, Farah had improved by leaps and bounds. For her, cloning was already a non-issue. The only problem was that the clones had a pitiful lifespan. This was where Researcher Imoy came in. Researcher Imoy focused on aging, believing that the heavens placed artificial arbitrary caps on age. Her reasoning for this was simple. Why was it that a third-grade celestial lived the same 10,000-year period a second-grade celestial did? Logically speaking, shouldn't the latter live longer? After all, they filled more meridians with celestial chi. Though these thoughts were intriguing, Diane didn't believe them to be very useful. So, though he allowed Imoy the same benefits as the other researchers, he wasn't as keen to look into her progress. He mostly did it to save her face and just in case her research really did turn up something interesting. Diane never could have expected that she would find her place here helping researcher Farah to be rid of her clone's fatal flaw. Leader Sacharo. They both bowed respectfully. I have an interesting proposal for the both of you. Though it might be difficult, the experience could be rewarding. Imoy had the most lukewarm feelings toward Diane, mostly because she had been neglected, so she didn't have a great reaction like Lei did before or Farah did now. But, out of respect for him not blatantly disrespecting her, she still listened courteously. Plus, the database of Diane's mortal world had allowed her several breakthroughs as well. Diane's spatial ring flashed, this time revealing a small exquisite black gold vase-like container before removing the lid. The lab was suddenly filled with an intoxicating fragrance. The two women felt as light as air. Jade Queen Bee honey. The two researchers recognized it immediately. This was a treasure of untold value. In fact, many star-grade herbs couldn't match it. Diane had long since gotten used to the Jade Queen Bee honey and even took it for granted, but it seemed others knew well of its value. It was practically priceless. To allow anyone to raise their meridians by an entire grade with just a single drop was unimaginable. But Diane was no longer surprised by it. After all, if the tower could reward him little Yang and Een, not to mention the lightning willow mask that had saved his life not once, but twice, from tribulations, this honey almost seemed plain next to them. The two women trembled, understanding Diane's ask of them. Honey needed to be catalyzed by the enzymes within a bee's stomach in order to properly form. For a special honey like Jade Queen Bee honey, the process was even more labor-intensive. It was said that after producing a single drop of her honey, a jade queen bee would pass away after giving up her whole essence. A supreme grade beast, gone. Just like that. What did this all mean? It meant that the jade honey itself contained the DNA of the long-extinct jade queen bee. If they could extract the lingering DNA from the jade honey, they might be able to allow the jade queen bee to appear in this world once more. But it's too precious. Farah and Imoy shook. What first had been excitement had become fear. What if they failed? Even if Diane was nothing but kind to them until now, how could anyone stand the loss of something so precious without any results? Even if the DNA of the jade queen bee remained, it would be in incredibly small amounts. Plus, because a single bee could only produce a single drop, that meant that each piece of DNA would be from a different jade queen bee, making the task even more difficult. This didn't even mention the amount of time that had passed since these drops were collected. Looking at the small vase in Diane's hand, their shaking grew fiercer. Though this was a great opportunity, they didn't dare to take it. Ah, you two are mistaken. Diane scratched his head awkwardly, turning over his hand to pour out the honey into his mouth. The two researchers looked on in shock, their hearts seizing. No! They both screamed at the same time. Everyone knew that you could only take 1 drop of honey a day. Though it wouldn't kill you to take more, it was incredibly wasteful. Diane chuckled as several mouthfuls were practically inhaled by him under their shocked eyes. This vase might look small, but its inner space is the size of a small ocean. I couldn't even tell you how many single drops there are in there. Looking at them, he smiled, smacking his lips. Now do you dare? The two women looked at each other, then looked back at Diane. Yes. Though Diane didn't have an exact amount of drops stored within the small black gold vase, he did have a good guess. If the number was truly infinite, his request would seem useless. On the surface, at least. From Diane's recollection, there was a body of water known as the Great Lakes in his mortal world. Though it had long since dried up thanks to matriarch Niveus' vile actions, in their prime, despite their grandiose name, the lakes could be filled with a total of 20 billion drops of water. This seemed like a lot, but was it? After taking control of so many universes, Diane suddenly had trillions of individuals under his rule. Even if he only gave everyone a single drop, not even 1% of the population would be able to benefit. From Diane's estimates, the inner space of the small vase was about double to triple the size of the Great Lakes. But even then, that was only about 50 billion drops of jade queen bee honey. How could that be enough? For those elite clans, this was more than enough. In their eyes, 50 billion drops would last their clan countless generations because they hide and store away the benefits for themselves and their elites. However, Diane had no intention of doing such a thing. He needed to conquer the mortal plane as quickly as possible, and there were only 2 ways to do it. Either he became all-powerful or his empire did. The easier choice was obvious. While the former might never be accomplished, the latter was relatively easier for the simple fact that Diane had confidence in raising the standard of his people. The Hive Mind project was just step 1. The second step was this jade queen bee honey. And the third relied on Eli and the Array Alchemy Association. Within 100 years, before the ancient battlefield descended, Diane wanted to raise the standard of his people to inconceivable levels. At the same time, he sent a 20% clone into his constitution's world and set him on a conqueror's path once more. Though it was only a 20% clone, due to Diane's advantages within his constitution's world, he was actually more powerful than Diane was at full strength here. Also, thanks to Luna, Diane didn't have to rely on his own connection with the ancient battlefield, meaning he wasn't limited by his golden silk body. Normally, because Diane had just entered this stage, he would only be able to enter with a percentage strength equal to his percentage completion of his current stage. Since Diane had only refined a single % of his gold silk body, his projection would only have 1% of his strength. But Luna's portal skipped over this, allowing Diane to effectively cheat. Considering how often the heavens had tried to ruin his life, he gladly took the opportunity. Reviving the Jade Queen Bee isn't your only task. Diane spoke again after the excitement of the two women calmed. What does Leader Sacharo have in mind? Farah asked. You might not know this, But the Jade Queen Bee is only one aspect of this ancient race. Diane looked toward the vase as he continued. In addition, creating this honey isn't the only ability of the Jade Queen Bee either. The two researchers looked on in interest. Jade Queen Bee, Jade Warrior Bee, Jade Worker Bee. These are the three designations of this race. The one you two know, the Jade Queen Bee, has the most recognizable ability. Still, this honey isn't produced until the end of her life. Jade bees live for a few months, and at the end of that few months, they form their best work yet. However, during her life, a Jade Queen Bee gives off a unique aroma capable of controlling all insect-type creatures. She is very strong in illusions, and many Star Lords of the past have died to her prowess. Her second ability is related to the first, but she is the only one capable of controlling Jade Warrior Bees. She also happens to be the core of a few unconventional formations. The Jade Worker Bee has an equally miraculous effect. Their pollination ability can trigger hidden evolutionary capabilities of plants and aid them in raising their grade. If placed under the control of Monet, it will cut Eli's work down by at least 80%. After all, he is still not completely familiar with his abilities as a Heaven's child. Finally, there is the Jade Warrior Bee. They battle like sacrificial warriors, only have a single stinger to their names. Because of the short lifespan of Jade bees, it could only be this way if they wanted to protect themselves. Still, an elite Jade Warrior Bee can kill a higher Dao formation expert with a single sting. A peak Dao formation expert would die after 10. As for regular Jade Warrior Bees, they're practically invincible within the celestial realm. Diane smiled. Do you understand why I am telling you all of this? Though the Jade Queen Bee will most definitely have the greatest number of DNA strands to be found, it's impossible that the DNA of the other Jade Bees won't have influenced such a large amount. Even if you can't find Jade Warrior Bee DNA, considering Jade Worker Bees do most of the legwork, I'm almost 100% certain that you'll find traces of them. Can I trust you too? We'll do our best, Leader Sicharo. Nodding, Diane left the vase with them. Maybe only he could casually invest 50 billion drops of Jade Queen Bee honey without blinking an eye. Clara's hands ran through Diane's hair. Despite the near indestructible nature of their strands, they were soft beyond compare. She basked in it. The feeling of bringing his head so close to hers that they could almost melt into one another, the feeling of the deep, strong valleys and peaks of his broad back, the feeling of his warmth. It had been too long. Diane had come to tease her while she was working in the Soul Palace's office, trying to get some matters related to the association in order. But somehow their playfighting had turned into a make-out session that had already lasted several hours. Starting such a thing when both were cultivators who had no need to breathe for extended periods of time was most definitely a dangerous affair. Yet, as though he was teasing her, and though his hands wantonly roamed her perfect figure, Diane hadn't taken off a single article of her clothing. If it wasn't for the spear threatening to rip through the fabric of both his and her lower garments, she would almost be afraid that she wasn't attractive anymore. She sat on the edge of her desk, her thighs tightly clamping around Diane's hips as though to invite him in, but his lack of action left her feeling frustrated. Maybe it would make sense if he was running low on time, but he had already been kissing her for almost 3 hours. Would a person low on time do such a thing? Her plump bottom scooted forward, ramming into the protruding rod below Diane's waist. But, before she could do anything else, she blushed in shame. Though she tried to hide it, how could it escape Diane's senses? The sound the desk and the bottom of her dress made as she slid forward sounded decidedly moist. You heard nothing. Clara bit Diane's bottom lip so hard that she would have drawn blood if not for the fact his body had entered the Dao realm. Looking into her ruby eyes, Diane blinked innocently. I have no idea what you mean. Just when Clara thought Diane was going to be tactful for once, he smiled a devious smile. By the way, Lady Sicharo, did you accidentally spill some water? No, it must be some exotic juices. Your desk, I must say, smells very good. Clara's small fist slammed against his chest before quickly hiding her embarrassed expression in Diane's collarbone. She quickly found her position to be quite relaxing, especially because of Diane's cinnamon and pine scent. Because she was a celestial, Much of the mortal impurities had long been washed from Clara's body. Her body wasn't capable of producing a foul smell even if she tried. So she could only admit that Diane was right. The smell really was too fragrant. "This is your fault," she mumbled. "Now I'll have to replace my dress. Aren't you supposed to be the ruler of 131 universes? Do you have time to tease your wife like this?" Diane smiled, taking a lock of Clara's hair and sniffing lightly. He felt that his entire body was comfortable. Spirit bodies reached a realm of perfection most humans could not, so of course Clara had such an effect with both her wind and fire spirit bodies. "Of course," Diane said confidently. "I'll always have time." Clara shook her head, relaxing her thighs' grip on Diane's hips as her fire will vanquished her fragrant juices to another realm. In fact, it took her dress and undergarments along with it. But the beautiful sight of her perfect body vanished in an instant as she used an array to form a new dress. It was actually quite impressive. Despite having her true constitution for less than a year, Clara had already charged all the way up to the 8th fire intent realm. And that was without relying on Diane for dual cultivation and wasting 4 months watching Diane fight. Those with fire spirit bodies were truly unmatched in this vein. This wasn't all either. Her cultivation speed had reached another level. Just about a year ago she was still a first-stage celestial. Now she was on the verge of entering the 4th stage. Interestingly enough, this was accounting for her slowing herself down as well. After knowing the truth of her chi talent, Clara was taking the time to diligently train her body to have it catch up. Only then could she display her true strength. Diane pouted. "Hours of hard work gone. Fuck off." Clara almost growled, clearly sexually frustrated. But her pouting expression only made Diane's grin widen. "Did you really only come here to frustrate me? I have work to do, you know? I can't check on my wife without any ulterior motives? What kind of man do you think I am?" Clara glared at him. Okay. I just wanted to tell you that a few researchers have big projects I've set them on. So it's fine to allocate some more funds to them." Clara frowned. "With the explosion in the population and the hundreds of renovations we have to do across 98 universes, even the 30 universes worth of resources is being pushed to its limit. At this rate, we'll be broke in half a millennium." Diane grinned. "Look at you worrying about something that will happen 500 years later. Plus, with 98 universes come 98 more universes worth of resources. It won't be a problem with researcher tons maps." "How much more?" Clara rolled her eyes, not responding directly. "Triple their budgets." Black lines began to form on Clara's forehead. But in the end, she sighed. "Come fuck me, pervert. I'm not doing any work until I'm satisfied." Somehow, Diane found he quite liked Clara's vulgar language. His clothes disappeared in the blink of an eye as he stood at attention. A man ready to accomplish his solemn duty. "Mother, you're looking quite beautiful today." Diane smiled brightly. He had taken to the habit of calling Kawa, Ri's mother as well. Since she insisted, he might as well. Considering how strained his other parent-in-law relationships were, it was good to have at least one by his side. Amphrey's mother was dead, and her father was practically his mortal enemy. Clara's parents were dead largely because of him. Ri's father had a strained relationship with Diane because of various complex reasons. After all, how could a man who called himself king feel comfortable around the young man who saved his kingdom after he was incompetent? Finally, there was no need to mention Madeline's parents. Whether foster or biological, Diane had had a falling out with all 4 of them. The former pair tried to kill him, while the latter pair was God knows where. Disappearing after Diane gave them a scolding. In the end, only Kawa gave Diane any real warmth. After becoming a true celestial fox, Kawa had become quite the beauty. Though she was already beautiful before, it had been greatly enhanced. Her blue hair and eyes had become a cascading, almost silvery white. Her body gave off far more vitality. And, more important, she could enter her human form once more. With the speed of cultivation of celestial beasts, and the fact Kawa didn't have to face any tribulations, she should have already reached the celestial realm. But, since she was practicing Diane's inner world, sanctuary technique to become one of his demon general vice commanders, She was still currently in the Meridian Formation realm. Luckily, because of Diane's Marshal St. Pill, and the fact she took his advice of training up her soul before activating this portion of the technique, it would only be another year at most before her cultivation unsealed. There was another reason it would be so quick as well. Recently, Diane had enlisted Luna's help to give her a portion of his mortal clan's talent. Because her body cultivation and chi cultivation were now connected, Kawa could greatly speed up the breaking of the seals by training her body. Ah, if it isn't my favorite son-in-law. Kawa smiled deviously. She truly looked like a beautiful fox. Currently, they stood in the Elven clan's lands. This castle was lived in by Ree's parents, and Ree herself would stay here whenever she had work to accomplish. Diane feigned hurt. You have more than one son-in-law? This is devastating. Kawa walked to Diane, pinching his ear. If you keep neglecting my little girl like this, I really might have to get me another one. Diane bowed solemnly. Yes, mother. I promise. Humph. Kawa nodded in satisfaction, though Diane was smiling bitterly inwardly. When had he ever neglected Ree? More accurately, she had thrown herself into raising the Elven clans back up, so he took a step back and played the role of supportive husband. In the end, didn't he see her every day? It really was too difficult when you cared about your parent-in-law's opinion. Maybe he should estrange himself from Kawa too, he thought jokingly. In reality, Kawa was just a bit frustrated by her own husband and was projecting their problems onto Ree and Diane, though they didn't exist. It was no wonder King Acacia, or rather Patriarch Acacia, was feeling a bit inadequate. Actually, even that title was incorrect. He had handed his title off to his younger brother, so right now, Uncle Acacia was the current patriarch of the Acacia clan. In the meantime, Diane's father-in-law had been training like a madman. According to Ree, he had abolished his cultivation over 7 times already, searching for a new path for himself. In the end, he abolished his cultivation for an 8th time and entered the epistemic tower, hoping to gain some insight through the true empath trial. How could he rely on his own daughter and son-in-law to improve? He felt that it would be a blow to his manhood. Obviously, in all this time he had neglected his wife. Don't worry, mother. Idrim will find his path. Just give him some time. Kawa paused at these words before smiling lightly. She really was satisfied with this son-in-law of hers. Despite knowing she was being unfair, he didn't complain and instead helped ease her mind. Come. Little Alex will be happy to see you. Wrapping her arm around Diane, she pulled him forward, chatting with him despite knowing that with his senses, Diane already knew exactly where Ree was. But, considering how lonely his mother-in-law had been, Diane didn't want to disappoint her. So he purposely walked slower, feeling a slight warmth as Kawa's smile deepened. Within the depths of the epistemic tower, a tall blue-haired man stood in a black fog-filled world. Though to the outside, there was nothing but himself, he still trembled and sweat profusely. No, I didn't mean it, he mumbled. I only wanted to save my wife. Wouldn't you want to save yours too? I didn't abandon my kingdom. I didn't abandon my daughter. I didn't. The ravings of the blue-haired man was heard by no one else but himself. Diane and Kawa walked toward a large courtyard to find the massive image of an ancient tree. It loomed over the whole of Elven territory. In fact, it was so large that it could be seen from the outer space territory of Soul Planet. It was none other than the world tree projection Ree had brought into this world with her abilities as Elven Queen. Currently, hundreds sat meditating under its rays, while Ree herself sat on a sturdy branch of the projection meditating. She was so focused that she didn't even notice Diane enter, completely focused on her task at hand. Ah, so painful. My own wife doesn't even notice my presence. Though Diane didn't lower his voice, no one but Kawa heard him. Still, elves who weren't as focused as Ree couldn't help but look over. When they recognized him, their eyes became filled with reverence. The elves hadn't participated in the battle in any large capacity. They were one of the most powerful fighting forces Diane had at the time, but it was impossible for them to contribute. Currently, their bodies were still undergoing changes under the influence of the World Tree, so they couldn't bring out their true strength. In the end, Diane made the choice of allowing them to remain here, thinking that he would soon be attacking the 99 universes anyway. But, now that he had decided against such a rash action, he was faced with a dilemma. Of the probationary first-tier clans, the Pakals, the Guatemala, and the Jafari were the only clans who gained enough merits to become official first-tier clans. The Guatemala clan, led by Aladar, absorbed what remained of the Weta, effectively taking it over. The two clans had very close blood ties to begin with, having only diverged a few generations ago, which was why their two clans had once been very close. With the contributions of Aladar and the sons and daughters, not only did they accumulate enough merit to become first-tier clans, they were well on their way to becoming a second-tier clan. These matters gave Dian quite the headache. Though he wanted to favor his wife, it was impossible to do so under these circumstances. He couldn't just arbitrarily give the elves status when they hadn't earned it. If the merit needed could be covered by Re alone, it would be fine. But, the way Dian and Clara constructed the system, a clan must meet a total merit goal as well as meeting a total contributors of a certain threshold goal. Meaning, a single person couldn't carry a clan to great status. All of this resulted in a situation where the elves might very well lose their probationary status as first-tier clans. Should this happen, Dian would be forced to rescind much of their territory. If he really followed through with such a thing, what had been his mother-in-law projecting her poor marital status upon him might become closer to the truth than he'd like to admit. Luckily, the Federation gave Dian a great escape from this. If the World Tree had as great of an effect as it should, then that would mean that Dian could allow the elves to accumulate merits by conquering universes through the Federation system. Then, the problem would be solved. Dian didn't mind sending a clone to handle these matters. After all, a single clone of his would already be stronger than any of the youths below 1,000 years of age. At least in the Tower Quadrants, that is. But, Dian had to play these matters of the Federation correctly. Even if he could sweep through all of their missions in an instant and claim every universe of the Tower Quadrants for himself, it would be nothing short of foolish for him to do so. If he acted in this way, how would the other clans react? Some might accept it out of fear of the Sacharo clan's strength, but many would not. Those who joined the Federation, despite knowing they weren't as strong as the best clans, only did so because they had a faint light of hope. As for the strongest clans, they were confident in their abilities to profit from these matters. But what if Dian overbearingly snatched all those hopes from them? They would definitely react violently. Therefore, Dian had to be tactful, at least in the beginning. He would allow the geniuses beneath him to shine. In this way, the other clans would stand a chance and the backlash wouldn't be as severe. When the time was right, he would spring forward, righteously claiming lands for himself. Even if they complained at that point, it would already be too late. Dian's power would be consolidated. Once he succeeded, there was a chance he might be able to conquer the Tower Quadrants before the battlefield descended. In order to accomplish this, he of course needed geniuses. The mortal clan geniuses weren't ready yet, but he had the demon generals and the elves. Plus, in about another 10 to 20 years, he'd be able to create another batch. Of course, he had his wives as well. That said, though Dian had indeed come here for serious matters related to this, he most importantly came for something else entirely, and that was, of course, to tease his wife. Under the reverent gazes of the elves and with his mother-in-law chuckling by his side, Dian flashed forward, silently appearing behind Ree's meditating figure. That day, the shriek of an elven queen shook their territory. Watching Dian carry Ree's delighted figure away, Kawa shook her head. "What are you all looking at, back to work?" Kawa scolded the once meditating elves. "You're all so slow, you've lost face for our elven clan. Everyone fought but you all. Aren't you ashamed to rely on your queen to maintain your position?" Hearing these words, a fire burned in the belly of the elves. They had a legacy of running for so long, a once mighty race, the ruler of an era, crushed under their own progress. It was time for them to rise up once more. Seeing that they focused on their task at hand once more, Kawa nodded and left to her own training. Before her seal was undone, she had to train her body to the celestial realm. If she couldn't do this even with the talent of the celestial fox and the resources Dian poured into her, she would be too ashamed to raise her head. Kawa sighed. "Husband, I hope you find your path. Look at you. Diane's eyes greedily raked over Ree's body. Stop looking at me like that. Ree's tails suddenly appeared to whip at Diane's forehead. Ah! Diane rubbed his head. It seemed his wife had stepped up her forehead-flicking game. He actually felt it that time. Usually, he feigned it to make her feel better. Humph. You interrupted me while I was at an important stage and made me lose face in front of them all. You can forget about whatever perverted thoughts you're holding in that thick skull. Ree pouted, her petite figure spinning to look away from her husband. Diane couldn't help but grin. Because of how Ree matured, he almost forgot that she was the very same girl who once dressed more like a man than a woman. Her demeanor was just as fiery as Clara's if you got on her bad side. Oh, come on, it was just a little prank. Plus, do you think I only come to see you when I have perverted thoughts? Your husband is a very wholesome man. I have no such thoughts. Oh yeah? Then why did you bring me to these bedchambers instead of the elders' gathering room? Diane touched his nose awkwardly. Coincidence. Pure coincidence. Diane couldn't help but laugh internally. She looked so happy just a moment ago, but now everything had changed. Still, he understood why. Ree was of course worried about her father and her parents' relationship. Though he understood this, there really wasn't much he could do. Though Diane didn't think himself to be a bad leader, it wasn't within his capabilities to help someone gain confidence in themselves. In fact, if he tried to help Idrim, it might have the opposite effect. Diane stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Ree's waist. Though she was facing away from him, he could still read her expression of worry. He'll be fine. Don't forget, he's one of the rare true empaths to ever be born. No one is in a better position than he is to understand his own truth. Ree subconsciously leaned back, sighing lightly. I don't agree with what he did, she said softly. But I can't blame him for it either. Some things are wrong no matter what path you take. If I had to leave little Aluna to save you, would I do it? I think I would have to. Ree trembled before smiling lightly. You're just trying to butter me up. I won't be spreading my legs for you today. Her hand slapped away an evil hand preparing to slide up her petite body. Don't tell me you want a family too? Diane said deviously. If you ask nicely, I could magnanimously put a baby in you. It'll be trying on my wholesome identity. But whatever makes my wife happy. Ree scoffed. Where did you get that idea from? Also, if you ever dare to leave little Aliuna to save me, I'll never forgive you. Wait until she's grown up. Diane could tell that Ree meant these words. Though her parents came back, just like him, she understood the pain of them disappearing. The violent storm around Ryu raged. It was a furious tempest, the kind that could pull apart the seams of space even without the reliance on soul nature. Or maybe it was precisely because of the passive effect of his soul nature that the result was so exaggerated. The birthed phenomena that appeared high in the skies seemed to blink into and out of existence. What destabilized them wasn't Ryu's inability to control them, but rather because they seemed to be somewhat hesitantly fusing and yet were still incapable of taking the final step. Even in this weird half-fused, half-unfused state, the power that was coursing through Ryu's body threatened to roar out on its own. The 9 pillars within himself barely managed to contain it, but even then, every time his birthed phenomena partially fused, a thunderous power would awaken and nearly shred them apart. Ryu could feel that it was already madness to take things this far. The strength of his body right now wasn't just a few times stronger. He felt like he could rip mountains apart with his bare hands, like a single stomp could create a river that split a single continent into 2. Like he could pluck stars from the skies and plant them into the earth below. It was like his foundation had finally awakened and his body realized just how much power was hidden within it. The bloodlines all synergies into one and their output would already be too great to imagine if it was just a sum total, but the reality was that every time they hesitatingly fused just a small bit, they would erupt with strength beyond themselves. Ryu realized after a moment that what was limiting him wasn't the wording he had chosen, nor was it his bone structure. No, what was limiting him was the actual strength of his body. His bloodlines still had an air of self-preservation. If they truly fused, he would be ripped apart from the inside out. When Ryu was originally born, The heavens had only allowed his existence because his bloodlines were whole but separate. Not only were they separate, but they also weakened certain aspects of one another, not allowing any particular single entity to display their full might. This was why when Ryu opened his body pulses and body vessels, each of his bloodlines took a hit in the amount of power they should have been able to provide him even in sacrum. But now he was trying to circumvent those limiters, and in doing so, he was taking on a strength that was beyond him. Even so, Ryu grinned and the chains he had latched onto his bloodlines began to release. The moment they showed the slightest inkling of doing so, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, one of his shoulders imploding into a rain of blood as though a bomb had gone off inside him. Ryu coughed and his smile was still a bloody grin. He was confirming something and it seemed that he was correct. This power he was experiencing now, it was a mere fragment of what he truly had access to. He suddenly slammed his hands together and his birth phenomena began to blink out of existence one by one until there was nothing left but a roaring red dragon. In the past few moments, his birth phenomena had been mostly illusory, their true strength being unable to shine through properly. But now, with just a single remaining, it was so solid that it almost looked as though Ryu had summoned a true fire dragon. It scaled a dense ruby red with a hidden black flame dancing within each one. Take form and burn the heavens. Boom! Ryu's body exploded with red scales, his height growing from over 2 meters to over 4. Claws grew out from his hands and a pair of scaly wings wreathed in black flames took shape. His rage flames returned as he took a step forward, clawing at the air. Burn could mean multiple things. It could refer to flames alone, kindling under the power that fueled it. It could refer to a cycle of death to lead back to life, in much the same way a forest would grow back more vibrantly after devastation. Or, it could refer to an internal, undying will, one that could even be passed on generation to generation or turn the bounds of time to ash and echo through all layers of reality. Ryu unleashed his dragon's claw talent, dividing the skies into 6 and tearing menacing holes into space. Take form and command the heavens. His body shuddered. The corporeal fire dragon in the skies became a towering lightning qilin, radiating a sapphire, royal blue light. The skies boomed with thunder and arcs of blue descended. Ryu's storm talent brewed as every strike split space apart, leaving craters so large in the ground that the continent was devastated. Command could mean multiple things. It could refer to leadership and the responsibility that came with it. It could refer to a cruelty, an imposing malice that forced those under your thumb to bend to your will. Or, it could refer to a final word, a resounding and final judgment that could bend even the skies to bow. Ryu's tribulation lightning seed thrummed and a whipping kick flew out like a scythe, splitting a line in space that crackled with blue lightning around its edges. Take form and forge the heavens. Boom! Ryu's body erupted with golden flames. His rebirth flame, tinged with the majesty of both creation and emperorship, echoed through the surroundings. Even the slightest hints of fire chi were forced into submission and corralled into the embrace of their lord. Forge could mean multiple things. It could refer to a persistent will to rid one of impurities, the time and effort one had to spend in wringing en or dry of its worst parts and helping it to achieve the shine it always deserved. It could represent an iron will, one tempered through countless years of hardship and the evil whims of the heavens and fate. Or, it could refer to a forceful change, a commanding blaze that would not be stopped, a lack of care for fate and the whims of the heavens and a willingness to take what you were given and mold it into a treasure, to create something from nothing. The call of a phoenix left Ryu's lips. A cyclone of golden clouds appeared above the shredding apart the thunderous clouds of the lightning qilin before it and blazed with a fire that seemed to bless the world around it. Countless heavenly patterns appeared, each one doing so naturally as though Ryu didn't even need to think or consider before they manifested, as though they came to him as naturally as they possibly could. The swirling patterns of the dark phoenix, the sharp edge patterns of the ice phoenix, the delicate feather patterns of the fire and emperor phoenix. They swirled in a mass of profound creation that echoed across the skies. The power was intoxicating, and for the very first time in his life, Ryu felt that he could truly sense the power of his bloodlines. This was the strength that he had been born with, strength that was ripped from him, hidden from him, strength that he had unearthed himself and strength that he would continue to empower. That was the beauty of the balance he had struck. The heavens had bestowed this upon him, and it wasn't as cruel as he had once thought it to be. He was a naive boy, enraged with the world, and demanding that it owed him more. But it didn't. All it owed him was the chance. He was bestowed strength in one part, and he took strength in the other. He both created this strength and was bestowed this strength. This was the beauty of the heavens. This was the freedom of what it meant to live. It was why he strove to reach the pinnacle of all things, to test his mettle against those that dared to create strength as he had. And there was still far more to gain, far more to take. Ryu smashed his fists together and his heartbeat echoed into the surroundings. He felt good, better than he ever had in his entire life, as though the world itself was in the palm of his hands and it could escape unless he allowed it to. However, he knew that there was still more he had gained from this second round. These benefits were the ones he had taken with his own hands, benefits that he had forged with the treasures already within his body. But there were external treasures that he had yet to benefit from. Only that way would the cycle be complete. His thoughts wandered the Diamond Protector spirit and the insights that it had passed on to him. These would be the new benefits that he gained from the heavens, and one day he would create more power from it as well. But for now, it was about time he found out what he had bled for. That reminds me. Diane's eyes narrowed. There's a certain Kitsune clan that needs to be taught a lesson. A flash of rage swept over his gaze. He still remembered the day he learned what happened to Ri in his absence. Though he had turned 3 of their geniuses into useful puppets and had killed one of their patriarchs, he wasn't satisfied. Until he weeded out all those responsible, he wouldn't feel comfortable. Patriarch Heaven, Patriarch Jikin, they were complicit. Though Ri was delighted at these words, she retracted her excitement. But the Golden Flame Quadrant, didn't you lay down the necessary plans for it? Yes, but the Federation is going to make those plans deviate whether I like them or not. If I attack them now while they're under the protection of the Federation, it'll be inconvenient. But the Kitsune didn't participate in the first Parliament, so I can be unrestrained in dealing with them. Hearing this, Ri nodded. At least Diane wasn't acting rashly just because of her. I do have something to do first though, Diane said righteously. What's that? Unrestrainedly tease my wives, of course. I'm on vacation. Ri could hardly react before Diane had swept her into his arms once more. Diane's body laid straight upon a soft bed, his eyes looking up at a well-decorated ceiling. But he would be lying if he said he could pay attention to the intricate design and architecture of the curved wall above. Every so often, his body would quiver before seizing. Out of context, it almost looked as though the mighty leader Sicharo was having a seizure. A light giggling could be heard between his legs, causing Diane's teeth to clench. His wives had always made fun of him for his odd leg-twitching habit, but even with his control over his body, he couldn't stop it. At that moment, the duvet that covered his legs up to his torso shifted as a petite mound rose. In the slight darkness, one could see 2 beautiful silver-blue eyes, blinking innocently. It wasn't until the covers fell entirely that a scene that could make any man or woman's blood rush could be seen. Ri laid on her stomach between Diane's legs, uncontrollably giggling at her husband's odd posture. His arms and legs were spread out like a starfish. His muscles contracted to their absolute limits. It looked like he was doing his best to control himself. Ri, however, was having a grand time. Her small hands wrapped around her husband's shaft, delicately pecking it with kisses in between her giggles. Her frame was so petite in comparison to Diane's that one of her hands could only make it 3/4 of the way around, not to mention the long shadow it cast along her flawless face. As if that wasn't enough to drive Diane insane, her tails engulfed the bed, gently caressing his body. It felt as though he was floating on a cloud. With each passing moment, the heat emitting from his lower body grew. Diane's gaze shifted from the feeling, looking toward his wife's teasing expression, but the sight made blood rush to his nose. Every so often, her tails would shift just enough to reveal a plump bottom of soft flesh. Because her legs were waving back and forth cutely, slight ripples would cause it to undulate, causing Diane's cock to grow another size. Ri's small tongue snaked forward like a venomous viper, lightly tapping the mushroom-shaped tip of Diane's rod, not seeming to be in a hurry to do much of anything else. As long as you admit that you're a pervert, I'll let you do whatever you want. This little vixen, Diane raged in his mind. I am a wholesome man of character, Diane said through gritted teeth. He had expected to toss Ri into bed and have his way, but what would have been an easy task had suddenly turned into this torture session. He couldn't very well abuse his power to force his wife, now could he? In the end, he was too soft-hearted. They don't see me as the leader of this household. They see me as nothing more than a toy to be used and abused. May the heavens be my witness. Diane shifted his gaze back to the ceiling, lamenting pitifully. Maybe it was a coincidence, but when Diane finished speaking, a crackle of lightning shone as thunder rumbled. A comfortable rain began to fall that made him feel quite cozy. In fact, he felt he had never been calmer in his life. Days like this were truly a blessing. Though others might not like rain, it was his favorite kind of weather. As long as he was inside, that is. In his youth, he would always stay inside, tinkering with his gadgets. Rain gave him an excuse for his seclusion other than loneliness. Even now, as he matured, he still had that same feeling despite no longer being that lonely boy. Ri giggled at her husband's words. Truth be told, she was only teasing him so much to enjoy the view of his tensed body. At the sight of his chiseled, well-proportioned strength, an uncontrollable wetness spread between her legs. At that moment, the doors of the chamber clicked open. But instead of being shocked or angry, Ri and Diane actually smiled as a violet-haired beauty walked in. Who else could it be if not Madeline? Only Diane and his wives could come to this place freely. Madeline's brows raised at the funny scene before her expression settled into a light smile. Feeling a firelight beneath her belly button, her robes silently slipped to the floor before she crawled onto the bed to Diane's side. The heat emitting from Diane's nether regions grew another level, his arm wrapping around Madeline's soft waist. He wasn't going to allow these vixens to tease him any further. White flames burst from his body, coating every inch of the room. But instead of burning, it couldn't have felt more comfortable. The breathing of his wives turned burdensome. Ri didn't have the heart to tease any longer as she crawled up from her position between Diane's legs, a faint moan escaping her soft pink lips as she slipped his heated rod between her moistened lower pink folds. Ri's petite body quivered before she could make it even halfway down. But she had no time to rest as Diane used his free arm to grasp her waist, piercing her completely. A silver-haired beauty on top of him, sharing his cock. A violet-haired beauty to the left of him, sharing his lips. He could only say that this vacation was truly comfortable. Beneath Soul Palace, there was a sight the peaceful atmosphere above could never imagine. Tens of thousands of young geniuses lay beaten and bloodied, unable to stand under their own power. Under these circumstances, it would seem that the mortal clan geniuses had won. At least, that would seem to be the only explanation remaining. So why was it that the only one standing, seemingly unaffected, was a hook-nosed young man Diane would hardly recognize? On one half of the underground space, 36 mortal geniuses lay. On the other half, more than 50,000 young geniuses lay. In the center of it all, one youth remained. Under Diane's rules, the 36 mortal geniuses really should be dead. In fact, he hadn't interfered from start to finish, allowing them to fight as they pleased. But it seemed the hook-nosed had had mercy. Still, at this moment, he had a helpless expression on his face. If one saw the series of events leading to this, it would be easy to explain why. As though something had possessed them, the mortal clan geniuses were spurred on. They fought valiantly, feeling like they would lose this feeling they had finally grasped after so long if they took so much as a single step backward. Kedar especially, as though remembering the nonchalance and hint of disdain in Diane's gaze, brought out his everything. However, in the end, it wasn't enough to defeat this young man. This hook-nosed genius was the last to fight. He felt bad in reality. By the time it was his turn, the mortal clan geniuses had already been worn thin despite taking turns. Though he was confident he could have defeated them all even without this advantage, it wasn't how things worked out. He sighed. This leader Sicharo probably wanted to bring out their potential. He'll probably be angry, but it's not in my being to lose on purpose. If he wants to kill me, so be it. Whatever. He's already better than father in that he cares to raise those who have yet to display their usefulness. Mother's grave will rest well in his territory even if mine doesn't. Who else could this young man be if not the bastard son of Patriarch Raven, Jizzle? Jizzle's head snapped, only to see Diane casually standing far above his head, looking at the scene below. Still, instead of feeling fear, his lip twitched. Did you really have to come here wearing nothing but boxers? You're a Dao formation expert. Shouldn't you have a bit more decorum? Diane couldn't be bothered to care about such things. In fact, he would have flashed here naked if it hadn't been for Ree's quick action. The only reason why they appeared to be boxers was because Ree didn't manage to finish her creation array before he was too far away. Anyway, everyone was unconscious but a single boy anyway. What did it matter? If others heard his thoughts, he would definitely be scolded. He was the ruler of over 100 universes after all. He had to care about his face a little bit more than that. However, to Diane, 1 universe, 100 universes, no universes, he was still himself. Interesting. Diane smiled. Jizzle Raven, I've read about you. I hear that you gained a human form as a heaven-grade beast despite not reaching the celestial realm first. What an intriguing turnout. Diane descended, landing before Jizzle. He didn't bother with the injured mortal geniuses behind him, nor did he care that they lost. In truth, this was already more than he thought they'd do. After all, they were all saints while their opponents were all celestials. Jizzle blinked. Yes, this leader either has too much time on his hands or has an exceptional memory, remembering things after seeing it only once. Jizzle suspected it was definitely the latter, or Jizzle's gaze cast a weird expression as he looked toward Diane's boxers once more. Maybe he really did just have too much time on his hands. Thinking back to the women who embraced Diane, Jizzle gulped. If you think about the difference between yourself and others too much, it really might make you just forget about life entirely. He couldn't find it in himself to disdain Diane any longer. He just felt worship and jealousy in his heart. Jizzle was never allowed to leave the Raven clan's core universe. He was too talented, so his supposed father always kept tabs on him, suppressing him so that he was unable to rise up. Jizzle was certain that the day he tried to cross the Dao barrier, he would be slaughtered. In addition, according to Raven clan law, he wasn't allowed to marry or copulate either. They didn't want their bloodline spreading to others, so he had never felt the touch of a woman in his life. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Was he really going to die a virgin? This was really too unfortunate. Just make it quick and painless. Jizzle mumbled, unwilling to meet Diane's eyes any longer. Diane raised an eyebrow, casually glancing around the large underground space once more. Of course, he had seen everything that happened from start to finish, so he knew the ins and outs. He too felt that even if the mortal geniuses weren't tired, they were no match for Jizzle. What an gem! Diane chuckled to himself. A bit too cynical, though. It might be weird considering he's older than me, but how about it, Jizzle? Do you want to become my disciple? Ha! Jizzle looked up at Diane. With his emotions clearing, he suddenly felt how large Diane's presence was. It almost didn't matter what he wore, no matter how ridiculous it was. You think I care about this? Diane pointed over his shoulder. If anything, their losing in such a fashion is more of a good thing than a bad thing. If they can stand back up, their backbone will never bend again. If they can't, it just means the martial path was never for them to begin with. It's no big deal. But you said they were true geniuses. That may be so, but genius is nothing without will and power is nothing without courage. Jizzle scratched his cheek. Honestly, I don't think I'm qualified. Oh, Diane asked with interest. And why is that? Normally, he might think Jizzle had said these words as a roundabout method of saying no. But, judging by his sincerity, Diane was interested in the answer. In truth, I bullied them. Not only were they tired, they're saints while I'm a celestial. If I really did lose to them, I'd be giving up too much face. And, Diane pressed. Jizzle took a big breath. I'm a mere heaven-grade beast. I'm not ignorant. Though being a heaven-grade beast is rare in this place, I watched leader Sicharo single-handedly defeat 36 dragons, all of whom were of the supreme grade. Secondly, my cultivation is too slow. Leader Sicharo is younger than me yet is already a Dao expert. Yet, I'm almost 10 times older but still a celestial. Thirdly, the blood I have is not pure. My mother was an earth-grade beast who hadn't even gained a human form, kept in a cage by my father simply because he liked the look of her feathers. Sometimes I find it difficult to blame him. He always said that being enraged by my mother's treatment was ridiculous. After all, shouldn't beasts be kept in cages? Jizzle gripped his fists tightly. I was lucky to even have a raven form and a golden crown. If I didn't somehow gain a human form before becoming a celestial, I would have never left that cage. Diane silently listened. Of course, he knew about all of this. The reason he attacked Jizzle's cluster first was precisely because of his strained relationship with his father. But who would have known that this young man would still choose to run to warn his father? And even then, his help was spit at. Is that why you keep your hooked nose? Diane suddenly asked. Jizzle looked toward Diane in shock before sighing. He rubbed his nose a bit and its form suddenly morphed. Suddenly, a face that had been hard to look at became quite handsome. It wasn't obscenely so, and could only be said to be above average. But the more Jizzle touched his face, the more perfect his visage seemed to become. Diane smiled lightly. It seemed his guess was correct. The reason Jizzle could become a human long before entering the celestial realm or even cultivating at all was precisely because he could become anything he pleased. This face, this was his true face, the one he gained after entering the celestial realm. However, in an attempt to blend in his with supposed family more, he kept his hooked nose, masking himself for many centuries. The hooked nose is a genetic defect of our Raven clan, and it's something the elders have tried countless millennia to be rid of. If I was born both without one, I would have been more estranged than ever before. My so-called father likely would have killed me out of anger, he said softly. Plus, it wasn't like I had any women to impress anyway. Diane laughed at these words. This poor guy, a virgin yet already so old. It's no surprise the Raven clan would have a genetic defect. With all of their bloodline purity nonsense, they probably intermarried with cousins, brothers, and sisters repeatedly. If they wanted to get rid of it so badly, they should have been less uppity. If they were mortal instead of being cultivators, their bloodline would have died off long ago. In fact, the genetic defect would be even more pronounced and terrible. Hearing these words, Jizzle was stunned. How could he understand the concept of repressive genes? All he knew was that if what Diane was saying was true, then it truly was poetic justice. Diane waved his hand. Let's say I don't care about all of this. Are you willing? Jizzle trembled. He couldn't help but scan Diane to see if he was being serious. But he found it difficult to think while observing Diane. It felt almost as though he was falling into Diane's flow whenever he tried to, as though he was entering Diane's world. It made it difficult for him to think. To gain the ruler of over 100 universes as a master, when could he ever dream of such a thing before? I warn you, if you become my disciple, you'll have to abolish your current cultivation and start from scratch. In addition, it would be too shameful if my disciple didn't at least become a Star Lord in the future. Jizzle trembled once more. He almost thought that Diane was making fun of him. But there was no laughter in Diane's eyes. He really was serious. Gritting his teeth, Jizzle made a decision. I'm willing. He directly knelt to the ground, kowtowing in acceptance. Diane smiled without hiding his satisfaction. With a sweep of his hand, an overwhelming soul presence burst forth. Hundreds of thousands of arrays appeared from thin air, leaving Jizzle in complete awe. Never could he had known that his master's greatest path was actually his soul. He sighed, watching from his knees on the ground. It was as though it had taken all of his strength to make this decision, and he no longer had any left to stand. One had to remember he was a beast. They all had pitiful soul talent. How could he live up to his master's expectations? There were very few exceptions to this rule. Even with everything Dian had seen in his lifetime, he had only met two: the celestial deer and the dream panthers. Of course, it wasn't impossible. After all, in order to transcend, one's soul had to reach a certain standard. But it was also important to remember that one didn't have to comprehend comet, moon, planet, and soul chi in order for their soul to reach this standard. Dian's ask was seemingly far out of reach for him. To make matters worse, he had to abolish his cultivation as well, a reality that made him sigh. But he had expected this as well. After all, he was a mere fourth-order celestial. This was enough to make the Raven clan talents weep. But before Dian, was it worth much at all? Jizzle tossed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Leader Sicharo, or rather, his master, wasn't an idiot who didn't understand these things. He had to have his own reasons for believing in him so much. Instead of thinking so much, he directly watched on in awe, and those tens of thousands of geniuses disappeared all once. In the next instant, even the blood and even its scent was gone, leaving no one but Dian and Jizzle. In another moment, Dian's hands waved once more as numerous herbs appeared. Their forms flashed, only to be instantly enveloped by Dian's arrays and broken down into beautiful motes of light. They shimmered under Dian's control, spiraling together as chi surged. In just a few seconds, a beautiful pill appeared, shining with a glimmering luster. Jizzle could hardly believe what he just saw. Pill concocting without cauldron? Using formations in alchemy? Completing a pill in just a few seconds? Suddenly, heavenly chimes rung in the skies above. The pill was awashed with light, once over, twice, thrice. Not until the ninth bathing of light did it finally come to a close. Oh! One with self-pill. Ninth layer of the perfect grade. Jizzle rubbed his eyes, staring intently at the 9 halos hovering above the pill. Top-grade pills were already between 90 to 100% purity. But perfect-grade pills were a level above, being strengthened over their original effect. A 9 times strengthened pill was practically unheard of. Oh, seems like I've improved again. Don't be so shocked, it's just a Grandmaster-grade cultivation cleansing pill. Since it's been strengthened to this effect, it'll almost be like being reborn. Your meridians will go back to the state they were in just before they matured, and all of the impurities of your body will be washed away. Dian himself didn't know the effect of a 9 times strengthened pill. He was forced to use detection from the Tao of array alchemy to understand its intricacies. The same skill he used in the Golden Flame mystical world to identify the Martial Saint pills. If someone took this pill before they began to cultivate, they could clear the Meridian Formation realm in just a few hours, maybe minutes if they were great enough geniuses. I'll have to make sure to make one for little Aliuna. I guess I can also make a few million of them. I just have to ask Eli to duplicate enough ingredients. Jizzle's lips twitched. He suddenly lamented his misfortune. To be able to create such a pill in a few seconds. In fact, he could tell Dian slowed down so he could watch. How could he live up to such a master? Just a Grandmaster-level pill? In his Raven clan, a Grandmaster alchemist would be worshipped even beyond the Patriarch. Jizzle solemnly accepted the pill. He almost felt bad eating such a treasure, but he grit his teeth in the end, remembering that Dian hardly cared about it. The instant it entered his body, he felt his years of cultivation being washed away. He had expected some pain, at least that's how the cultivation cleansing pills of his Raven clan worked, yet he felt nothing but comfort. In fact, he felt oddly comfortable. Oh, I forgot to mention the last effect. The complete dispelling of cultivation is actually a flaw in the original pill. The creator of the formula's original intention was to create a pill that could snatch cultivation away from one person and give it to another, but he failed. In the end, the only thing that can accomplish that feat is a higher existence's faith seed before it goes through the cycle of reincarnation, but no higher existence would be willing to. Dian sighed, thinking back to Jade and closing his eyes. No higher existence but her. Shaking his head, Dian continued. Never mind that. Seeing that his master didn't want to talk about it, Jizzle said nothing and continued to listen. The main point is that when strengthened to 9 times, Though this pill still can't do what it was originally intended to, it will still benefit you greatly. It will take all of your chi cultivation and turn it towards strengthening your body. It will improve your meridian grade and your overall constitution. Whatever remains will strengthen your body. Though you are giving up something, you will receive a lot in return. Dian had suddenly found the key to vastly improving the Mortal Alliance's foundation. He strictly reminded himself to never neglect his soul path again. As the product of two bird-type beasts, though Jizzle's body was still relatively stronger than the average human, it wasn't exorbitantly so. In fact, his bones were quite light and mostly hollow, which greatly helped his agility, but was a limiting factor on his power. However, for the first time, Jizzle felt that none of this actually mattered. His body was brimming with strength, shattering walls of subsequent realms one after another before finally settling in at the very peak of the Saint Realm. To go from no body cultivation to the peak of the Saint Realm in just a few hours, Jizzle felt like he was dreaming. Like many cultivators, Jizzle relied on the passive effects of chi cultivation to strengthen his body. Essentially, though his body was relatively stronger than a non-cultivator, he could never match a true body cultivator, let alone a body refiner like Dian. But now, his chi cultivation had almost been sacrificed at an altar for the sake of his vastly improved body. Before, his meridians had been of the 3rd grade, but now they were of the 1st grade. His muscle fibers had become like threaded steel cords, brimming with explosiveness and power. In addition, he could faintly feel that his mind's eye was more sensitive than it had been. Any cultivation he did now would take a fraction of the time it took before. This pill truly had miraculous effects, but the price for receiving such benefits was steep as well. If one wanted to improve their talent with this method, just how long would an untalented person take to reach the celestial realm? And even if they did, would they have as much chi to sacrifice as Jizzle, who was a 4th-order genius despite the circumstances of his upbringing? Jizzle's eyes lit up with excitement. Bowing his head once more, he spoke with pure happiness. "Thank you, Master." Dian smiled. "That was just the first gift. How could I give my only disciple something I created so casually?" With a thought, Dian's divine sense reached out toward a certain research lab, sneakily taking a drop of jade queen bee honey without them noticing. Then he took out a certain pill brimming with an oppressive aura. It was none other than the Martial Saint pill. The pill casually floated to Jizzle's hands. "Take this first, then be ready to accept this drop of honey a moment later." Jizzle looked at the large pill in his hand. Somehow, despite looking far more ancient and less resplendent than his master's pill, it still made his heart shake uncontrollably. He could tell that this pill far surpassed the cultivation cleansing pill in value. "And that honey, isn't that jade queen bee honey?" With a solemn and silent demeanor, Jizzle directly swallowed the pill. In an instant, his meridians pulsed awake with a fierce life force. Dian silently watched, completely focused. The effect of his pill was a surprise even to him. Before this, his best enhancement was 3 times over. He hadn't expected to jump directly to 9 times. Though it was just a Grandmaster grade pill, it was still significant as seen by its heaven-defying that made him think. Maybe there were some other possibilities he hadn't previously thought of. For example, what if the effects of the Jade Honey and Martial Saint pill were combined? Because of the Cultivation Cleansing pill, Jizzle's meridians had been brought back to the state of immaturity, making this the perfect time to take the Martial Saint pill. Normally, the Jade Honey was enough to instantly bring anyone's meridians up a single grade. However, it couldn't do so if someone's meridians were already of the 1st grade. Usually, that is, the moment Jizzle's divine pulse was about to form under the influence of the Martial Saint pill, the drop of honey shot forward. Jizzle couldn't even react before a sweet taste filled his mouth, warming his torso and spreading throughout his body. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded as Jizzle's meridians underwent another explosive size increase, expanding several times over. Jizzle almost subconsciously understood what to do. Without hesitation, he began to form his extra meridians. In the end, the energy of the Jade Honey didn't stop until he had formed 2 more. Dian chuckled. "Have another." Several drops whipped forward. In an instant, the energy that had begun to dissipate surged forward. A roar escaped Jizzle's lips. 114 meridians. 115. 116. 117. If a third party was observing Diane's actions, they would find them to be ridiculous. What was the point in using so many treasures to form an unparalleled genius from an average genius? If these resources were used on someone who was already an unparalleled genius, just what kind of effect would it have? To such people, Diane would scoff at their stupidity because he had two reasons that superseded everything else in importance. First, Jizzle's character was perfect. Even if Diane found a genius many times his better, how could he so easily trust them with such treasures? It might one day come back to bite him. And second, there was a very important aspect of Jizzle that had been forgotten. Just what was the reason behind his strand shape-shifting ability? Jizzle couldn't believe what was happening to him. He felt as though he had leaped over heaven's gate in a single bound. Was this the power of powerful clans? How could Jizzle know that even the Nephilim Alliance didn't dare to spend resources like this so freely? Though the outer clans had Marshal St. Pills as well, they would at most use 2 to 3 per generation. To now, Diane had already used at least several times that. Of course, Diane's goal was much different. He didn't believe the mortal plane had a future if he didn't unify it all in a single lifetime. Therefore, he wasn't stingy with his use of resources. What was the point if they just rot after his death? Therefore, Diane planned to use all of his wealth. If he ended up failing in the end again, he didn't want to leave any regret behind. Master, it's too much. Tears uncontrollably fell from Jizzle's eyes. No matter how he tried to stop them, they didn't seem to be willing to listen to his commands. The last time he cried was when his mother died. In all these years, he had held it all in, never allowing others to see through to his true emotions. But for whatever reason, he didn't seem capable of doing this now. Diane kneeled to face Jizzle, patting his shoulder. There's no need to feel this way. Your master is a Star Lord. If I didn't give you at least this much, I'd feel too ashamed. Diane laughed. I remember when your Grand Master accepted me as a disciple. She gave me a whole treasure trove, a treasure of the 33 heavens, and her and my Uncle Master's blood essence. In truth, I feel like I'm still lacking. Jizzle was shocked by these words, but looking at Diane's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Of course, Diane wasn't. Though he didn't find out immediately, it was true that Esmeralda left him the seal. To now, it had helped him more times than he could count. Even the Marshal St. Pills numbered 1,000, but there were only 33 such treasures in the whole of existence. Diane speculated that the reason so few had been seen on the mortal plane was likely because the remainder of them were on the immortal plane. But that hardly mattered to him now. But Master, even if that's true, wouldn't these resources have been better spent on someone else? Diane shook his head. It seems you're still not aware, Jizzle blinked in confusion. You were born with a constitution. The Earth-grade constitution, Heaven's mimicry. What? Jizzle was shocked. One shouldn't be fooled by the talents Diane had around him. Even his grand teacher could only explain the geniuses around Diane by saying he must have had great karma in a last life. The reality was that even to the outer power, an Earth-grade constitution's appearance was the touting of an absolute genius. To those of the celestial quadrant, this realization would be even more shocking. In truth, the talents of those born in the celestial quadrant was quite good overall. If it had to be compared, it definitely didn't fall behind the top 5 tower quadrants. Of course, this was because of the influence of the lingering faith left by the celestial deer sect. The issue was that their legacies were too shallow. Even if such a genius was born, it was often up to trial and error whether or not said genius would fully awaken. Oftentimes, these geniuses would die due to the side effects of their unawakened constitutions, much like Madeline almost had. Diane stood, his soul chi beginning to cause changes to the world once more. Numerous spiritual ingredients appeared, disappearing into motes of light as though they were devoured by the arrays Diane formed. They began to swirl, once more forming a beautiful white pill. For the second time that day, heaven's chimes rang, blanketing Soul Planet with a flood of energy. Jizzle felt numb to the shocking at this point. His master formed 2 pills before him, and they were both 9 times strengthened. For others it was too inconceivable, but now all he felt was an inexplicable pride. "Here," Dian said casually, tossing over the pill no doubt worth hundreds of Dao stones despite only being the Grandmaster grade. Swallowing it, he felt his body heat up. This Constitution Awakening pill, after being strengthened 9 times, has the ability to awaken any Earth-grade constitution to its utmost limit. Use this opportunity well to sense the changes of your body. Jizzle nodded seriously, entering a silent meditation. What Dian meant by utmost limit would be shocking to most. It essentially meant that Jizzle wouldn't need to slowly comprehend his constitution like Dian or his wives did. He would instantly access every one of its abilities. It was akin to Dian reaching the fate silk realm of his Titan diamond body the instant he awakened it. Of course, this only worked because his constitution was of the Earth grade, something Dian was ironically happy about. The designation of constitution grades was decided by the faith gathered by its previous owners. This allowed the heavens to choose its level of importance, thus tweaking how easy or difficult it was to awaken to maintain balance. One would think this meant that Jizzle's constitution was relatively useless in comparison to the others. But the excitement in Dian's eyes told a completely different story. Jizzle soon awakened, the excitement in his eyes thickening. Heaven's mimicry has 3 total stages. Dian began to explain. The first stage is the outer shell stage. In this stage, you can change your outward appearance to match anything. In this case, it's more like an outward projection instead of a true change of your body. Others perceive that you've changed, but you haven't truly. The second stage is the inner shell stage. In this stage, you can change even the inner workings of your body, everything from your meridian pathways to your blood vessels. Here, your change is no longer an illusion. It is a true change that requires energy to sustain. The third stage is the core stage. In this stage, your imitation abilities reach an unprecedented level. Even copying another martial path, Dao heart, or Dao comprehension isn't impossible. In battle, you can perfectly emulate another's battle style and even techniques. It's a heaven-defying ability. Though Jizzle faintly understood these things, listening to them laid out before him, his trembling could only grow fiercer. You must be wondering why such an ability is only of the Earth grade? It's probably hard for you to imagine that there are better constitutions, right? Jizzle inadvertently nodded. There are many reasons, actually. Some conventional that have been accepted for a long time, and I also have a few reasons that others wouldn't be able to think of. This will be your first lesson, so listen intently. Master won't always have time to guide you diligently, so take times like these seriously. Jizzle's nodding grew more fervent, his gaze growing in seriousness. The first reason is due to difficulty in improvement. Over 99% of those who awaken this constitution will never cross past the outer shell. As such, the faith they accumulated in their life was limited. After all, at best, with such superficial imitation abilities, they'd be good spies, but it would be hard to become anything greater. Jizzle's eyes widened, suddenly feeling far more grateful for Dian's pill. But he was still curious. Why is that, Master? There are a few theories, but the main and accepted reason is that it's simply too difficult to reach a state where you can let go of everything that makes you, you. The second and third stage of your constitution often cause many to lose their path. This leads into the second reason. Even those talented enough to reach the second or third stage often die to cultivation deviation. If one relies too much on their imitations, their own path will collapse. Once one begins to doubt their martial way, death isn't too far off. Jizzle sucked in a cold breath in understanding. No wonder why such an amazing constitution couldn't climb up beyond the Earth grade and strengthen itself further. The third reason is my own personal theory, and I believe it's the most important reason. Jizzle focused his everything on Dian's next words. Those with your constitution rely too much on it without understanding the underlying mechanisms. Underlying mechanisms? Jizzle's eyes lost focus. Now that he thought about it, did he ever deliberately think of how his constitution worked? No, he never had. He simply saw something he wanted to imitate, then did it. Even this much was due to his talent. All those with Earth-grade constitutions were born with third-grade meridians, like all heaven-grade constitution wielders were born with second-grade meridians and so on. But Jizzle's true talent was in his comprehension. He managed to tap into the outer shell stage before his constitution even fully awakened. But his master was now warning him about this. If he relied too much on his talent, his fate would be no different from those of the past. If he understood the underlying mechanisms, then he could more easily separate what was his strength and what was borrowed by others. Then he would be more likely to survive in the future. "Master, please teach me," Jizzle said enthusiastically. Dian smiled. "Not only will this method help you keep your own martial path in the future, it might even allow you to freely fuse the thoughts of others into your own, allowing you to take what you need and discard what you don't. Do you know why I spent so many resources on you? Other than you being my first disciple, that is." Seeing Jizzle waiting in anticipation, Dian didn't hold back his explanation. "The last reason your constitution is stuck at the Earth grade is because of a vicious cycle effect. Because of the previous reasons listed, those of your constitution are stuck at the Earth grade, but at the same time your constitution has another massive limitation. It is impossible for you to mimic anything beyond yourself. Meaning, if someone used comprehension higher than yours to master a technique, you have no chance of imitating it. If someone has first-grade meridians, you have no way of forming their body perfectly. So on and so forth. Do you see the problem now?" "Yes." Jizzle fell into deep thought. "To make our constitution powerful, we need to imitate powerful things. But because of our innate weaknesses, we're limited in what we can copy, which in turn keeps us stuck at the Earth grade, which further leaves us perpetually unable to imitate powerful things." Having reached this conclusion, Jizzle's body trembled once more, thinking back to Dian's actions. Dian began to laugh uproariously. "I want to see who could possibly stop you from imitating them now that you have reached the true deity grade and have 117 meridians. With your innate comprehension abilities, you'll be next to invincible within your cultivation realm." Jizzle gripped his fists tightly, etching Dian's kindness into his heart. He would never forget this day. "All right, now let's begin with laying the foundation you'll need. Our first lesson? Elementary school biology." Dian smiled a devious smile. At first, Jizzle was excited beyond belief. But the more Dian spoke, the more black lines appeared on his forehead. What had he gotten himself into? "Hey there, buddy." Dian had a light smile on his face as he rubbed a seemingly endlessly tall void of blackness. Finally, having put on something to cover his decency, he looked like more a ruler now. It seemed that sky blue wasn't the only color that looked good on him, or else Madeline and Ree wouldn't have been so speechless after he put on these dark violet robes. Thinking of such beautiful outerwear, Dian couldn't help but sigh. The first battle he truly used the celestial deer sex heirloom. It was destroyed in his hands. What a terrible heir he was. As for the vast darkness he was currently petting, it was none other than the battle cauldron. Years ago, Dian had gained this magnificent behemoth of a cauldron from Orcus' inheritance. Back then, he had no choice but to allow this great battle treasure to sit here and pump out pills all day long. If it wasn't for it, the mortal alliance wouldn't have been able to sustain itself. One of the heaven-defying abilities of the cauldron was its ability to concoct pills its master had concocted before. Essentially, it was able to replay every action its master took to perfection and concoct pills without its owner having to lift a finger. This was an ability Dian had relied on for more than a decade already. But Dian had also made a promise to this cauldron all those years ago. When he was ready, he would allow it to see the battlefield once more, something it had been craving for so long. Seeing Dian come to it, the battle cauldron trembled with excitement. It spun into the air, shrinking in the blink of an eye to land on Dian's palm. Dian was happy as well. There were two reasons he was able to do this now, both of which were the reasons for his good mood. First, he was far more powerful. Though his comprehension had shot up, creating clones was still a burden for him precisely because of how much more strength he had gained. However, there was good news as well. With his control over the Florence clan technique increasing, the paths open to him were wider. Now, he could create specialized clones that focused on a single path. Essentially, by sacrificing their chi and body strength, Dian could form thousands of Moon Lords and dozens of Planet Lord clones of himself. Though this number was still less than the amount of such experts clans like the Xianxia would have, what was the size of their territory versus Dian's? And also, could their skill ever match up to Dian's? Secondly, the Array Alchemy Association was brimming with talents. Under the guidance of Dian's clones all these years, the innate Aurora geniuses of Soul Universe were finally coming into their own. A few were even on the verge of breaking out of the Grandmaster realm and becoming Comet Lords. By the time the ancient battlefield descended, the foundation of the Mortal Alliance would be untouchable. Because of this, Dian was at ease bringing the cauldron along with him to fulfill his promise. The battle cauldron was already so close to forming its own spirit. Once that happened, it too would become a pseudo-treasure of the 33 heavens. Dian's suspected battle might be its key to breaking through. Interestingly enough, though, the battle cauldron wasn't the only one of Orcus' inheritances that Dian could finally use. There were many techniques he was brimming with excitement to touch upon. 9 Sons of Armageddon, Sun God Body, and its branch techniques, Sun God Halo, Sun God Domain. Dian couldn't wait to display their power. In truth, 9 Sons of Armageddon couldn't be used unless one had comprehended a 3rd grade fire Dao. However, hadn't Dian's reached the 4th grade after his soul comprehended star chi? The technique's overbearing name spoke for itself. As a peak divine grade technique that had fallen from the mystical grade, Dian didn't know if a more potent attack technique existed on the mortal plane. As for Sun God Body, it directly used the strength of 9 Sons of Armageddon to explosively increase one's strength. The original purpose of the latter technique was to rip star power from true stars, making the Golden Crow clan invincible when near one. However, Sun God Halo and Sun God Domain were intriguing as well. Orcus created them using Sun God Body as a base because his death body didn't allow him to infuse such powerful fire into himself because fire breathed life. The former was able to instantly infuse star power into any technique to explosively increase its strength. The latter infused the star power into one's domain, strengthening it as well. There was only one shame in all of this. Though he often broke the rule when he wasn't in dangerous situations, Dian promised his master to first reach the one with self-realm in the techniques she chose for him up to the heaven grade. He had already mastered 100 common grade fist, palm, movement, and energy manipulation techniques, not to mention 900 weapons techniques. After his comprehension skyrocketed, he cruised through comprehending 100 and 900 of the same Earth grade category techniques even though his master only expected him to do 20 of each. Then, he used the Soul Tome to comprehend 100 and 900 of the same category heaven grade techniques to their peak levels. This experience made him realize just how deep the legacy of the Celestial Deer Sect was. Ah, forget it. Master will forgive me if I have a little fun, right? Dian grinned. Dian had comprehended so many Earth grade techniques so quickly obviously in thanks to the Soul Tome. Though it was harder to reach the one with self-realm after relying on it to perfect your comprehension, Dian found the barrier to still be incredibly thin. As a result, in just a single month, Dian breached the one with self-realm in all 1300 techniques. Or rather, his clone did. He was too busy with his vacation to bother. It likely would have been faster if he acted personally. He repeated the process with heaven-grade techniques directly afterward. Though he felt the barrier was a few times thicker, he didn't feel it was impossible. He had already felt some inspiration for a few. By his calculations, a decade or so would be enough to reach the one with self-realm in them all. Unless his soul reached a higher realm, then the time would likely be cut down once more. Dian felt that this wasn't only because of his own talent, but because the Soul Tome grew stronger as he did, allowing its owner to be less restricted. The stronger he grew, the stronger the treasures of 33 heavens also seemed to grow. But this reality made sense. These were treasures that even Transcendents drooled over, who knew how many wars the immortal plane had fought over them. If this was the limit of their strength, it would be too disappointing. In all likelihood, these treasures would only show their true strength when supplied with immortal chi. Unfortunately, Dian was too far from such a state. Still, he was satisfied. Currently, His soul was at the entrance of the star realm and still away from its peak. So, he had a large bit of room for improvement before he had to consider breaking another barrier of cultivation. Dian realized after his battle with the ancestor Sapientia just how important techniques were. He had hardly noticed because he usually crushed everyone in his generation, but he would be many times more powerful if he used techniques suitable for his cultivation realm instead of using common grade techniques all the time. Thinking to this point, Dian couldn't help but sigh. Just why are you having me do such an insane thing, Master? Comprehending 1300 common grade technique? For what purpose? Dian shook his head. He could only guess that Esmeralda had something grand in store for him. Either way, no matter how great the celestial deer sect was, they definitely didn't have 1300 divine grade techniques. Even the whole of the mortal plane wouldn't have that many. So, the heaven grade would be the last grade Dian could learn such a number of. At most, Dian would be able to learn 3 of each category, putting him at 39. Even then, the celestial deer sect didn't have this many. It seemed he would need to do a bit of reconnaissance work. If others heard how Dian worded his clear intention to steal, their lips would twitch at his shamelessness. Dian shook his head. He came here for a purpose, and he had gotten swept away in a whirlwind of mystery. When the time was right, his master would tell him the truth. It's about time to pay that Kitsune clan a visit. I hope you like fox meat. Dian laughed as the cauldron hopped in his hand, almost as though to say it was his favorite. After learning so many weapon techniques, it seems my weapons master might break into the intent realm soon. Can you do it? Dian asked, looking toward Fox. It was quite ironic. He was just speaking of eating fox meat when he realized he would need Fox's help. Fox, of course, wasn't an actual fox. He was a heaven's child with the ability to duplicate inanimate objects as long as he was provided with adequate energy or an adequate sacrifice. Fox frowned as he looked at the mask in Dian's hand. He innately felt that no amount of energy in the world could replicate this mask. No can do, unblemished Emperor. I can feel a strong force of life within this treasure. It definitely has a powerful soul sleeping within. Dian nodded. I see. Just as I thought. Even now, Dian had no idea a lightning sparrow was slumbering within the lightning willow mask. A majestic beast cursed for its beauty with the greatest speed in existence. It was so fast that no one could appreciate it even when it appeared. Dian had been hoping to duplicate the mask so that Amphory and Madeline could wear it. Though he was going to interfere in the matters of the Kitsunshiri Quadrant, he didn't want too many people to know just how strong he was now, or else it would affect his plans for the Federation. As for bringing Amphory and Madeline along, he had 2 reasons. First, because they were the only 2 of his wives capable of displaying the strength of Dao realm experts, and second, because he simply wanted them by his side. If it was up to him, he'd bring Ree and Clara along as well. It was just that they were still too weak. Dian had even brought out the demolition cube, a pseudo-weapon of the 33 heavens he took from the Dayu clan long ago but rarely used. He wanted to see if Fox could use it as a sacrifice for the duplication, but it seemed even it wasn't enough. It would be a waste, Emperor unblemished. Fox shook his head. Even if I use it as a sacrifice because the task would be too tall, it would at most bring out some spiritual grade masks. Does Emperor Unblemished have to be so careful? With your soul strength, no one would be able to see anything you don't want them to see. Dian sighed, finally unable to take it anymore. Can you stop calling me that? Stop calling you what? Fox asked innocently, a cunning smile on his face. Dian glared at him. I'm no emperor, nor is my surname Unblemished. Impossible. The unblemished one is your empress, so of course you are her emperor. She's not. Seeing that it was Fox's turn to glare at him, Dian's headache grew and he just waved his hand, turning to leave. All the Heaven's children were like this. Aside from Monet, who had taken a liking to him for some reason, the others all but hated him for not taking Luna as his woman. If not for Luna basically forcing them to help improve the mortal alliance, they would have long since started ignoring his words completely. To them, he had put a child in their empress, so how could he not take responsibility? The only reason they hadn't completely displayed their revulsion toward him was because how well he treated their little princess couldn't be denied. Dian wasn't interested in explaining himself to people. It was something he hated to do, almost as much as he hated being tested by others who believed themselves to be above him. So, he never tried to justify himself to them, making them think they were in the right. Either way, he couldn't be bothered. Make sure to thank Saru for me properly. I haven't seen her in so long, but we owe her a lot. Ri said weakly. Of course, her weakness wasn't a product of an injury, but rather because Dian's intentions of saying goodbye had sprawled out of control, resulting in four beauties being entangled in soft bed sheets and fragrant liquids. The sight could make an endless fire burn in one's loins. I will, Dian said with a light smile. Honestly, he wasn't willing to leave them. If it was just about revenge, he wouldn't be so easily bothered. But the news from the Mortal Network only seemed to get worse with each passing day. The Shruti clan's situation wasn't good. If this continued, they would be wiped out. Since he owed Saru for protecting Ri and keeping his secrets all of this time, he would repay her. The only person in the tower quadrants who knew Dian's true origins was Saru and her Shruti clan. Yet she never breathed a word about it. For this, Dian was eternally grateful. Dian laughed. That little girl is probably all grown up by now. Look at him, already thinking evil thoughts, and he hasn't even left yet. Clara grumbled, but she really was too weak to move. Dian was speechless. What did he say? Madeline giggled lightly. Little sister Saru has definitely become a world-shattering beauty. She also seems to like you very much. Dian scoffed. I am going to help a friend, not pick up a wife. Oh yeah? Then why'd you give up so easily after Fox said he couldn't duplicate the mask? Ri teased. My caution and desire to protect my wives is being seen as schadenfreude. Is this the fate of a good and loyal husband? Dian looked up at the ceiling as though he was lamenting a sad life. Even Clara couldn't help but laugh at his ridiculous acting. In the end, they let it go. They knew that Dian's caution was actually a good thing. He wasn't letting his strength get to his head. He respected the possibility that others might be able to gain an advantage on him. Husband, Amphrey said softly. Stay safe. The Beast Protection Association is likely involved again. This is the only explanation for the Kitsune's sudden rise. Their new leader couldn't possibly change so much in just 10 years. In all likelihood, he was a key member of BPA from the very beginning. Though Dian grew serious at these words, he still felt warmth. Recently, Amphrey had dropped the Lord prefix from his title, making their relationship closer. Maybe in the past she would have never shared a bed with Ri, Madeline, and Clara like this. He felt good knowing his family was becoming one as it should. Dian knew that Amphrey's words were very much correct. No one clan could break a balance that lasted so many years so easily. They had to have help. And, considering the Kitsune clan didn't attend the Federation Parliament, this was even more certain. If BPA was just a normal organization, maybe Dian would care. In fact, even if they were one of the top 3 quadrants of the tower, he wouldn't blink an eye. The issue was that they were something far more than that. After gaining Jade's recollection of the future, he learned many things. Namely, every one of the outer quadrants had pawns in the tower quadrants. It was just they were restricting one another from acting. In the previous timeline, many of these pawns were destroyed, unable to be made any use of. But Dian's actions had changed many things. For example, BPA hadn't lost 6 of the numbered elites in the last timeline. Dian was almost 100% certain that BPA was a pawn of the Transcendent Beast Alliance. The 30th ranked quadrant, the Kitsune Shruti lands, was in quite a chaotic state. However, the core territory of the Shruti hadn't changed much. Though a solemn atmosphere hung in the air, making it obvious that the Shruti Empire citizens knew of their poor situation, life still continued. Dian casually walked through the cobble road streets, a black mask adorning his face. Luckily, the lightning willow mask could change its appearance. Last time Dian had used this feature, his cultivation was still sealed. In fact, that was the day he met Mia and Bella. Thinking back to the memory, Dian sighed. If things continued like this, his thoughts of Mia and Bella would influence his future cultivation. He knew well that there was little he could have done to save them. Even if he went all out, How could he stop the heavens' will to rebirth the Dark Phoenix clan? The issue Dian had with himself wasn't whether or not he could have saved them. The real root of the disgust growing in his heart was that he didn't do everything he could. If he still failed in the end, so be it. But the fact he didn't even try wasn't something he could forgive. Dian refused to make the same mistake again. This was why he'd go all out to help Saru and her Shruti clan. Wiping out the Kitsune clan was just a cherry on top. The capital city of the Shruti Empire was called Indra City. In Dian's mortal world, Indra was a Hindu protector god. But in Shruti lore, Indra was a five-headed white elephant. As far as Dian was aware, Saru was born with Indra's faith seed, while the Shruti were humans with this beast bloodline running through their veins. Dian could still remember when Saru tapped into this bloodline during his fight with her. It was quite a majestic sight. Usually, white beasts were incredibly rare. Of them, Dian could only think of an extinct dragon race and the celestial beasts. But he didn't think Indra was a celestial beast. At the very least, the Indra bloodline within Saru's veins from Dian's senses didn't come off as celestial. In all likelihood, Indra was another exception along with that extinct dragon race. Though Dian didn't understand why the heavens made white beasts so rare, he knew enough to know that Indra's case was indeed a rarity. This aside, Indra City didn't impress. It didn't have the cozy, novel-feeling enigmatic sect territory had, nor the grandeur of Star Clan territory. Like any normal capital city, it was quite large, but though it was neat in some places, there was poverty and decay in others. Dian still didn't dare to casually blanket the planet with his divine sense, but he could change the form of his divine sense into feeler lines, making them more difficult to detect while still allowing him to comprehend the goings-on of the city. Since he wasn't going all out with this change of form like he had in the ancient battlefield, he wasn't worried about others sensing him. He had no choice but to conclude his soul planet was far better. Still, he didn't quite understand why a 30th ranked quadrant could have a capital city like this. In truth, it wasn't terrible. It was still within the realms of acceptability, but it was just so disappointing. Dian expected this sort of thing from capital city ranked in the 70s or 80s. But the 30s? Just what was Emperor Shruti doing exactly? In the cultivation world, how could there be poverty on this level? The vast majority who had the right to live in the capital city should be at least essence gatherers, while those who weren't should be children still cultivating to reach that point. Why would an essence gatherer be sitting in a sewage-infested wasteland of shacks, barely holding it all together? The simple answer was that they weren't essence gatherers. In most cases, they had no cultivation at all. Are they refugees from the Shruti's outer territories, maybe? It's possible. Thinking of this possibility, Dian nodded. That had to be it. Dian decided to give the Shruti the benefit of the doubt. The fact they were even allowing refugees into the city in the first place was a good thing, if that was in fact what was happening. But the age of the shacks and the attrition of the poverty-stricken areas told a different story. It hadn't been long enough for it to reach that state. Unfortunately, using divine sense feelers and being so careful, it was difficult for Dian to gain a bigger view of the situation. Soon, Dian reached the outer palace walls. Much like a castle, Shruti Palace was split into outer, inner, and core regions. Nobles of a certain standing were allowed territory in the inner region. Those of even higher standing were allowed in the inner regions, while the royal family took their positions in the core region. In order to enter, one had to have a certain level of status. And though Dian was certain he only needed to give his name to reach the core region, the less people who knew he was here, the better. Before his cultivation breakthrough, it would have been impossible to sneak into this place. But now, it wasn't much of an issue for him. Without another thought, he stepped forward past the guards of the outer gate as though they weren't even there. Within Shruti Palace's core region, the solemn atmosphere had spread to a gathering of nobles. Though the grandeur of the meeting hall couldn't compare to Dian's mortal meeting hall, it was respectable. After all, it wasn't as though architects capable of wielding feng shui will grew on trees. Meiying was a very special case, the only one of her kind after her mother passed on. Dian had come to know the three strongest families of the Shruti Empire long ago. While Saru was attempting to complete her coming-of-age trial, one of these families followed her, while the third was obvious her own Shruti clan. These two families were known as the Dermic protector clans, while the Shruti were the Dharma incarnate. The family Dian had met were the Hanu. In fact, King, or rather Patriarch Mino's wife, was a Hanu. Her name was still currently Hanu as she hadn't taken up the Mino name, or else it would be taken as slandering her duty as Saru's death guard. The second Dermic protector clan was the Veda clan. In truth, it was customary for both clans to follow a member of the Dharma incarnate clan to their trial. For some reason, only the Hanu clan had followed. As for the reason, Emperor Atlas and Shruti sat side by side, ugly expressions on their faces. This wasn't how these matters should have gone. With the Atlas clan's silent support, even if they didn't wipe the Kitsune out, it should have been alright to push them back. Then, they'd be able to use the Federation's hands to put an end to the Kitsune for good. At first, Emperor Shruti found it ridiculous that the Kitsune would actually not attend the Federation meeting. After all, it wasn't as though beasts were barred. The Pegasus clan, the Dragons, and even the Hydra clan were all key participants. Even if they wanted to go into seclusion, the Kitsune should have definitely sent someone. But now he knew that the choice wasn't so ridiculous after all. Whoever was at the back of the Kitsune definitely didn't have to fear the Federation. In fact, it wasn't impossible to say that they were beyond them. "Your Majesty, you've truly made a mistake this time." A calm voice spread through the meeting hall. None of them needed to look to know these words came from an old man who seemed to have a single foot in the grave already. In fact, he hadn't even opened his eyes to speak these words. To show a blatant disregard for one's emperor, not even bothering to look at him before speaking. One could imagine the kind of chaos the Shruti's cabinet had fallen to. This man called himself the Grand Elder of the Veda clan. But the reality was that he should have been an ancestor who entered his slumber. For reasons unknown, he held on stubbornly, unwilling to. Or rather, the reasons might be very obvious to those familiar with the Shruti Empire. "You assured us all that, with the Atlas clan's support, this victory would be all but assured. You also claimed that, with Princess Saru leading the Eastern Army, we'd be able to grasp an opportunity at faith. I rejected not just one, but both of these proposals. However, using outside sources, Your Majesty suppressed my opinions and the face of my Veda clan. Are you treating me as though I am not here?" Another old man who only looked marginally more vital than Grand Elder Veda spoke. He was Emperor Shruti's grandfather, the current Grand Elder of the Shruti clan. Even if he was nowhere near as powerful as Grand Elder Veda, it wasn't to the point where the latter could completely ignore him like this. Grand Elder Hanu sighed and remained silent. No matter how abrasive Grand Elder Veda was, his words weren't wrong. In this case, he couldn't step out to defend Emperor and Grand Elder Shruti. "Am I speaking falsehoods? Did I not say that there was something wrong with the Kitsune clan's situation? Did I not say a woman is not fit to lead men? Did His Majesty not use the hammer of the Atlas clan to silence me?" Grand Elder Shruti's expressions turned red, white, and purple. He had anger to vent, but didn't know where to vent it. Something wrong with the Kitsune clan? Bullshit, even though he had said that the reason wasn't because he actually thought they would lose, in fact, he feared they would win. If they claimed more territory under Emperor Shruti's rule and Saru's command, the Shruti clan's position as Dharma incarnate would be unshakable for countless more generations. He said a woman was unfitting to lead? He was still peddling that same nonsense. Years ago, when Saru was born with Indra's faith seed, Grand Elder Veda had kicked up a fuss, saying that it was a male's faith seed, so how could a woman inherit it? He even went so far as to suggest that the faith seed should be stripped from her and passed on to the recently born little prince of their Veda clan who also showed outstanding talent. Back then, the Hanu and Shruti clan worked together to suppress the Veda clan, forcing them into a long silence that only kicked back up when the key was meant to be passed down. At the time, Grand Elder Veda once more insisted that the key should be given to their little prince. The Shruti Empire had always had male rulers, so why did it seem like Emperor Shruti was grooming an empress? Riling up public outrage, Grand Elder Veda almost had his way. The Shruti Empire was simply too conservative. Even the most open-minded of citizens couldn't imagine having an empress rule them all. Through their history, empresses had always been silent side pieces to the emperor. But suddenly, A princess had inherited both Indra's faith seed and their key? It was unacceptable. At the same time, while the tides were turning in their favor, Grand Elder Veda made a final push, believing that this was the instant of time his Veda clan could flip the tables. He insisted that if Emperor Shruti wanted to keep Saru as his heir, it was fine, but if that was the case, she would have to marry their little prince. As expected, this matter garnered massive public support. The little prince was touted as a grand genius who was born under an auspicious sign no weaker than Saru herself. It was truly a heavenly union that would bring their clan great prosperity. If they married and had children, it would no doubt usher in a new prosperous bloodline. The Dharmic protectors and the Dharma incarnate clans rarely, if ever, intermarried. This was an unspoken rule put in place such that the roles could be perfectly balanced. The Dharmic protectors would intermarry within the lesser noble clans, as would the Dharma incarnate, but never amongst themselves. This allowed the divisions of power to be clear and sturdy, a system that had worked for many generations. But Grand Elder Veda actually wanted to break this precedent. Not only had he gained public support, 80% of the noble clans within the palace walls took his side. They didn't believe that either side was in the wrong and simply felt that Grand Elder Veda's solution was the most apt. On one hand, Saru kept her faith seed and the key, while the true hidden ruler would be the little prince of the Veda clan. Of course, they insisted that the little prince change his surname to Shruti, something that the Grand Elder happily obliged to. However, the Grand Elder overplayed his hand. After being pushed into a corner, Emperor Shruti laid down his pride and asked his brother-in-law for help. This was how the engagement between Saru and the Atlas Prince came about. It was truly a masterclass move. How could the Veda clan refuse a marriage alliance with a top 9 quadrant? Though their empress was a member of the Atlas clan, the connection was too weak. After all, in the eyes of the Shruti Empire, a woman wasn't worth much even if she was a beauty. However, if they married through 2 generations, the ties would become incredibly solid. After the exchange of 2 women, the foundation of their alliance would be unshakable. Of course, the fact that Saru and the Atlas Prince Adonis were cousins was something no one cared about. To cultivators who cleansed themselves with the energy of the heavens, they often ignored blood relations as long as they weren't too close. A situation like the Raven clan was a product of excessiveness. Like this, the Veda clan Grand Elder could only grit his teeth and fall into silence. He had taken one step too far and all his plans had come crashing down. If he pushed it any further, not only would he make the enmity between his clan and the Shruti deeper, the public and the nobles might flip on him. After these events, the Grand Elder took to teaching the little prince personally. In fact, the little prince had never stepped a single foot into the tower, almost as though in solidarity with his clan and in protest to the unfairness he was subjected to. It was no wonder Emperor Shruti threw so many parties after Saru came back. Her grand performance was so eye-catching that the Grand Elder could only take the severe slap to his face in silence. Their Shruti clan had actually birthed a true god. This was a large part of the reason Emperor Shruti finally loosened the reins on Saru after she came back, even waving his hands helplessly when she spoke of not wanting the marriage. The protective barrier the engagement provided was no longer strictly necessary. However, the matters had once more flipped. The devastating losses to the Kitsune actually put the Shruti Empire as a whole in jeopardy. And because he pushed for this as their emperor, he was taking the brunt of the blame. The shameless part was that the Grand Elder mentioned Saru's losses as she commanded the Eastern Army. But hadn't they all lost? Wasn't your little prince hiding away without stepping onto the battlefield? Grand Elder Veda's grievances were well known. Despite being the most outstanding talent of his generation, he never had a chance to compete for the emperor position, all because his family name was proper. He could have been their generation's true god, leading their empire up just like Emperor Atlas had led his, yet he was shamelessly suppressed, blocked from challenging for the right to wield the key. He refused to allow his great-grandson to suffer the same fate. Even if it meant dying without accumulating karma as an ancestor, he would bear that burden. Saru silently gripped her small fists, her brother Tejas lightly patting them to comfort her. Their Shruti clan was indeed wrong those few generations ago, But that didn't mean Grand Elder Veda was right now. Aya! Suddenly, a foreign voice filled the silent meeting hall. In an instant, Saru's blue eyes lit up like stars in the night sky. Even with his voice masked, even with his face covered, even with his oddly colored hair, she recognized him immediately. Her heart sutra sang too fiercely for it to be anyone else. The heads of numerous elders snapped toward an unassuming figure, silently shaking his head. How the hell did he get in here? They were instantly all on high alert. I came here to battle with my fists, not my words. What a mess. A tall young man, standing at about 6 feet 9 inches, suddenly appeared at the center of the hall. Long flowing dark violet hair reached to the small of his back, but his face was obscured by a dark mask that seemed to absorb all light. Over the shoulder of his beautifully embroidered lavender-colored robes, a small cauldron of black, silver, and gold bobbed up and down excitedly, like a small child enjoying a completely new scene. Sorry about this little guy. He doesn't seem to want to stay in my spatial ring. Who are you? It was honestly hard to tell who spoke first, but it seemed that the Shruti Empire was capable of being united when faced with a common enemy, so at least that was a plus. Maybe it wasn't entirely a lost cause. Dian wasn't perfectly up to date with the goings-on of the Shruti Empire, but he had heard enough from Ri to get the gist of it all. Typical in-house power struggle antics, but this at least seemed more reserved than these kinds of things usually were. Inwardly, Dian couldn't help but sigh. No one could live forever. If he had kids and their families split off into branches, would his empire end up in this sort of state after his death? At least in this case, it was hard to tell who was right and wrong. Grand Elder Veda was right to be angry toward his treatment and want a better life for his great-grandson. But at the same time, it wasn't as though Saru was the one who slighted him. In fact, even the current Emperor Shruti hadn't been alive back then. In addition, though Grand Elder Shruti had been alive, he was nothing but an heir back then. It was, in fact, his late father, an emperor 3 generations back from the current emperor, who was responsible for the Veda clan's grievances. No need to be so hostile. Dian raised his hands up, showing he meant no harm. I was sent by Scion Sicharo to help your empire out a bit. After all, our young master owes your princess and the Shruti clan a great debt. After hearing of your struggles, though he couldn't come himself, he sent me. Adonis, the prince of the Atlas clan, frowned. But in the end he could only sigh after seeing Saru's eyes redden with emotions. The normally unshakable little princess was already sniffling. He didn't even come himself, he just sent a lackey, and only one at that. Didn't I fight by your side and put my life on the line for you? How could Adonis know that Saru's emotions were so turbulent precisely because Dian had come himself? She couldn't sense how powerful Dian was even if he had taken his mask off, let alone now that he had placed it on. So, in her mind, she believed he was still a celestial, which made things even more dangerous. Plus, she also knew the true circumstances of Dian's upbringing. She knew that no Grand Sicharo clan existed. In fact, his parents were mortals that died while he was still a child. As for who that Lady Sicharo higher existence was, she had no idea. But she knew that if such a woman was really Dian's ancestor, he wouldn't have struggled so much in his youth. There was definitely something more to the story she didn't know about. While everyone thought Dian was an arrogant young master who only puffed out his chest because he had great backers, she was the only one who knew that everything he had fought for himself. Emperor Shruti, who had just been part of the exclamation, felt his brows loosen slightly, but he had not completely relaxed. Can you prove who you are? With a thought, Dian released a video of himself essentially repeating everything he just said. Since videos were impossible to fake in the martial world, this much was enough. Sorry I couldn't come personally, little Saru. I'm sure you've grown big and beautiful. You'll be an excellent empress. I left a gift for you with elder cousin. I'll come see you soon. Seeing Dian very clearly treating Saru like a little sister, and juxtaposing it with their princess's reaction to his words, especially her sparkling eyes as she hung onto every word, the elders of the meeting hall began to feel a bit sorry for this future empress of theirs. As far as they were aware, this Dian was a lecherous fellow with 4 wives, Even if he was willing to take her in, should they allow it? As for the violet-haired man who stood amidst them, he didn't seem to care much. His spatial ring flashed, revealing 2 sets of items. One set was a pair of skin-tight battle suits, and the other set was a pair of silver-black gloves. A cold breath swept through the meeting hall. 2 Grandmaster and 2 spiritual-grade treasures. Could it be? It didn't take long for their guesses to be proved correct. My younger cousin still remembers your battle from all those years ago. Your palm techniques were exquisite, especially for your age. And your body cultivation was exceptional. These treasures should help you greatly. Since you're still a saint, get used to the Grandmaster level ones first. Once you break into the celestial realm, you can then use the spiritual grade ones. Saru blinked in shock and hardly reacted even as Diane neatly folded them into her arms. Emperor Atlas' eyes sharpened. If before he was still skeptical of this man's identity, much of that skepticism was gone now. It was very obvious that these treasures were tailored for Saru. They perfectly understood her strengths and weaknesses. Even his currently 7th-ranked Atlas clan couldn't casually bring out such treasures. If it wasn't for the fact he was a true god and received great rewards for his trials, even his own weapon might not be of the spiritual grade. Diane subconsciously rubbed Saru's head, a light smile hidden beneath his mask. Now, shall we deal with important matters? The atmosphere settled down after Diane's words. The brief respite was once more overwhelmed by a solemn air. How many warriors is your Sacharo clan able to provide? Emperor Shruti took the helm. It seemed that Grand Elder Veda wasn't happy with yet another variable being introduced, especially one that cared for Saru so much. However, he had learned his lesson from years ago. He wouldn't overplay his hand again, so he took the wait-and-see approach. Diane smiled. He had expected this sort of questioning. You know well why I had to sneak in here instead of announcing my arrival, correct? You also know why I must wear a mask. Emperor Shruti sighed. Of course he knew. It was for this same reason the Atlas clan could only provide silent support with resources. If the Atlas clan sent their warriors, would they be in this sort of situation? Even with the Federation's creation, the main goal was to parse territory without war. The Federation wouldn't act unless it was absolutely necessary, and some clans wanted to renege on the deal. Simply put, the anti-war sentiment amid tower quadrants was still preeminent. The Sacharo clan was in a slightly precarious position. Even with Amphory and Luna appearing, many clans were wary of them. In addition, Emperor Star didn't fear Luna as much as he should, meaning the Star clan had trump cards of their own. The atmosphere darkened once more. In such a large-scale war, what could a single person do? Recollecting himself, Emperor Shruti straightened his back. His demeanor returned, causing Diane to nod to himself inwardly. If Saru's father was spineless, it would be a problem. I will accept the help of the Sacharo clan on behalf of the Shruti Empire. We will repay this aid in the future. Diane shook his head. Like I said, my action is to repay a debt I owe to the princess. You all owe me nothing. Though not many believed a single person could change much of anything, they felt good about Diane's attitude. He didn't seem to be extorting them, nor did he seem arrogant. There is something that I hope you would consider, though. Well, 2 things. Diane suddenly said. At these words, the goodwill many felt tensed before they smiled bitterly. Maybe they were too optimistic. Many decided that if this elder cousin of true god Sacharo was too excessive, they would directly reject his aid. My Sacharo clan has taken the Mino clan as a vassal. The vast majority of the meeting hall was completely confused by these words. Some thought that Diane was asking the Shruti Empire to become a vassal, making them immediately feel a fiery rage, but others wondered what this Mino clan was and what its relevance to the topic at hand was. Only a single figure, standing silently to Saru's side, suddenly trembled fiercely. Diane paused. Maybe I shouldn't expose this so suddenly. I only want to know if it's possible for a death guard to be released from their duty. Emperor Shruti's pupils constricted. What kind of question was this? A death guard had a sworn duty from the time of their birth to serve. This matter was incredibly strict. How could they be casually released? Of course, this matter won't be for free. For example, your Grand Elder Veda has been stuck at the ninth Tao realm for quite some time now, no? What if I allowed him to gain another 100,000 years of life? Emperor Shruti suddenly felt a contradictory sharpness in Diane's eyes. No matter how he looked, Diane only seemed to be casually mentioning it. But why did he feel as though a sudden weight had dropped to his chest? Emperor Shruti closed his eyes. Everyone knew what he was thinking. If Grand Elder Veda so suddenly gained so much more life, what would be the ending of his Shruti clan? But this was all so confusing. Didn't this Sacharo man come here to help Saru? So why was he suddenly speaking of helping Saru's enemy? Grand Elder Veda felt his heart seize. Inwardly, he was already smiling bitterly. How could his emperor ever allow this? In all likelihood, this man didn't pay much attention to the situation. He might think that the enmity between us is shallow, so he's attempting to mend our relationship with this method. It's clever. This young man has great foresight. Unfortunately, the enmity between me and the Shruti clan is far too deep. If that's the case, then I accept. Emperor Shruti eyes flashed open, a resoluteness hidden within. I am willing to release a death guard from their duty if young master is willing to help our Grand Elder Veda. A stunned, pregnant silence filled the meeting hall. Some thought they hadn't heard correctly, even Grand Elder Shruti frowned. Still, no one was more shocked than Grand Elder Veda himself. Diane's eyes shone. Good. Originally, I wanted to exchange the conquering of the Supreme Kitsune lands in exchange for becoming the Sacharo clan's vassal. If not, I would simply help you repel the attack alone and maintain a stalemate. However, you, Emperor Shruti, are worthy of my help without such payment. Bring me weeping weed, white thine looming grass. A rapid-fire torrent of words flew from Diane's mouth. At first, Emperor Shruti felt pained by the list of ingredients Diane asked for. Still, he immediately called a trusted servant to bring them over. Just like Diane had said to Palace Master Jasmine, the tower quadrants had many comet, moon, planet, and even star-grade ingredients, but most of them sit collecting dust, without anyone with the capability to use them in a concoction. So, though Diane asked for half a dozen planet-grade ingredients and tens of comet and grandmaster-grade ingredients, an empire of the Shruti clan stature had them all. The moment the ingredients touched Diane's hands, the pain in Emperor Shruti's eyes vanished. Star Chi. He's a Star Lord. There was no one more shocked than Saru, because only she knew that this so-called elder cousin of Diane was actually Diane himself. Now she understood why he chose to hide his identity. He was shining too brightly. At this moment, the little prince of the Veda clan sat in silence behind his great-grandfather. He was a quiet, brooding young man. The only tinge of emotion he had was when his blue eyes fell on his grandfather's fragile back. No one could doubt that he loved Grand Elder Veda, who had taken care of him since his youth. He was feeling an exceptionally complex emotion right now. Unlike Prince Atlas, he had no feelings for Saru. His only goal was to help his great-grandfather realize his dreams, to pay him back for all the love he received all these years. But what now? He knew his great-grandfather's heart better than anyone. He had a hard and domineering exterior, but he was loyal and soft to his core. This much was obvious to anyone with half a brain. Despite being by far the strongest individual of their Shruti empire, he never used this strength to destroy the Shruti clan. Watching Diane caress an adorable little cauldron before his soul chi erupted, he felt an awkward mixture of happiness and bitterness. As they say, it was easy to forgive a slight against oneself, but if the one harmed was a loved one, was it still so easy? Even if they accepted it, could you? An hour later, heavenly chimes descended upon the Shruti Empire, washing the battle cauldron which had expanded to about a meter in diameter in golden light. If Grand Elder Veda had only filled a few meridians of the ninth Tao realm, Diane couldn't be able to so suddenly help him break through. However, the old man had long since filled all 9. He just couldn't seem to break the next barrier. Since this was the case, Diane had a 90% certainty in succeeding. And now that this pill had been washed by heaven's blessings, he was 99% certain. When a pill is of the top grade, it won't release any fragrance as its medicinal strength is perfectly trapped within. However, when a pill reaches beyond 100% purity, reaching the perfect grade, a heavenly scent will waft from it, allowing those around to experience life in its truest sense. Just from the smell of the lifted cauldron lid, numerous popping noises resounded through the meeting hall as a few lucky individuals directly broke through 2 and sometimes even 3 meridians. A beautiful golden pill crackling with white gold flames fell into Diane's palm. One time strengthened, Emperor Shruti sucked in a cold breath. Even if he doesn't lift a finger to fight, wouldn't he be able to lift our empire to an unprecedented level? To concoct a planet-grade pill in just an hour. How many talents does the Sicharo clan have? Suddenly remember Diane's words about making them a vassal state. Emperor Shruti felt a deep temptation. However, he could only shake his head. It wasn't just the pills that tempted him, but the idea of protection. He and Emperor Atlas knew too little about the ancient battlefield. After all, even though the Atlas Quadrant was ranked 7th currently, its foundations were too shallow. It had to be remembered that they only rose so high because they had one true god, his brother-in-law. Grand Elder Veda carefully took the pill his wrinkled hands, a complicated look coloring his expression. This is the planet-grade path-cleansing pill. It's able to wash over the meridians, clear them and expand them slightly. Since it's one-time strengthened, it will be greatly beneficial to you. Those who didn't have eyes as sharp as Emperor Shruti were shocked at these words. Planet grade. One-time strengthened. In truth, Diane was only able to concoct planet-grade pills to about 50 or 60% purity currently. But, with the battle cauldron by his side, there was actually such a massive leap. Before, even with its help, he was only able to form the moon-grade meridian restoration pill to 70%. Now he had an even greater boost. In all likelihood, the cauldron could only show its true strength when its owner could utilize star chi. Diane smiled. Thanks for helping me show off, little buddy. The cauldron spun down to its adorable miniature size, bouncing up and down in the air over his shoulder happily. Grand Elder Veda bowed toward Diane solemnly, then swallowed the pill. His body was suddenly enveloped by white gold flames, but they weren't hot. Instead, they couldn't have been more comfortable. Impurities suddenly began to burn from within himself, disappearing in a wisp of smoke within the white gold flames. A moment later, the resounding sound of a shattering barrier filled the meeting hall. The Grand Elder's wrinkled skin instantly began to tighten. His tired, solemn features grew in handsomeness, his graying eyes once more becoming a piercing blue and his aged spot-filled skin becoming a strong, beautiful brown. Seconds later, he was no different from a 25-year-old young man in his prime. Without hesitation, he flashed to the stairs below Emperor Shruti's throne, lowering himself to a single knee and crossing his fist over his chest. This humble servant is willing to serve the Shruti clan with his life. His voice boomed with resolution. Emperor Shruti's gaze was filled with endless gratitude as he looked toward Diane. Grand Elder Veda, my Shruti clan owes you too much. I will use this minor life of mine to make up for my ancestors' transgressions. Please rise. The little prince's fists tightened over his crossed legs. In the end, he sighed, releasing them, a tender affection lighting his eyes as he watched his great-grandfather rise. Diane silently watched this quietly from start to end, nodding inwardly. Looking over the little prince, he felt suddenly endlessly satisfied. Are you willing to become my disciple? The meeting hall shook once more, countless gazes following Diane's own to the little prince who couldn't help but be shocked himself. Diane asked this on a whim. For some reason, he felt the same pull toward Jizzle as he did this young man here. Me? The little prince who hadn't said a word from start to finish, until now, that is, was astonished. He hadn't thought anyone was paying attention to him. So how had these words so suddenly come out? As for Diane, he wasn't thinking about the little prince's reaction at all. Instead, he was happy that he would finally have a disciple younger than him, the way things were meant to be. Seeing Diane neither confirm nor deny, the little prince realized that he really was the one Diane was speaking to. Unfortunately, just as Diane was dreaming about ridiculous things, the words that came next threw cold water over his aspirations. I appreciate your over-evaluating me, Sir Sicharo, but I want to be a warrior, not an alchemist. Diane was speechless. Though he had asked, he hadn't even considered for a moment that he might be rejected. What a blunder! The small cauldron over Diane's shoulder suddenly began to spin furiously once more, violently shaking every which way as though to say, "Who said alchemists can't be warriors?" Grand Elder Veda smiled bitterly. "Please forgive my grandson. He's always been very straightforward." Though Grand Elder Veda apologized, it seemed he had no intention of forcing his kin to accept Diane's offer. It wasn't that he didn't understand the value of having such a master, but rather that he wanted to respect the little prince's decision. "AI!" Diane sighed, patting his forehead. "I really have to destroy that damned Sicharo clan, brainwashing everyone into believing soul path cultivators are weak. What an embarrassment." He waved his hand. "It's fine, we'll see how you still feel the same way in a week. I was planning on going all out for this war, but I will use nothing but my soul and my wills from start to finish. If you somehow still haven't changed your mind after seeing how valiant your master is, forget it." The little prince's lip twitched. Why was this man already calling himself his master? "You and Saru will follow me to the vanguard. Emperor Shruti." Diane looked toward Saru's father. "It's a lot to ask, but I hope you'll give me command of your warriors." As expected, the clamoring began the moment these words left Diane's lips. How could an outsider command their warriors? It was preposterous. Even Emperor Shruti frowned. Despite knowing Diane's value, he really couldn't agree to such a thing. "How about you leave joint command to Saru and Brahman?" The frown on Emperor Shruti's brow lessened slightly, but that was all. In truth, he was thinking about having his brother-in-law take the commander role already, but he decided against it due to optics. Grand Elder Veda was already accusing him of using outside influence to suppress him, so this was obviously a move he couldn't make without losing more support. But this Sicharo's suggestion was good. The only issue was he truly worthy of commanding their armies? Even if his alchemist abilities were great, that didn't make him a star general. "Take it one battle at a time," Diane said nonchalantly. "The moment I lose a single battle, feel free to take this right of command from me. Of course, though there's a 0% probability this will happen, I will still help your Shruti Empire to the end. Depending on how much the Beast Protection Association is supporting them, it's not impossible to subdue Supreme Kitsune territory within a year." "What did you just say?" Emperor Atlas suddenly sat as tall as a spear in his chair, his aura shining. He didn't bother with Diane's boasts. His mind was on something completely different. He had remained silent this whole time, but he couldn't contain himself any longer. "Oh, it seems you didn't know," Diane said calmly. "The reason you're struggling against the Kitsune is because they're receiving help from BPA. "How? Do you know this?" Emperor Shruti asked, his deep frown returning. "Even without much evidence, this is the only possible answer. Though the Kitsune managed to keep their supreme-grade bloodline, it was at the expense of having weak bodies. They're in no position to become so powerful so quickly. However, if this isn't good enough for you, I can only say that I have my sources." Of course, these sources were Gloria Nice and her sisters. Though normal individuals wouldn't recognize BPA experts, how could they not? With the footage the war circulating, it was a simple matter for her to point out those she recognized. Because BPA was normally so secretive, hiding under the guise of protecting the rights of beasts, not many knew how strong they truly were. But Gloria Nice, as a number warrior, was very much aware. To BPA, though the Kitsune are practically fake supreme-grade beasts, their bloodlines are still powerful. If they agree to intermarry, the bloodlines of their offspring would be similarly powerful as long as they don't clash too much. Plus, in all likelihood, BPA is also aware of the matters of the Federation. Even though beasts are a part of that endeavor, I'm sure you're all not foolish enough to think that BPA actually has the best interest of beastkind at heart, right? The hearts of the two emperors seized. They hadn't even considered that such a massive matter might become a problem. Could it be that the tower quadrants would become embroiled in war even before the ancient battlefield descended? BPA has been laying the foundation for something. Don't forget that beasts alone control an average of 30 to 40 universes in every quadrant. It's very possible that we will soon be faced with a wide-scale civil war just when we believed peace was at hand. The elders of the meeting hall sucked in a cold breath, realizing Diane was correct. Just as they were preparing to compete with one another, they might be faced with an enemy they least expected. Even in the Kitsunshruti quadrant, both leading clans only controlled about 30 universes each, leaving about 40 universes completely untamed. This matter was similar in almost every quadrant, with only a few exceptions. There was a reason why the Star Clan was the only comet-grade empire of their tower quadrants. Other than a few quadrants like the Golden Flame quadrant where the territory was completely occupied by humans, or the Water Mist quadrant where its unoccupied zones were a danger zone like the Dark Ocean, this was the almost universal truth. These untamed universes were almost always the Hell's Cape of beasts. Earth and heaven-grade beasts ruled these areas, completely unimpeded. If those stronger quadrants were suddenly attacked by these beasts under the control of BPA, they might be fine, but what about those clans too weak to make it to the Federation meeting? The participating Federation clans and sects believed that they'd be able to split this territory amongst themselves. But what if the beasts got to it first? Thinking carefully, Diane realized that much of this might be his fault. According to Jade, in the previous timeline, BPA didn't play much of a role, nor did the Federation. BPA dragged on its plans for too long. By the time they were about to act, their foundations weren't sturdy enough to protect against the failed clans, causing the collapse of both the organization and the Transcendent Beast Alliance. As for the Federation, they were the pawn of the Sprite Alliance. But because Diane was in place to protect little Aliuna, the Sprites never gained a hostage to blackmail Luna. As a result, they didn't open up the Timeless Library as they had planned. In that timeline, Diane was almost certain that the calamity that befell the Sprite Alliance, which caused them to abandon their plans in the Tower Quadrants, was related to the opening of the Timeless Library. Since they never opened it, they were now free to continue their plans in the Tower Quadrants. In fact, they were likely placing even more resources than they originally planned into this endeavor now that their Plan A was thwarted. The more he thought about it, the greater Diane's headache grew. Who knew that Jade's help in releasing him of his cultivation seal early would actually make his future road harder and not easier? Still, he smiled. He wouldn't trade his little girl's life for anything, let alone something as meaningless as an easier path. Since the Sprite Alliance had dared to have designs on his daughter, not only would he make certain their insides bled as they watched their Federation fail, but he would also behead all those responsible. I won't ask the Shruti Empire to become my Sacharo clan's vassal, but I'm sure you wouldn't mind an alliance, correct? Emperor Shruti blinked in surprise before nodding in affirmation. Yes, we would gladly accept. The various elders of the meeting hall nodded in acknowledgement. Diane had more than proved his worth in just the little over an hour he had been here. And, even if he hadn't, who wouldn't want to ally with the Sacharo clan? Of course, the Atlas clan is more than invited to join. Diane followed up, his gaze turning toward Emperor Atlas, only to see the latter sigh. It's hard for me to agree to such a thing, Emperor Atlas said calmly. We know too little about your Sacharo clan. Even if little Saru and true god Sacharo have a great bond, can your young master speak for the whole of the Sacharo clan? Diane chuckled inwardly. He was the leader of the Mortal Alliance. His word carried more weight than anyone else's. If he couldn't speak for his clan, then who could? I dare to say that no one's word holds more weight than my young master's. Saru stifled a giggle, covering her mouth and leaning into her elder brother's shoulder. Tej could only look at his little sister weirdly. Emperor Atlas didn't expect these words. In fact, he was immediately shocked. Are there others in this alliance? Diane thought for a moment. In reality, before he left, he sent little Lila under the protection of Luna on a few diplomatic missions. Namely, he was on the verge of pulling in the Kong clan and the Grand Templar sect as vassals. The Grand Templar sect was the very sect Diane nearly razed to the ground in order to save Geralda. As for the Kong clan, their heir had been in Soul Universe for a very long time now. In addition, there was his alliance with the Water Mist sect's Palace Master, the Flaming Lily sect's Vice Master, and the Enigmatic sect. But Diane still wasn't aware if he could trust this Emperor Atlas. even if he was Saru's uncle. In this alliance? No, Dian said calmly. But our Sacharo clan has many hidden vassal states. These words caused Emperor Atlas' aura to sharpen. If this was true, the Sacharo clan's roots were deeper than any of them could imagine. What he didn't know was that Dian was currently putting a plan in motion to subdue many more. The concept of a vassal state was very different from an alliance. In an alliance, the faith was split equally and wasn't as good as the sum of the whole. However, with every given vassal state, one could gain faith without sharing. Essentially, in exchange for a portion of their faith, a vassal state can gain the protection of a great clan. Dian had more of a mind to conquer all of these quadrants instead. But in the end, he changed his mind. Even if these quadrants were incredibly weak, if they raised up a fuss about the Sacharo clan's action, it would have an ill effect on his future plans. Instead, he decided to begin slowly taking in vassal states, and slowly raising up their standards to the point where they'd be able to help him. It wouldn't be too late in the future to completely swallow them. In fact, after seeing the benefits, many might decide to directly join. Currently, Dian had no vassal states, but he believed that very soon he would have two. The Kong clan was practically guaranteed. As for the Grand Templar sect, though it wasn't 100% certain, Dian had a level of confidence that wasn't small. This Grand Templar sect had always piqued his curiosity. He felt that their patriarch was far stronger than he had led on all those years ago, and their beast-raising abilities caught more than just Dian's attention. That's enough, Dian said casually. I'll allow you to choose again after you witness this battle. I'm sure you'll realize soon that the umbrella of the Sacharo clan is safest. Without much thought, Dian looked toward Eleanor, Patriarch Mino's wife, with a smile. This is the death guard I'd like to release, Emperor Shruti. Emperor Shruti blinked in surprise, suddenly feeling complex. This was his daughter's own death guard, a great talent with a very good chance of reaching the Dao realm, though she was current a pseudo-Dao expert. Had he known that Dian wanted to free Eleanor, he likely wouldn't have agreed so easily. There's no need to worry, Emperor Shruti. If you agree, I don't mind taking little Saru under my wing. There's also no problem with her staying with our Sacharo clan for an extended period of time. Of course, that includes my disciple as well. Numerous lips twitched. This man really was shameless. I'll ensure she receives the best resources. Emperor Shruti tilted his head slightly in thought, looking toward Empress Shruti, who only lightly smiled, her eyes shining with a peculiar light as she looked from Saru to the masked man and back. It seemed as though she was in deep thought as well. You don't want to take my daughter as your disciple? He asked curiously. Dian shook his head. I don't feel much destiny between me and the princess. Also, it may be seen as inappropriate if I take your empire's princess as a disciple. I don't want others to think that I'm trying to manipulate you all by using her for leverage. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, unknowingly relaxing their previous tension. Is that so? I don't believe my daughter is any less talented than Brahman, though. She's not just not any less, but she's decidedly more talented. However, I don't choose disciples by just this metric alone. Either way, my point is that even without her death guard, no one would dare harm a hair on her head. This I promise. Dian strolled forward, reaching Eleanor and patting her on the shoulder. Off you go. Aoife and that big-headed fool are waiting for you. Eleanor's eyes, glistening with unshed tears, were filled with shock from beginning to end. Just as she wanted to protest about her duty, a surging soul chi swept forward. She didn't even have a chance to react before she disappeared. The elders of the meeting hall felt numb. How much shock could they take in a single day? How was it even possible to send someone across so many universes so casually? Even if their quadrant was adjacent to Dian's quadrant, this was still too much. Dian turned back to Brahman, a wide grin beneath his mask, and his hand formed into a peace sign. The adorable cauldron over his shoulder bobbed up and down arrogantly, as though to say, See? See? I really want to see who dares say soul path cultivators are weak after tomorrow. As for the little Prince Brahmin, he felt black lines forming on his forehead. How had he gotten himself caught up in this calamity? Come now. Dian clapped his hands, a gentle wind sweeping up Saru and Brahman as he walked out of the meeting hall. Though Saru was still fine, a gentle smile on her face, the struggling Brahmin was completely disheveled, spinning around in the tornado of wind around him. Compared to his usually solemn demeanor, this was too much of a stark contrast. At dawn, I will lead the armies. No need for any special preparation. If there are any big losses, the Sacharo clan will compensate 10 times that amount. Grand Elder Veda sighed, pretending as though he couldn't see his great-grandson's pleading gaze. Try this. Saru handed Dian another platter of food, smiling sweetly. The soldiers below could only smile bitterly. Their princess was basically an apron away from being a typical housewife. They thought this princess of theirs had a crush on true god Sacharo. Why was she treating this masked man so well? It was only some clever individuals who believed that Saru was trying to win the heart of Dian by gaining the heart of his elder cousin first. Still, at least this was a distraction from the current ridiculous situation they were in. Just moments ago, the princess had informed them that she turned all of the gate thresholds down to the foundation stage with the exception of one, which she placed at the Tao realm. This might seem like a good strategy, but in reality it was horrible. The Kitsune would obviously be informed of these changes as the gates were fair. After all, they were technically a game, both sides had rules to follow. If the Shruti were in the power position, this tactic would be just fine. It would essentially be forcing a decisive battle. But, because the Shruti were in the weaker position, this loss of flexibility could be the end of them all. Before, the Kitsune wouldn't be certain where their main forces would appear, so they would have to disperse their strength over several gates. This was the tactic that minimized their losses to this point. But now it was completely thrown out the window. This is meat from a gold-horned bull. Its skin is as tough as diamond, taking most of the brunt of its weight, so its meat is really tender as they're hardly worked. I seasoned it with some special herbs I collected and marinated it for a few days before putting it away in my spatial ring to preserve. This is jade rice boiled in cleansing waters. It had a satisfying crunch to it and an herby, garlic-like essence, but it's contradictorily soft at the same time. Try it. Dian happily dug in. Saru's cooking skills shocked him to the point where he could only calm himself by eating more. Dian had always been a food connoisseur, but he was at best an average cook. He had never had such good food in his life. She really put her heart into this meal. He couldn't help but thank and praise her after every bite. How could Dian know that Saru had prepared thousands of meals over the years, preserving them all in perfect condition in her spatial ring? All for this moment. Even before she entered the tower trials, Saru had been a good cook. It wasn't entirely her choice, but rather that the conservative culture of the Shruti Empire had forced it upon her. Only after she showed her talent was irrefutable did she partially break away from the constraints women faced in the Shruti Empire's territory. However, the rewards of her trials practically gave wings to a tiger. She only received 4 rewards because the second trial disappeared, likely due to Dian as she speculated. Among those rewards, she chose an ancient book with deep rune etchings on its cover. It introduced the long-lost ancient secondary profession of the spiritual cook. The founder of the spiritual cook path believed it was lamentable that celestials and Tao realm cultivators often ate nothing but tasteless pills. To make matters worse, sometimes these pills were bitter due to impurities. Maybe only a rare few might taste good. Though he had great accomplishments in the latter portion of his life, he was a late bloomer. So he remembered well what it was like to be mortal and to have a love of food. The issue was that even when cultivators ate food, it was often for leisure. Rarely did eating actually improve one's cultivation. So, this founder set out to change this and forge a path that could compete with array alchemy. The ancient tome Saru chose was in fact this legacy. She chose it for 2 reasons. Firstly, though eating rarely improved cultivation, that was in terms of energy and soul path cultivators. As a body path cultivator as well as an energy path cultivator, Saru knew the importance of food to her bodily strength. And second, she really wanted to wow Dian with her cooking, to be praised just like she was today. Though it was a petty and foolish reason, the use of the tome couldn't be denied. The beauty in the path of the spiritual cook was their ability to take simple ingredients and to not only make them delicious, but nutritious as well. Despite the fact the ingredients Saru used were mostly of the Grandmaster grade, even with his overbearing body, Dian felt a slight, but still apparent improvement. His eyes couldn't help but shine. Unfortunately, it seemed that only Dian and Saru were enjoying themselves. Brahman, who stood to the side of them in the air, felt that he had lost all face. Last night, Dian said he wouldn't give him any treasures as a disciple since he rejected him, but still trained him to the point his bones ached. If you acknowledge that I rejected you, why are you still calling me your disciple? He had said these words too many times already, but Dian ignored them every time. As lost as Brahman was, the three Grand Elder, Emperor Shruti and Atlas, not to mention the countless 10 billion celestial warriors below, were even more lost than that. The gates vibrated open the large ocean surface. Unfortunately, it was already too late to change anything. They could only hope the Shruti Empire survived until the gates closed once more. On the other side of the gate, despite what the Shruti might have assumed was cheering and excitement toward the foolishness of their enemies, the atmosphere was solemn. Or, rather, it was solemn within a minimalistically decorated commander's tent. Within, there were several individuals, the patriarchs and grand elders of the Heaven, Jickin, and Void clans, as well as a few individuals dressed in beast skins. Outside the tent, however, there was happiness. The soldiers believed that Shruti had lost their minds and their victory was at hand. In truth, many within the commander's tent felt this way as well. However, there was one reason they didn't dare to celebrate, and that was because the person who had brought them all together was still frowning deeply. The person at the head of them all was none other than Head Void's son and Aki Void's father, Kaori Void. Over the years of the Kitsune clan's seclusion, this person had proved himself to be near infallible. If he wasn't so talented, he wouldn't be able to pull BPA to act for him so early on. Of course, in the former timeline, Kaori failed to entice the Beast Protection Association into action, something they later regretted greatly. This alone showed the amount of foresight that Kaori had. Though he technically relied on Dian killing four-numbered warriors and forcing two to betray their organization in order to get his way, his method was right in the end. This is too odd. Kaori finally spoke. The Shruti aren't stupid. It's either they're luring us into a trap, or they've gained substantial help. Enough that they're willing to go against us now. It can't be forgotten that the relationship between Atlas and Shruti clan is deep. Maybe they believe that with the creation of the Federation, they can get away with ignoring the interquadrant war taboo. A snort resounded through the room. The Atlas clan? Their ranking is nothing but a mirage. Their foundations aren't anywhere near as deep as the other top 9 quadrants. In just one generation, they already fell 2 spots from 5th to 7th. They'll definitely be the next to fall from the top 9, following the Water Mist Sect's lead. The man who spoke stood at almost 9 feet tall and had a fiery red mane for a beard. Technically, his bloodline was actually from a mere Earth grade race of Crimson Lion, but due to fortuitous encounters, he broke through continuously to raise himself to the Transcendent grade. He was 8. Kaori shook his head. There is a 69% probability that Emperor Atlas chose a treasure capable of benefiting his entire clan instead of choosing selfishly, possibly one capable of cleansing faith to birth greater talents or increasing the chi density of a territory. He's an ambitious individual who hides himself deeply. If you underestimate the Atlas clan due to their foundations, you will lose. 8 snorted once more, but didn't refute. What does Head Void suggest we do? A woman with narrow eyes spoke. Her visage was exceptionally venomous, but she didn't have a serpentine bloodline. Though her eyes were sharp, the astounding beauty she held was no doubt from the Humming Sparrow clan, a peak transcendent grade bird race. She was 4, the highest-ranked numbered warrior dispatched. Since she spoke, the other numbered warriors didn't dare to speak again. MS. Humming, I think it's best that we enter the gate. We have no choice. Because your BPA is attempting to remain hidden, you haven't accumulated any faith on a large scale. If the Atlas clan has truly come to help, we won't stand a chance against their faith and can only use the gate's help to block it. For nodded her head. If it was someone else who called her by her true name, she might have killed him or her directly. But since it was Kaori, she allowed it. However, We can't enter without a plan of action. Kaori turned to an unassuming petite man who seemed invisible despite the fact he was clearly before them all. 5. I'll have to rely on you and your shadow dino warriors to scout the situation. Kaori turned once more, this time to a tall and lanky woman. 7. I would like your 6-wing dino warriors to act at the vanguard. Be swift and be prepared to retreat at a moment's notice. In fact, I'd like you to launch only a single assault before quickly retreating. 8. You Crimson Legion will act as the protectors of 7's warriors, holding up the backline and allowing them to retreat at a moment's notice. The Dino Race. It was a subspecies that controlled 50% of the Transcendent Beast Alliance. They were a group of beasts infinitesimally close to dragons. Their dragon bloodline couldn't be described as a few strands like 10 who Dian killed. In fact, wyverns were a part of this subspecies. The Shadow Dino clan had the bloodline of the extinct Shadow Dragon race. The 6-wing Dino clan had the bloodline of the extinct 6-wing Rainbow Dragon race. Their strength should be underestimated. 6. Your holy mammoth warriors will stay at our entrance key tower and defend that like. And Ms. Humming, if necessary, I need you to hold down their strongest expert should the need arise. The goal for this campaign is to defend and retreat safely. We will minimize the losses and control for unexpected variables. Control yourselves, follow my commands, and even if we don't win, we won't lose either. The meeting ended without another word of protest. Oh, it looks like they're here, Dian said casually. The gate Dian chose for this battle had the flattest landscape possible. The only oddity were the countless floating islands in the sky. Some were only a couple meters across, while others were up to half a kilometer in diameter. According to what he understood, these floating islands provided different advantages. Those with red-tinted soil sealed everything but your body cultivation. Those with green-tinted soil sealed everything but your chi. Finally, those with yellowish-brown tinted soul sealed everything but your soul. Depending on the area of the gate, there were usually larger ratios of one floating island to another. These shifts in ratio impacted the flatlands before, suppressing and even improving certain paths. The special characteristic of this gate went a slight bit further than this as well. Along with key towers, these floating islands could be conquered. Once conquered, they could be moved and positioned at will. As one might expect, the Shruti controlled most of the red floating islands while the Kitsune controlled most of the green floating islands. This much made sense. After all, the Shruti were body cultivators first and foremost, while the Kitsune, despite being beasts, were born with relatively weaker bodies. However, their control over the elements and their chi was exceptionally high. This arrangement of floating islands was what resulted in the stalemate of this gate and was the reason why the 8 key towers were perfectly split, 4 to each side, between the Shruti and Kitsune. Unfortunately, the yellow floating islands were practically entirely neglected. At this point, Dian's divine sense could no longer be described in simple kilometer measurements. He could easily see to the edges of this gate. He didn't know it now, but he had reached a basic unit of what they called a world seer on the immortal plane. Simply put, he was a first-grade world seer, meaning he could grasp the intricacies of an entire world with a sweep of his senses. In truth, Dian underestimated his own divine sense and had become too careful. He had become so used to not needing to use his divine senses to their maximum capabilities that he handicapped himself. The immortal plane didn't have universes and quadrants. Essentially, being a first-grade world seer meant that Dian could see everything occurring in a single universe all at once. Even Dian himself had yet to realize this, or else he wouldn't have been so careful with his divine sense when he came to Indra City. Dian was entirely focused on something else. He laughed bitterly when he noticed that most of the yellow islands were pushed off to the side like Shruti and Kitsune had come to a mutual understanding between themselves to completely ignore them. However, these bitter thoughts were immediately interrupted as yet another scrumptious scent filled his nose. Saru smiled sweetly as she handed another large dish to Dian. It was shaped into a bowl half of his body's size, but Dian didn't hesitate to take it. He felt shock when he realized this dish weighed thousands of gene. This is one of my favorite creations. I call it God's nectar soup. I seeped cleansing water with 76 different herbs and spices, but the secret base is dragon marrow. Then, I marinated dragon heart and thigh for 3 months in 134 different herbs and spices. Finally, I enclosed it all in nectar gold for a year, allowing it to be washed over with cleansing energies. Dian completely forgot about the impending war. Before, when he had said they were here, others hadn't realized it just yet. Fast. It was the only word they could all think of. The six-winged dino warriors could only be described in such a way. They looked up toward Dian with pleading expressions, as though to urge him to do something, but he was too enamored with the dish before him. Emperor Shruti and Atlas could no longer hold bitter expressions. Their visages could only continuously darken. Dragon marrow and meat? Emperor Atlas muttered. Wasn't that the gift I prepared for her becoming a true god? She's giving it away so casually. Dian tried to use a spoon to take a sip of the massive bowl of soup, but it completely bent under its weight. Unable to take it any longer, Dian's chi swept forward, forming a spoon with enigmatic chi and bringing the rich brown gold liquid to his mouth. The moment it hit his tongue, he felt like he had been brought to a higher plane. He had never tasted anything so delicious in his entire life. It felt as though hot blood was surging throughout his body. This single sip added almost 20 gene to his current body weight limit. He couldn't help but roar to skies. It wasn't until now that Brahman understood just how powerful Dian's body was. Even compared to his great-grandfather, he could only feel the latter was lacking. How was that possible? This wasn't entirely true. After all, Grand Elder Veda had entered the peak Tao realm while Dian's body was in the lower Tao realm. Objectively speaking, Dian was weaker in a pure bodily strength sense. It was only because he could perfectly fuse his vital and conventional chi that he was so powerful. However, Dian's aura was impossible to match. In the distance, Kaori spoke to Five, who had long since come back from his scouting mission. "Are you certain?" Kaori asked with a frown. "I'm certain. Nothing has changed except for the addition of a single masked man. And, from what we can see, other than Princess Saru, who treats him warmly, the discontent in the army is high." "Is that so?" Kaori shook his head, unable to understand. If this person was so powerful that they could upturn everything alone, the army wouldn't be so discontent. But, if he really was the only changed factor, he couldn't be weak either. Just what was going on? Stick with the initial plan. In fact, inform Seven to make her probe and retreat even faster. Understood. Five nodded. Kaori had become even more cautious after Five's report. He didn't understand what was going on, and what he hated most was to not understand. Unfortunately for the six-winged dino warriors, his worries were about to be proven correct. "Watch closely, my disciple." The hole in Dian's mask closed as his hand casually stretched out toward the charging six-winged dino warriors. The scene was chaotic but had an odd order to it all. Each of the dino warriors wore beautiful silver armor, 3 pairs of insect-like transparent wings fluttering faster than the eye could see on their backs. If one blinked, they would have already crossed tens of kilometers. Brahman suddenly felt his heart shake. It wasn't just him, but even the armies below and the 2 emperors. Scenes of a bloody hell and murder sweeping through their minds. This is the power of a soul cultivator. Millions of blood-red formations blotted out the skies, washing the gate in a crimson light. Judgment! Dian's eyes sharpened, golden gears spinning in his eyes as he strengthened the array many times over. Carnage! Dian laughed joyfully. The shivering warriors below couldn't help but look toward him like some sort of demon overlord. To be able to laugh in such a bloody, suppressive atmosphere. How could he be any but a devil incarnate? How could they know that Dian was laughing because the soup before him was actually so delicious? Even as the red formations continually formed, he couldn't help but take more sips. It really took a real man to drink such soup. Every spoonful felt like a meteor dropping into his stomach. Below, Seven's eyes widened. She had never seen such a grand display in her entire life. Higher existences aren't allowed to enter the gates. How is this possible? How could one be here? It was unfortunate that she was wrong. let alone being a higher existence. Dian wasn't even a middle Dao expert. That said, when it came to his soul, there was no higher existence that could match its strength. They could only accept their own inferiority. Retreat. 7 had made it just over a kilometer from the front line of the Shruti warriors. With their speed, it would take less than a second to cross that distance. However, she didn't dare to continue. Brahman felt the need to rub his eyes, but the trembling of his heart was too much. To stretch out a hand and force an army that had killed so many of their kind to retreat. Who was this man? Unfortunately for 7, before the words even fully left her lips, a shower of red spears pelted downward, tearing through space and appearing before them all in an instant. She could only stand shocked as her clansmen died one after another. During Dian's second trial, he had relied on Amphrey's mother and a spiritual vein to form millions of carnage arrays. Back then, he had been so exhausted despite the help that he was forced into a meditative state for several hours. However, now he no longer needed to rely on outside sources. This power was his own. No matter how elite a 7's force were, it was impossible for them to be made up entirely of Dao realm experts. The vast majority of them were peak celestials, about 20% were pseudo-Dao experts, while there were about 4 or 5 dozen Dao experts. Considering their size of 500,000, such a lineup could sweep through a universe. Dian had to admit that if he wasn't allowed to participate, it was impossible for him to scrounge up an army of this strength, especially since their commander, 7, was a peak Dao expert. Unfortunately for them, they met Dian. Bring up the rear. 8 roared, charging through the swarm of crimson spears as he did his duty valiantly. His warriors wore red gold army, the visage of a roaring lion protruding from their chests. Oh, Dian laughed. How brave. My Sicharo clan has need of such a warrior. Tell me, Crimson Lion, are you willing to join me? 8 snarled. Sicharo clan? Are you the one who killed 9? The bloody spears continued to fall without a care, but 8 charged into the air, his roar knocking many of them away. He didn't seem to fear death, nor did he hesitate. As one born with the blood of a mere earth-grade beast, in order to work to his place now, he obviously took many risks. To him, this wouldn't be the place he fell. Killed? Dian laughed. I killed 10, 11, 12, and 14. As for 9 and 13, I took a liking to the 2 of them. His eyes sharpened with a devious light as though he fully understood the innuendo within his words. Since they dared to attack my clan's young master, do you not think they got what they deserved? Seeing the rage in 8's eyes, Dian chuckled inwardly. He had obviously not touched Gloria Nice. He had his beautiful wives. Why would he need her? As for Lena 13's true name, she hadn't appeared in a while because she went to retrieve her warriors. Before, Dian hadn't wanted Lena to bring in her Jaguar kin because the mortal alliance was too weak back then. If so many powerful people of one race suddenly appeared, the balance would be shattered. But now it was perfectly fine. So, even before the war for Celestial Quadrant began, he sent her off to collect them all in secret. If everything went well, she would be back within a month. Dian was very intrigued by Lena's Earth Jaguar race. Since they were just heaven-grade beasts, she held great power amongst them. 8 was so furious that he suddenly laughed. The others, I don't care about. Even within our organization, they were just slightly better than average. But since you dared touch my Gloria Nice, even if I have to die here, I'll take you with me. Aya, what a one-sided love, Dian said pitifully. She's been with me for years already but hasn't mentioned your name even once. The veins coursing through 8's visage burst under his body's trembling. Crimson blood began to run down his face, giving him a fearsome appearance. By now, the 6-winged dino warriors had retreated far enough, or so they believed. After all, carnage was just the first of 9 judgments. Even though it could only just now display its true power thanks to Dian's star chi, at best, it could easily slaughter 3rd-grade pseudo-Dao experts. So, with how many Dao experts the other side had, it wasn't impossible to block a majority of them. Now that 8 felt his duty had been completed, he disregarded Kaori's orders entirely. He would rip this masked man apart with his own hands. A lion's roar filled the skies as Eight's body began to explosively change. His red mane-like beard burst forth with a fiercer light. His already tall body became even more so, reaching 5 meters in height, and his eyes turned a bloody red, piercing through the skies with Dian as his only goal. In the distance, Kaori felt his heart tremble. Eight was too enraged to see it, but he saw it very clearly. In just a few words, this masked man had easily probed the situation and grasped Eight's weakness. Kaori felt that the moment this man mentioned the Sacharo clan, he had already won. All of Kaori's plans to remain cautious had so suddenly been thrown out the window. Seeing the massive lion humanoid charging for him, Dian casually took another sip of soup, an endlessly satisfied expression blooming from his face. "What carefully, little disciple," Dian said with a grin. "Soul cultivators aren't meant to be trifled with." This time, Brahman couldn't find it within himself to look upon Dian with disdain. His gaze couldn't help but shift toward Saru. Why had she been so confident from beginning to end? Was she faking it? Or did she really already know that this would happen? Dian suddenly disappeared from his place in the sky, leaving the massive bowl of soup on a defensive array platform. But, if one looked closely, every so often, a spoonful would disappear, teleporting across several kilometers and into his mouth. Though Brahman felt tempted to have a taste, Saru's sweet smile turned into a glare he didn't dare to go up against. A cold shiver crept up his spine. "She's only a saint. Why is her gaze so deadly?" he mumbled to himself. Suddenly, an explosion shook him awake from his thoughts. The scene before him was simply too shocking. Just moments ago, a sheet of black flames that looked more solid than a plate of steel abruptly appeared before the charging Eight. It happened so quickly that he didn't even get a chance to slow himself down before he crashed headlong into it. He didn't have to use his body as a medium for his will? Those who understood the significance of this felt their hearts tremble. To be able to activate one's will anywhere and without restriction like this, the flexibility you gained in battle was inconceivable. Dian uproarious laughter filled the gate. Lesson 1. Soul cultivators can use their divine sense as a medium to activate their wills. Eight was broken and haggard in an instant. The solidification characteristic of Dian's flames was potent enough, but the sheer chaotic violence and heat of them was another matter entirely. Eight didn't feel like he ran into a brick wall. He felt like he had slammed into a sheet of radioactive waste. His body was being destroyed from the outside in. Dian's body began to flicker around madly. The fierce lion-like gaze of Eight attempted to keep track of him, but he was simply moving too fast. Now that Little Yong had also awakened his battle bloodline, Dian had not only gained the spatial comprehension of the twins, but he had also finally gained the second affinity of the celestial hamster as well, time will. Using time will to influence living beings was far too difficult. Even Jin, who was a kitsune of the Jikin clan with time will affinity, was forced to sacrifice one of his tails just to slow Dian down for a split second. Back then, Dian's cultivation had been sealed and he had the body of a mere saint. If the price was so high for him, one could imagine what the price would be for a Dao formation expert like Eight. However, Dian had no intention of using his time will like this. Instead, he made use of it to make his soul strength amplify to an ungodly level. Decades ago, he created his split minds technique. It allowed him to create arrays at speeds others couldn't imagine. Today, in his very own self-created technique, he reached the one with self-realm, perfectly fusing it with time will and making it near infallible. Right now, there was no one on the mortal plane who could form arrays as quickly as Dian could. Shrink! Dian spun Eight around in a circle, countless bloody spears shrunk to the form of needles pelting him continuously. With the power of carnage shrunk to tenths of a centimeter. Even if they didn't injure Eight, it felt as though every inch of his body was being pounded by a mallet. The Shruti warriors felt numb. That was a peak Dao formation expert, being toyed with as though he was a child. The Crimson Legion was enraged and tried to go and save their commander, only to find a curtain of bloodied spears blocking their way. At that moment, the adorable little cauldron bobbed up and down as though to say, "My turn, my turn!" Dian laughed. his soul chi wrapping around the cauldron and forcefully expanding it to several hundred meters in an instant. Lesson 2. Always treat your pill cauldron well. They tend to have bad tempers. The weight of 1,000 worlds crashed down from above. It felt as though the whole gate trembled, being forcefully sealed under the might of the battle cauldron. 8 felt his blood slow down to a crawl. His chi no longer moved to his will. He could only watch as a wall of black slammed down upon him, sending him body barreling through the air and through the ground below. The cauldron shrunk down to its original size, a bit of steam exiting its lid. The sound almost sounded like a whimpering pout, as though the little thing was disappointed with how weak its opponent was. This made sense. After all, as Orcus' main weapon, this little guy had done battle with higher existences before. How could it be satisfied with Tao realm experts? Dian hand stretched outward, causing 8's massive body to shoot up into the air and into his hand. Holding him in place, he waved his hand, dusting off the grime and dirt from his red gold armor. Is there a need to be so angry? Dian said jokingly to 8, who was staring at him with daggers in his eyes. I only said those words to provoke you. You know Glorianus' situation in BPA wasn't very good. After I killed 4 of your numbered warriors, she had no choice but to join me. A bit of enlightenment shone through the rage in 8's crimson eyes. How could he not know how many people hated Glorianus in BPA? And because her Dream Panther race had such a pitiful reproductive rate, she didn't have large armies at her command like they did. So, she was in an even worse position. If she failed a mission she led that horribly, those who hated her would definitely not miss the opportunity to suppress her completely. In such a case, the Dream Panther race would be finished. She's become a general of my Sicharo clan. You should follow suit, or else someone else will really steal her away. Who dares? 8 said in a rage. His heated breath caused Dian's violet hair to whip about wildly. Dian's nose scrunched up. Before you see her, you should probably deal with that foul breath situation. I can practically see the meat carcasses you've eaten for the last century in there. I have no intention of joining you. 8 growled, not caring about Dian's commentary. I am not such a disloyal person. It's either you kill me here, or wait for my Crimson Legion to grow strong enough to lay your Sicharo clan to waste and snatch my Glorianus back. Is that so? Dian said casually. Will you maintain that stance even if I slaughter them all? Dian's head tilted toward the Crimson Legion below, struggling to block his rain of red spears. Every so often, the blue spear torment would appear, knocking even Dao experts back with its might. I'm not such a nice person, you know? This Shruti Empire happens to have a dear friend of my little cousin's here, yet your Crimson Legion is actually trying to push them into a corner. It's either you join me, or your brothers and sisters die. We are willing to die. The Crimson Legion roared up from below, not taking even a single step back. Dian's eyes shone. What good warriors, valiantly protecting their commander. But why does it seem to me that so much time has passed yet your supposed allies haven't raised a single finger to help you and your clansmen? You! 8's blood felt agitated. Or rather it would, if the odd little cauldron wasn't arrogantly bobbing above his head. Its ability seemed to make even his hot blood run cold. Dian palm stretched forward, firmly placing itself upon 8's forehead. Lesson 3. Before a soul path cultivator, those with weak souls are nothing but useful puppets. In an instant, vast sealing chi swept forward. 8 couldn't even resist before his cultivation was completely locked away, and he was tossed into Dian's inner world. You all wait there for a moment, Dian said calmly. After this battle is finished, you'll become great warriors for my Sicharo clan. As long as you follow my orders, your commander will be just fine. The warriors below felt agitated, but there was nothing they could do. They knew 8 would never want them to lower their heads, but they couldn't stand and watch him die either. In a war of such powerful experts, they could do nothing. Finally moving? Dian laughed. Hey, you grand elders of the Kitsune clan. How about you 3 sit this one out? At the moment, several peak Dao experts were charging over. It was almost as though they were waiting for 8 to fall first. Who knew that this was exactly the case? The moment 8 disobeyed his order, Kaori coldly ordered that they allow him to die at Dian's hands. He refused to have individuals who couldn't follow orders on his side. Seeing that they didn't bother with his words, Dian understood something. TSK. This Kaori is quite cold-hearted. Even knowing his only son is in my hands, he still dares to order this attack. Kaori's eyes trembled slightly, but they became firm once more. If he dared to retract this attack because of his own son, the faith he had built among these warriors would shatter. In order to be cold with them, he had to be cold with himself. He had long been prepared for this possibility. His heart was ready. At this moment, not just 4, but 5, 6, 7, as well as Grand Elder Jikin, Heaven and Void were all surging forward, each with powerful auras beyond reason. Currently, Dian could at most match a 10th stage Dao formation expert alone. His easy victory against 8 was mostly due to the surprise attack of his black flame solidification, causing him heavy injuries before the battle even begun. However, now there were 6 10th stage Dao formation experts, and 1 11th stage Dao formation expert all gunning for him at once. What a troublesome situation. It was a good thing that before this battle had begun, Dian had already accumulated massive amounts of baleful aura, allowing his war god martial intent to boost his strength by a few times. And wouldn't he be a fool to forget how useful these floating islands could be to him? After all, he promised his disciple he would use nothing but his soul in this battle. Lesson 4. Dian laughter shook the gate's world. A soul path cultivator is most powerful when outnumbered. In that moment, a black jade dragon appeared below Dian, its glistening black scale absorbing the rays from the high-hung sun. Its aura was domineering, and its roar even more so. In that moment, the several dino subspecies warriors under them collapsed to the ground. What was a bloodline infinitesimally close to dragons in the face of a true dragon? Brahman felt like his heart seized. His master tamed a dragon? He hadn't even realized that he subconsciously acknowledged Dian. Cheng Lei. Dian grinned. This will be our first battle together. Don't let me down. Cheng Lei snorted, his hot breath scorching the earth below as his massive body snaked through the skies. The 2 black horns on his head seemed to pierce the heavens as he looked down upon everything but the man who stood on his head. His arrogance towered to the skies and his roar shook the universe. And yet, he didn't know why he felt so excited, as though being a mount was something that he had always aspired toward, a thought that was ridiculous on its face. After watching Dian battle, he no longer felt shame being under him. It was beyond that, he almost felt prideful, causing a cognitive dissonance within him that rattled his head. Even so, thanks to Dian, not only had the infernal chi been cleansed from his body, but he subsequently broke into the 10th Dao realm, charging upward to the point he was just a step away from the 11th. He too was eager to battle. More than eager, his blood was roaring within him. Cheng Lei's mouth opened, revealing a long row of shining sharp teeth as he roared. Space shattered into tiny bits of broken glass under his might. It was only now Emperor Shruti and Atlas truly believed it. Just he alone really was enough. 5, 6, and 7 immediately felt as though their bodies were being ripped from the inside out. Let alone 50% of their strength, they found it difficult to display even 30%. After Dian's battle with the ancestor Sapientia, he made his plans to forcibly take Lionel, Eve, and Cheng Lei under his wing even clearer. The moment he saw their talents, he knew he couldn't just arbitrarily kill them. Experts of such caliber were hard to come by, especially when he was a mere startup empire. Though Eve hated him to her core for what he did to her foster mother, Matriarch Niveus, and Lionel stood by his wife's side in the same way she stood by his all those years ago, Cheng Lei was a bit different. Inherently, dragons were a prideful race. Their sense of kinship was relatively weak, or else there wouldn't be so many instances of young dragon geniuses going off to form their own clan, something that was a good portion of the reason why, despite arguably being the strongest race on the mortal plane, the dragons occupied just 5 quadrants and had no cohesion. This wasn't to say that Cheng Lei wasn't enraged by his grandfather's death, but it was rather to say that he was more logical about it. Since his grandfather dared to scheme against Dian, any loss he suffered was his own to bear. This was the ideology of the dragons of the mortal plane. The only one who seemed to go against this was true god Titus, who Dian hadn't seen since he sliced him in half. Watching Dian battle, Cheng-Lei felt a change within himself. Though dragons were a powerful race beyond the imaginations of most, they had a thickest barrier of entry to the immortal plane. The truth was that of all the higher existences on the mortal plane, the highest concentration wasn't in the Nephilim Alliance, nor was it with the Sapientia clan. The Drago-Chilan quadrants had more higher existences than the whole rest of the mortal plane combined. However, despite this truth, dragons had by far the lowest tally of successful transcendence. When Cheng-Lei was watching Dian battle, feeling changes within himself, he suddenly felt he understood what this barrier was. How could one transcend and begin to forge one's own path, when one was so bound by one's inherent nature? A nature handed forward by the very heavens you were trying to break from? This was it. This was the secret of the dragon and Chilan races. They were birthed to be the representation of sovereignty on the mortal plane. This talent made them the strongest beast race on the mortal plane, without competition. Yet, this very talent was holding them back from their true potential. When Cheng-Lei was watching Dian battle, deep down, he knew what he was feeling was respect. But something in his body kept fighting against it, as though he, as a dragon, had no need to respect another living creature. Before a dragon, all others must bow down. Those were his thoughts back then. But why did he feel such disgust toward them? Why wasn't he allowed to appreciate what was before him? Was Dian not worthy of respect? As Dian battled, this disgust grew within Cheng-Lei. The fight within his soul warred on for several months, until the balance finally shattered. It was then Cheng-Lei realized that his path toward sovereignty wasn't even his own path. Dian was born and chose sovereignty, he chose to lord all others. Yet his dragon race was born with this implanted into their minds. Was it still sovereignty if you didn't have a choice in the matter? How could you claim to control all things when something larger than yourself was always controlling you? Cheng-Lei felt his Tao heart shatter, but he didn't feel any sadness. In fact, he didn't even experience any backlash. He finally understood. The reason dragons couldn't transcend was because they were chained to these mortal planes. If he wanted to rise up beyond this, he had to cast this so-called sovereignty aside. That wasn't to say he couldn't still be arrogant, nor was it to say he couldn't still be a sovereign. But if he chose to do so in the future, it would be his choice. He would respect those he wanted to respect. He wouldn't blindly be arrogant for the sake of being arrogant, nor would he turn down a helping hand simply for the sake of being prideful. This was true sovereignty, the control over oneself. Cheng-Lei roared once more, his dragon soul blooming. The reason these Tao experts couldn't bring out more than a portion of their strength was because he no longer had a bronze dragon soul. Thanks to Dian, he fused with the half-step Emperor-grade golden dragon scale. Because the golden dragon race was known for their powerful dragon souls, the benefits were even more obvious that fusing with another dragon soul. This was how dragons improved, by swallowing the dragon souls of other dragons and Chilans. The Cheng-Lei of the past would have never accepted this gift. But the current Cheng-Lei simply wanted to grow stronger. He wanted to see what the top of the world looked like. He wanted to find his own path. The 7-peak Tao experts were blown back by the pressure of his breath, their skin blistering under the unconscionable heat. Cheng-Eli's massive, several-kilometer-long body snaked through the air, his deep black scales pulsing with a dark gold hue. Peak King-grade dragon soul. Kaori's calm, piercing eyes faltered. Presence and dragon souls were often equated, but the simple truth was that the latter was far more potent. A gold-grade dragon soul, which Dian's little brother Zaire was born with, was already the equivalent of king-grade presence. A step forward, and king-grade dragon souls were already equal to emperor-grade presence. What did this mean? It meant that the half-step emperor-grade dragon Cheng-Lei absorbed was half-step into God realm presence. Though the resultant dragon soul Cheng-Lei ended up with after absorbing it all was a half-step below that grade, it still meant that Cheng-Lei was only a step away from having the strongest dragon soul in countless eras. Even the Dragon King only reached this stage. This was hardly the only benefit of Cheng-Lei's mental breakthrough. For one, He felt that his cultivation speed had skyrocketed. He felt like he only needed 10 years to reach the peak of the 12th Tao formation stage, 100 years to become a higher existence, and that he could transcend immediately after clearing his higher existence trial. This was the benefit of breaking free from the shackles of the heavens. To make matters more shocking, this was only if he didn't reform his Tao heart first. If he managed to find his path and form it, he would be able to transcend in as little as a decade. However, at this moment, Xianxia felt something dragons rarely felt, a deep sense of gratitude. He swore in his heart that even if he formed his Tao heart, he wouldn't transcend until Dian did. For this life, and even if there was a next, he would always be Dian's partner. Dian suddenly erupted into an uproarious laughter. He felt that his soul had been so unfettered recently, as though he had not a care in the world. Since that's the case, I humbly accept. Xianxia. A pill appeared in Dian's hand. Without hesitation, he flicked it up into the air, forcing to arc upward several hundred meters. Xianxia snorted. Do I look like a dog to you? Even though he said this, he grinned wildly. His sharp teeth glistened like silver as his body shot into the air. His jaw opened, devouring the pill whole. In that instant, Xianxia's aura exploded to a new height. He roared as the meridians of his body were forcibly rearranged. But it wasn't one of pain, but rather delight. How could he not feel this way after swallowing a Marshall Saint pill? Under the suppression of his dragon soul, Qi was forcefully pulled into his body. Even if this meant it would take him longer to reach the higher existence realm now, he didn't feel an ounce of reluctance. Following Dian truly was the greatest short to reaching the top of the world. Looking toward the pitiful Tao experts, Xianxia almost felt bad for them as his meridians began to form one after another. Who asked them to offend Dian? Logically speaking, he should have been in a coma for several months after forming so many meridians at the Tao realm, but he had already broken heaven's shackles. Just like a heaven's child would instantly become one of the greatest experts in all of existence if they managed to break their chains, so too was Xianxia experiencing this now. The restrictions normal people faced didn't apply to him. I can't let you have all the fun, Xianxia. How am I supposed to show my disciple my might like this? The poor Tao experts hadn't even managed to reach a kilometer radius around them. Yet all Xianxia had done was roar and snort. Brahman felt his lip twitch. He looked toward the 7 Tao experts with an apologetic expression. He was truly sorry. Their pain was all his fault. Maybe if he accepted Dian's kind intentions immediately, they would have had a less painful experience. He didn't believe Dian was cheating by calling on Xianxia. First of all, since when was subduing a dragon an easy affair? And second, the path of the beast tamer was a soul path endeavor. Still, it seemed like Dian wasn't satisfied with only this, as though he wanted the world to know he had arrived. In the past, the Kitsune clan saw fit to bully my little sister-in-law. The amusement in Dian's eyes had completely faded, replaced by an emotionless cold. The 3 grand elders felt their souls tremble. I hear that although Aki Void was the main culprit, the elders of the Jikan, Heaven, and Void clans all silently assented. I hear that you believed that although Kukin's faith seed chose my little sister-in-law, that she didn't have the right to wield it, that only your 3 clans could decide who held power and who didn't, and if she wanted to wield something she had no right to, she had to break her marriage with my little cousin and marry your clan's heir. Is all of that right? Though Dian said this as though he was asking, the images of the scene were already replaying from the tower spirit. The more they watched, the more despair the grand elders felt. Though I'm not a murderous individual who would wipe your clans from existence, today you will all die. You, along with the upper echelon of the Jikan, Heaven, and Void clan, will all die here today. In that moment, everyone finally noticed the changes in the distance. Countless yellow stone floating islands charged toward them. The closer they got, the more suppression the chi and body paths felt. In an instant, the islands slammed into one another, forming a massive continent so large it blocked out the skies and descended the gate into darkness. Knowing the rules of the gate, Dian's enemies paled. One after another, they fell from the skies, unable to control their chi to stay afloat. They couldn't understand how this had happened. All of the soul-floating islands had been moved to the edge of the gate. They should have been far out of reach. Much less conquer them. One couldn't even see or sense them from here. How could they know that Dian's divine sense reached the edge of these gates? How could they know a single string of Dian's soul chi was enough to force these yellow islands into submission? Hey Chunglei, I destroyed your skeleton army, right? Don't you think these BPA legions would be a suitable replacement? Chunglei didn't answer, but his laughter shook the skies, causing the massive yellow continent above their heads to tremble. Want to escape? Dian's eyes sharpened. Unfortunately, I can't allow that. Dian's hands clapped together. I still haven't grasped that technique, but just imitating it for now is enough. How could judgment be the only attack technique of the Tao of Array alchemy? It's just that all the others required star chi. Well, judgment also required star chi. It was just that with Dian's understanding of array alchemy, he could lower its standards. However, Dian had been on vacation. No matter how talented his soul was, he could just grasp such grand techniques with a glance. He had to practice, something he hadn't been doing much of. And, since his clones could use planet chi at best, only his main body could do the practice he needed. But, wasn't now as good a time as ever to get into the swing of things? First, Dian's eyes glowed with a fiendish light. Rays! The fourth judgment had finally made its appearance. A thick black formation appeared in the skies. It didn't seem to be formed of just one array, but rather multiple, each stack above the last in ever-growing complexity. A black spear slowly made its presence known. Illusion of a hell of black fire, one of torture of despair, filled the minds of those who looked upon the fourth judgment. Under its might, a lower Tao expert could only wait to die. In an instant, Dian formed 7. His hands slowly clapped together as they shot forward, streaking across the skies. No matter how hard they tried, the 7 Tao experts couldn't muster up any strength. The suppression of their bodies and chi was too much, coupled with Qinglei's dragon soul, and it felt like they were celestials again. Pshu, the attack on their minds was too vicious. They realized too late that it wasn't that they couldn't gather up strength, but rather that the fourth judgment made them feel as though they couldn't, as though they were worth nothing. By the time they understood this, the spears had pierced through their chests. Even though they were Tao experts and could survive such a blow, looking toward Dian's clasped hands, they realized it would never be their turn to do so. Dian's hands formed a symbol for prayer, but he had no intention of doing such a thing. Sage's decree. His right hand raised as his left maintained its position. The skies above trembled, his soul chi madly gathering as his weapon's master array appeared to his back, shimmering a beautiful diamond royal blue. My weapon's will is too weak to use this to even a substandard. But it's enough. First arm. An illusory hand began to form in the skies. A radiating golden light filled with benevolent energies surged, slowly forming its wrist and forearm, and finally up toward its shoulder. Energy surged once more as a massive great sword swirled into existence in its hand. The image looked so weak that it could collapse at any moment, but Dian's calm visage showed that he didn't believe this would happen for even a single moment. The grand sword vibrated with moving runes far too unclear to see the form of. But just this was enough. Patience. Dian's raised arm fell. It felt slow, so slow that even a child could dodge it. Yet, the 7 Tao experts felt as though they couldn't budge an inch. The incomplete sword felt like the most beautiful thing they had ever seen, so beautiful they couldn't bear to dodge it. Kaori could only watch, despair etched into his visage as he watched the sword descend. Even if they were at full power, such an attack would be difficult to deal with. Yet, now they were not only suppressed by Qinglei's dragon soul, but their most important paths of cultivation were almost completely sealed. It was impossible for them to use their domains to protect their minds because they couldn't activate them in the first place. By the time these thoughts were completed, the sword had reached its target. The 3 Grand Elders, Grand Elder Jikin, Grand Elder Heaven, Grand Elder Void, all directly burst into 3 clouds of blood. A steamy hot breath left Dian's lips. It took a lot to even dent his soul stamina, let alone for him to feel as drained as he was now. It was quite a rare feeling, but it only made him smile. He realized immediately that this drain on his soul wasn't actually due to the requirements of the technique, but rather because he forcefully activated it without comprehending even a single % of its true essence. If it wasn't for the fact his opponents were both suppressed by Chenglei's dragon soul and the massive floating continent above, the 3 Grand Elders wouldn't have died so tragically. But hadn't Dian specifically picked this gate? This wasn't the gate housing the epistemic tower, or else it would have 9 key towers instead of 8. Why would Dian pick this gate out of all of his options? Judging by the current situation, the answer to that question was obvious. Still, the fact he could activate the technique at all without having spent the time to comprehend it was a testament to how oppressive his soul chi reserves had become. Oh! Dian's gaze casually turned back to Kaori. Because he focused his strike on the 3 Grand Elders, they were already dead. But the 4 numbered warriors were only heavily injured. Dian was more interested in letting Cheng-Lei refine them into one of his skeleton warriors, so he had left their bodies intact. This was all to say that Dian hardly paid attention to Kaori. Though, hardly, in Dian's case was 100 times better than what someone else could do with their full and undivided attention. After all, his divine sense was locked on to the Void Clan Patriarch. There was nothing Kaori could do that he wouldn't see through immediately. But it seemed Dian had underestimated the value BPA placed on Kaori. He, who was several hundred kilometers away, had suddenly taken out a spatial treasure of some sort. Dian himself didn't need to confirm this because little Yin and Yang were more than enough. It seemed this treasure was actually great enough to escape Dian's spatial seal. He could only watch as Kaori held tightly onto the disc plate, its sharp edges tearing into his flesh. He had lost his father, his son, and now his grandfather to the Sacharo clan. The hatred in his heart couldn't be quelled by normal means, but he also knew it was useless to stay here. His gaze met Dian's across the long distance, a cold calmness in his eyes despite the trembling of his hands. What a bother, Dian muttered. He wasn't a fan of letting enemies go. The only reason Lionel and his wife survived was because he had been in a coma at the time. The only reason Cheng-Lei survived was because Dian made a promise to Ancestor Dayu to help the Dayu clan rise back up once again. Since he had made such a promise, how could he arbitrarily kill Cheng-Lei just because the latter didn't want to follow him? So he let Cheng-Lei go as well, something that ended up greatly benefiting him in the end. But this time it seemed he had no choice. The disc in Kaori's hand had already sealed the space around him. Though Dian could see him clearly, they were the equivalent of several universes apart already. Though Kaori was relatively untalented in cultivation, he still had the void affinity of a void kitsune. Giving him such a treasure was akin to giving wings to a tiger. A treasure capable of making an inch a mile. It has similar concepts to my 1 inch. 1 mile movement technique, but far deeper and more exaggerated. It's definitely a pseudo-treasure of the 33 heavens. Dian's heart turned cold. If such a treasure was actively used in war, one could imagine the devastation it could cause. There was a true treasure of the 33 heavens, one of the 11 energy path treasures, that had this ability as well. At first, Dian's heart seized, thinking that BPA actually had such a treasure on hand. But he relaxed after realizing it was a replica. However, even as a replica, the ability of this treasure was too devastating. If Kaori wasn't saving it as a trump card and used it from the very beginning, this battle wouldn't have ended so simply. Kaori's calm gaze became a frown. He realized that Dian wasn't underestimating him due to his poor cultivation, nor was there greed in his eyes when he realized the treasure he had in his possession. As Kaori's place in Dian's heart was rising, so too was the vice versa occurring. Without a word, Kaori finally disappeared. This person is too decisive. He didn't even try to alert the Holy Mammoth warriors, nor did he take any of his own Kitsune warriors. In fact, Dian had a hunch that Kaori didn't even return to the Kitsune clan. If he was correct, Kaori was a long way from this quadrant already, entirely giving it up without an ounce of hesitation. Dian shook his head. What does such a man have to lose? He's lost his son, father, and grandfather to me. Why should he care about the Kitsune clan anymore? Though Dian said these words, he only grew more serious. Kaori had put over 10 years of blood, sweat, and tears into this moment, into finally forcing the Shruti Empire to kneel, yet he threw it all away. This person was dangerous. That's unfortunate. Changlei's deep, rumbling voice made the ground below quake. Did you have to smash them into meat paste like that? Kitsune might make very good corpse puppets. Now the strongest of them is dead. Too unfortunate. Dian ignored Changlei's grumbling. He couldn't have controlled patience much even if he wanted to. He only barely shifted its trajectory right at the end to allow the numbered warriors to keep their bodies intact. Still, he wanted to kill them with his own hands, so even though he could have left it to Changlei, he didn't. A hatred of several long decades had finally been vented. He didn't care to hear their excuses or pleadings, so he directly smashed them to waste. In the future, he'd do the very same to Aritzia. All those who dared to scheme against his loved ones would pay a heavy price. There'll be plenty of other opportunities to gain Kitsune corpses. The main battle is over, but there are still over 30 universes left to conquer. Plus, shouldn't you be satisfied? The Six-Winged Legion, the Shadow Legion, the Sparrow Legion, and the Holy Mammoth Legion are all famous. After refining them all, you'll be able to conquer universes on your own. In the past, this was impossible for Changlei. Though his death god body had improved his innate poor soul path talent, it wasn't by much. Luckily, many things had changed recently. For one, his soul talent no longer seemed to have a hard cap. After breaking through heaven's chains, he didn't face the same restrictions as most other beasts. However, the second reason was the most potent. His partner was now Dian. As such, he could borrow from Dian's soul prowess whenever he wanted as long as they were within range of Dian's divine sense of one another. Essentially, his limited ability in controlled his skeleton army had been completely overturned. Still, he grumbled. You don't understand. In some cases, it's beneficial to allow refined corpse puppets to maintain some of the skill they had when they were alive. Having 3 Kitsune Grand Elders would be massive. Because they would now be corpse puppets, their weak bodies would no longer be an issue. Plus, I could easily sacrifice the Jikin Grand Elder if I wanted to manipulate time well past normal standards. But you went and ruined it all. Dian laughed. Here, take this as compensation. A flood of information entered Chinglei's mind through their soul connection. It was none other than Orcus Corp's refinement technique. Lord Creator. Though Dian didn't bother to comprehend any of it, he had skimmed through its covers long ago. Memorizing a technique was as easy as breathing for him, even if it was of the divine grade. Changlei was stunned into silence before his uproarious laughter shook the skies. As a wielder of Death God body, how could he not understand the significance of such a technique? With it, his corpse refining abilities would be brought to an entirely new level. In the distance, the Shruti army felt awkward, a deep shame taking root in their hearts as they listened to human and dragon chatting away with one another. They had just been scared out of their wits, yet the battle was won without them lifting a single finger. How could they feel anything but shame? To make matters worse, the adorable little cauldron on Dian's shoulder seemed to turn toward them, its lid steaming with disdain. Then, it turned around and wiggled what they could only assume was its butt. Their already red faces could only turn a deeper crimson. Sensing a presence behind him, Dian turned to see Emperor Shruti and Atlas. At first he wondered why they were so far away and why they were struggling so much, but then he remembered that he was still standing on Chinglei's head. Chinglei's yellow reptilian eyes shifted slightly as his snake-like body turned. Snorting with disdain, he went to return to Dian's inner world. If you want to ally with people, you should find clans with some actual strength. If you ask me, this so-called Atlas and Shruti Empire would be better off as vassal states if all they're gonna do it mooch. Call me when there's bone to grind. Oh, and do send those corpses in. He finished happily. With that, the massive beast disappeared, as did its constant suppression of the area. Though the two emperors felt bitter toward the dragon's words, they couldn't deny that they felt much better without his presence pressing down their souls. I want to thank Sir Sicharo for helping my Shruti Empire. I don't have much to repay you with, but please make your demands. My Shruti Empire has never been ungrateful. Having witnessed Dian's power personally, Emperor Shruti suddenly understood that this man was very humble. He had every right to trample across their Shruti empire as he pleased, but he actually pretended as though they were on equal footing yesterday. Dian descended from the skies, facing the two emperors with a light smile on his face. Like I said, I came here at the request of my little cousin to repay a debt. Also, don't mind Qinglei's words, he's just a bit abrasive. Though I won't lie, I do prefer if your clans come under our banner. Still, I won't force you to do so. If you'd like to repay me, allow me to take what remains of the Kitsune clan's population. As for the territory, you can have it. The two emperors looked at each other after hearing these words. We accept, they both said without hesitation. In truth, they felt like they were taking advantage of Dian. The greatest trouble in controlling territory was managing the people under it. But now Dian was suddenly giving them all of the territory and taking all the troubles that would have come with it. How could they not accept? What they didn't know was that Dian held back on them quite a bit. Even if they took over the Kitsune universes, how long would it take them to find their universe spirits? Thousands? Tens of thousands? With a simple call to Researcher Tun, Dian could have the appropriate coordinates in just a few days. Then, it would at most take him a few weeks to conquer all over 30 Kitsune universes. But, obviously, Emperor Shruti and Atlas had no idea about this. Since they hadn't agreed to become his vassal states, why would he help them out more than he already had? The universe spirits would definitely hide from them just like the universe spirit of the Five Beast Clan Alliance did to Dian. Even if they interrogated the Kitsune elders, it wouldn't be any help. As for the Kitsune's population, after Dian cleansed the top clan elders, controlling them would be easy. Why? Because he had not only been grooming the heirs and heiress of the Jikin, Void, and Heaven clans for several decades already, but he also had Kawa and Ri, both of whom controlled faith seeds of their supreme Kitsune clans. Simply put, Dian's threshold toward controlling the hearts of their people was far lower than it would be for others. This wasn't all either, there was something else Dian was excited about. Now that he was a Star Lord with the Tao of Array Alchemy under his control, he had the ability to cleanse bloodlines by a certain extent. If more 8- and 9-tail Kitsune began to be born, they'd begin to display the true prowess of a supreme grade beast clan once more. On top of this, some 9-tails could be selected to take the fate-breaking pill and become celestial foxes. The potential of this Kitsune clan population was no less than that of the elves. After these matters were settled, Dian turned his attention to what remained of the legions. Subduing them without their commanders was as easy as breathing for him. Aside from telling Qinglei to leave the Crimson Lion Legion alone, he let him do whatever he pleased with the other four. You have no idea who you've offended. Four, who lay on the ground too injured to move, sneered as she looked up toward Dian, a clear defiance on her delicate features. Oh? You mean the Transcendent Beast Alliance? Do I look like I care? Four's brows visibly trembled. She really hadn't expected Dian to know. I hear your Humming Sparrow clan is quite good. How unfortunate. I promised Qinglei the Sparrow Legion, but it seems you really did come alone. For glared at Dian. Even if you know about this connection, it wasn't them I was referring to. Do you believe someone who can gain my acknowledgement despite being so weak is a normal person? The person you shouldn't have offended is my Kaori. Is that so? I seem to have a habit of offending weak-bodied geniuses. The last one who offended me had her clan run out of the tower quadrants. Don't tell me, let me guess. Along with Aritzia Sapientia, Kaori Void is one of the top 3 most intelligent minds of the mortal plane. I should be quaking in my boots waiting for their revenge? Is that correct? Four's eyelashes trembled, suddenly feeling an insurmountable aura coming from this man kneeling by her injured body. Suddenly, Dian's black mask sunk into his face, revealing a visage handsome beyond words. Unfortunately, the dark, sinister light in his eyes forced those who gazed upon him to be unable to appreciate it. They would instead be filled with an endless ocean of dread. The trembling of Four's body grew fiercer. That face, she knew it too well. No, any one of the tower quadrants knew it. How was this possible? How could it be him? No, if this is true. Tears of rage and unwillingness filled Four's eyes. Her emotions were so fierce that the veins coursing through her body turned a deep black, making her once beautiful features turn ghastly and unsightly. Unfortunately, Diane was here alone. In this gate, there was only him, her, and a silently waiting Saru and Brahmin in the distance. Even the Shruti army had already left to begin slowly conquering Kitsune territory. There was no one else to witness this scene before her. "Let me tell you something before you become my dragon's prized corpse puppet." Diane's piercing gaze bore into her body. "I don't know who made that list of genius minds, but they should consider remaking it. Don't you think it's embarrassing that 2 of your top 3 fell to me because they weren't smart enough?" A deep chuckle left Diane's lips. "If they were as intelligent as you all say, shouldn't they know not to offend me?" Diane's finger touched Four's forehead. She instantly felt that her soul was being ripped from her body, but there was nothing she could do to fight it. Her last thoughts were ones of despair. If the face she saw was real and not an illusion, her beloved Kaori stood no chance. For him to grow so fast, no one stood a chance. Diane swept Four's corpse into his spatial ring after scouring the information in her mind. It seemed that the reason the Sparrow Legion hadn't come was because there was no Sparrow Legion in the Tower Quadrants at all. Four was actually a princess of not the Beast Protection Association, but of the Transcendent Beast Alliance. Though the Dino subspecies controlled 50% of the Transcendent Beast Alliance, they obviously weren't a cohesive whole. They were, after all, a subspecies, not a clan. There were many different cultures and goals within their masses. As such, there was room for many other powerful clans to exist. One such clan was the Humming Sparrow clan, where Four originated from. They could be considered one of the least powers of the Alliance, controlling about 5 or so quadrants alone. It was a shame that Kaori overestimated Diane. What he said was true. In order to keep a low profile, although BPA had cards in almost every quadrant, and knew where the universe spirits of most of them were already, they hadn't made a move to conquer them just yet. This made sense. After all, the Transcendent Beast Alliance was the weakest of the 5 outer powers, just a margin weaker than the Devil Quadrants. Though suddenly taking over these territories would net them a massive boon of faith, it would also alert the other outer quadrants, giving them a reason to come together and split their territory amongst themselves. Though the Tower Quadrants might be ignorant to the true roots of BPA, but outer quadrants weren't so stupid. The only reason they had let it go to this point was because the Transcendent Beast Alliance did have a right to protect their fellow beasts, but that didn't mean they'd be allowed to go as far as strengthening themselves with their territory. Due to this, Kaori was careful about faith and played his cards sparingly. In the end, he decided it was safest to battle within the gates instead of potentially being met with faith stronger than they could handle. He was essentially hedging for the possibility that their opponent was also from the outer quadrants. Unfortunately, his bet was incorrect. Had Diane had to fight against Four's faith, even though he now controlled 131 universes, he would still fall very short. One had to remember that he technically only had the faith of 98 universes right now. In addition, though the Transcendent Beast Alliance only had moon-grade faith and not the Sapientious planet-grade faith, and were also an alliance instead of a single clan, for was a peak Dao realm expert, not a higher celestial like Oshire. All in all, Diane was correct. Technically, Kaori's choice was the smartest. But he made the same mistake Aritzia had, except this time in the opposite direction. While the latter underestimated him, the former overestimated him. Wasn't it too sad to have such genius minds make such fundamental mistakes? This was all essentially to say that Four's Sparrow Legion wasn't here because she wasn't technically meant to be here either. She was a genius of the Humming Sparrow clan. At less than 20,000 years old, she had stepped into the 11th Dao realm. They had more than just high hopes in her. They felt like her genius could raise their clan to the level of the Sapientia. Unfortunately, she fell in love and died here for a man who didn't blink twice in abandoning her. The disgust in Diane's heart spilled over. If Kaori had no feelings for this princess, it would be one thing. But according to her memories, Kaori would affectionately call her Alalia when they were alone, and even in public, he couldn't bear to call her Four, so he called her Ms. Humming. It was either Kaori had feelings for this woman and still fled, or he never had feelings for her at all and only sought to use her status to give himself power. No matter which one was true, Diane couldn't feel anything but disgust. Even if he felt that he was too weak to face Diane, with the spatial disc in his hand, saving one more person wouldn't have been impossible. Though not guaranteed, he would have had a 60% likelihood of succeeding. But he actually threw away such an option to save a woman who loved him because he felt his life was worth more than the risk. He really deserves to die. Diane's gaze turned cold. Before the last wisp of Alalia's soul was taken by his devourer, Diane suddenly felt bad for this woman who loved such a useless man. In the end, he wrapped the last wisp in star chi and let it hover within his mind's eye. Even when her life was ending, she still called that man my Kaori. It was clear she didn't hate him for his decision at all. It seemed love wasn't always rational. Diane wasn't sure what to do with her, but at least keep her last bit of life force like this meant that the Humming Sparrow clan wouldn't be alerted to her death. This would give him so breathing room. After settling things, Diane returned to Saru and Brahman. The former still had a sweet smile on her face, but the former looked on with an exceptionally complicated gaze. Finally, unable to bear it, he sunk to his knees and kowtowed, laying down his pride and accepting Diane as his master. Diane grinned. What a shameless disciple. You see how many treasures your master has, and now you want to recognize me quickly to get your hands on some. Is that it? Surprisingly, Brahman stood, his delicate blue eyes sparkling. Yes. Diane started laughing uncontrollably. My fifth lesson to you was going to be that shamelessness is good. But it seems I don't have to teach you this. Master, I want to grow as strong as you. Brahman's gloomy appearance had seemingly disappeared, causing Saru to giggle. Her and Brahman had a bit of an estranged relationship, but when they were youthful and ignorant, they could have been considered good friends. The Brahman she knew was exactly like this, willing to do whatever it took to win. Even when they were playing simple card games, he would cheat if it meant victory. As for the gloomy Brahman, he didn't appear until he grew old enough to understand the struggles of his grandfather. Diane smiled. Though he had understood Jizel's talents long before he took him in as a disciple, Brahman was a bit of a mystery to him. He just instinctually felt he should take him on as a disciple. As for why, even he didn't know the reason. For all his life, he had felt this subtle feeling, pulling him to do certain things as though this inner voice was certain it was the correct path. In fact, some of these choices seemed wrong on the surface, only for them to work out perfectly in the end. Diane remembered clearly that one of the first times he felt this feeling was when he met Madeline. Then it happened again when he met Ree. Then, for some reason, Clara, who he hadn't felt that pull toward before, when he met her again, he felt the same inescapable attraction. This last one was the most baffling to him. Diane found himself recently having to ignore this pull when it came to women. He felt it had been appeared too often lately. Luckily, it wasn't just for his wives this happened for either. When he was first choosing his secondary profession at Focus Academy, he felt that pull. When he catalyzed his master's blood essence to form the Florence clan's humanoid manifestation, he had felt that pull. When he was choosing his constitutions, he felt that pull once more. How was it that he managed to randomly select his true manifestation out of a sea of thousands, while Clara didn't manage to do the same? Most recently, he felt that pull again when he chose to let Lionel, Eve and Chunglei live. Then again when he chose Jizel as a disciple. Then once more right now as he was taking on Brahman as a disciple. Whatever that instinctual pull was, it had always helped him and never harmed him. If this pull was just an innate ability of Diane himself, then it was good. But if he was on someone else's puppet string, that was something Diane would never accept. His inner gaze couldn't help but turn his nascent soul. Most of the time, Diane subconsciously forgot this miniature version of himself even existed. What he still didn't understand to this day was how he didn't realize it was there until Liliana tried to kill him. Diane had been able to look into his mind's eye ever since he was a student at Focus Academy. So how had he neglected something so important? And why was it that its existence seemed to slip his mind so often? As though it wanted him to forget that it was there? Diane shivered, suddenly remembering something Jade had done to him. Jade knew how intelligent he was and that if he was left to his own devices, he would comprehend her true identity quickly. So, taking control of the seal, she blocked his ability to think so far, thus protecting him from the time-will backlash until he was strong enough. It was a level of sealing too deep for Diane to comprehend. It was as though the answer was right before him, but he wasn't allowed to think about it, comprehend it, or even reflect on the path leading up to it. Even when Diane tried to probe his nascent soul now, a strong feeling told him he shouldn't, causing every attempt to end in no attempt at all. Then he forgot about ever having made an attempt at all. It was no wonder he had hardly felt the effects of his Tao heart. Other than helping him cultivate faster, it hardly responded to him at all. Diane shook his head, his eyes suddenly becoming vacant. He suddenly couldn't remember what he had just been thinking about, a completely novel feeling to him. What he didn't know was that this was not only not the first time, but it was the several hundredth time that day alone. Yet, Diane never noticed. Despite thinking these same exact things thousands of times a day, for every day since his nascent soul appeared before him, he didn't remember at all. Not only did he not remember, he completely missed the flash in Saru's reflective sapphire eyes in his distraction. Even if we come to know, you can't know yet, Saru thought silently. There wasn't any sinister intention in her eyes. In fact, there was a deep sense of reminiscence and happiness, as though there was no one else's side she would rather be by. Having forgotten his train of thought, Diane remembered Brahman's last words and grinned. Too bad. As punishment for slighting your master, not only will you not receive treasures, I'll train you until your marrow hurts. If I recall correct, in the last day you've cursed me 5,408 times. Don't worry. I have a beautiful punishment ready for each and every one. Brahman's handsome features paled under Diane's laughter. He seemed to be enjoying his new role as a master a bit too much. But such was the cycle of life, pain he had gone through, he had the obligation to pass along. Come. Let's go. I haven't seen my little girl in too long. Daddy. Diane smiled widely, sweeping the little girl into his arms. Though he was still in his mask, little Aluna saw through him immediately. In fact, it wasn't just her. Diane was sure Saru also recognized him immediately. It seemed he was correct in showing a bit of prudence and not taking Amphory and Madeline with him. There were some things that were too unpredictable. Cool. Cool. Alana's favorite color had always been purple. Seeing her dad's hair turn violet, she couldn't have been happier. It was as though two things she loved suddenly became one, making them even better. Little Aluna was almost 4 years old now, so she was quickly growing. Luckily, she was still attached to Diane, so he wasn't too heartbroken over this. That said, if his little girl ever went through a phase where she hated even the sight of his face, he would be too pained to live anymore. Still, listening to Aluna regale him with tales of her adventures, he felt too content to think about such a potential depressing future. And then Mama Amphory showed me her wings. They're so pretty. And then, oh, hello. Little Aluna finally noticed that Saru was standing by Diane's side with a light smile on her face, patiently waiting as though she was expecting the little girl to finally notice her presence. Daddy, who is this? This is Saru. She's a princess too, just like you. Little Alana's eyes sparkled as she looked toward Saru with great interest. She seemed to want to peer into all of Saru's secrets with a single glance. Diane found this behavior quite odd. This wouldn't be Alana's normal reaction, but he didn't think too much about it. Where's your kingdom, big sister Saru? Can I visit? Aluna asked excitedly. Saru smiled. It's not very far. In fact, it's right next to yours. Right now it's not too convenient to visit, but after things settle down, little Princess Aluna is more than welcome to visit. Also, you can call me Auntie Saru. Diane choked on air. He had to turn his face away so as not to cough spittle onto Alana's small, chubby little face. Had all his years of slowly coming to understand women been for nothing? There was a woman who existed that would rather be called auntie than big sister? What was happening? And why was he having such a mental crisis about this? It wasn't just him. In the distance, Jizzle and Brahman felt their understanding of the world shatter. Currently, Jizzle was sitting in the middle of countless piles of biology, related textbooks and research papers, a pained expression on his face. As for Brahman, his pain was no less, if not more. He was planking over a trench of black flames that stretched from the very tip of his toes to his elbow, beads of sweat continuously falling down his brow. Every time a drop fell from his body and into the flames below, they would crackle, sending a small ember upward to heat the armor on his torso. And this was only the first punishment. How was he supposed to survive 5,407 more? If it was a normal plank, it would be fine. But Dian had formed him an armor of dwarf's diamond, one of the hardest and heaviest substances of the entire mortal plane. He had several 100,000 gene on his body right now. To make matters worse, before this began, Dian Force fed him a pill that washed away all of his cultivation. And though that pill turned his dispersed chi into bodily strength, there were many things the energy path could do that the body path could not. For example, chi was far better at regulating body temperature. Also, it was chi that helped one's body go long periods of time without food, but a stronger body only made one hungrier. So not only could he not stop himself from feeling excessively hot, his grumbling stomach also wouldn't stop. This experience made what should have been the beautiful paradise at the back of Soul Palace a living hell. He wanted to shed tears, but every time he tried, they dried up in an instant. Yet, even in this situation, when he heard Saru's words, he almost collapsed despite the heat. "Auntie." Little Aluna tilted her head in confusion. "But big sister is so young." Saru smiled. "It's okay." She reached forward, lightly pinching little Alana's chubby cheeks. Seeing that the little girl was still hesitant, Saru's spatial ring flashed, bringing out a slice of cake. But if one thought it was normal, they'd be furiously kicked out of the room. Since when could a normal cake have a shining halo around it? "Tell you what, if you call me auntie from now on, I'll let you eat all of delicious food you want." Alana's hazel green eyes lit up. Not only had she inherited some of her father's looks, but she had especially inherited his love of food. She didn't even hesitate before accepting. Okay. Thank you, Auntie Saru." Dian's confusion deepened to a realm he had never been to before. Why were Saru's delicate features filled with so much satisfaction? Dian gave Saru a weird look, but all he got in response was a smile. In fact, in all his distraction, his precious little girl was swept away by Saru. "Ah!" Dian raised a finger as Alana's adorable little figure was snatched from him, but in the end he sighed and put it down. In truth, it had only been a day and a half since he last saw little Aluna, but he enjoyed spending time with his daughter. Seeing her taken away by a pastry succubus holding a plate of cake made his chest ache. But he didn't have the heart to snatch Aluna back. Her smile was too bright after she took her first bite. He had clearly lost this round, so he instead focused his attention to his two disciples. Sensing his gaze, Brahman and Jizzle involuntarily shivered, tears moistening their sad eyes. Dian's inner world had expanded to the point where it was difficult for him to see to the end of it. Though it was smaller than Earth before it became the entity's prison, it was still about the size of a small planet now. The only difference was that it wasn't rounded, but was, instead, flat. At its center, Dian's manifestation stood tall, its eyes closed. It seemed to have a life of its own, yet it never tired. Below its feet, 6 primordial Een surrounded a larger primordial Yang, bobbing gently and wafting an ancient aura. Not much had changed in Dian's inner world aside from its size, that is, except for one thing. The once blue skies were blanketed with 2 massive pulsing arrays. One was etched with black and white crystals, giving it both a gentle and oppressive presence. The other was a crackling shrine of golden lightning. Every so often, a vicious bolt was descend from its large body, attempting to strike the ground below. But this seemed to magically cause no damage at all to Dian's inner world. After entering the Tao realm, Dian's inner world began to manifest some of its core abilities. Though this was true, according to his grand teacher, inner world, sanctuary, didn't prove why it was the undisputed greatest cultivation technique ever created until one transcended. Still, that didn't mean it couldn't display its strength within Immortal. In fact, it already had. To truly understand the heaven-defying nature of Dian's inner world, one must first understand a true domain. Upon entering the celestial realm, one became capable of forming a pseudo-domain. In this space, depending on the path chosen, one had greater strength and control over their surroundings. However, this strength is incredibly limited and doesn't display shocking power until it evolves into a true domain. When Dian fought the Xianxia ancestor because he had grasped a true domain, Dian wasn't even capable of controlling the qi within his own body. This was how powerful the comprehension of a true domain was. The most mind-numbing part of this was that Ashir's body was too weak for the Xianxia ancestor to release his true domain, yet it was still so powerful. In the end, Dian was only able to counter this by comprehending star qi. The reason this protected him was linked to the basis of array alchemy. One had to remember that array alchemy's true purpose was to create. Using its power, one could construct all things, even the living. Even back when Dian had a mere master-grade soul, he had already been capable of forming weak life forms like common-grade plants. Star qi, as the highest level of mortal-grade qi, enshrouded Dian in a protection the ancestor was no longer capable of budging. Its level of control was too high. Still, an astute individual would realize the problem here. Even before Dian battled the ancestor, many had been shocked when he released his inner world, unable to understand how a mere celestial could form a true domain. Since Dian had a true domain of his own, and had even released it at that point, how did the ancestor affect him so profoundly? The answer was simple. True domain were separated into several grades of their own, and no two were created equal. When Dian lost his Tao heart to his chaos flames and went to visit the entity, he saw its world then too. The only difference was that the entity didn't call it a domain, it called it its origin source. Back then, Dian had said that the entity's origin source was too complex. It was so complex, in fact, that Dian could only glance at it for a split second before his mind felt like it was collapsing. However, these matters are irrelevant for now. What was important was that this true domain was a root that laid the foundation for the greatest strength a transcendent could wield. The origin source. And Dian's inner world? It was the greatest foundation of them all. Inner world, sanctuary, wouldn't gift its users some oppressively overpowered origin source. No, instead it allowed one to continuously build and refine one's foundation. Even after Dian transcended, he would be able to turn back to his roots and add more strength and comprehension to it. It was akin to gaining the ability to travel to the past and correct every mistake you had ever made. The benefit of this wasn't obvious now, and there were currently only 2 looming Tao arrays in the skies. But in the future, the strength of his inner world would shock the mortal plane. And maybe even the immortal plane. Dian smiled lightly as his projection stood in his inner world. After collecting his thoughts, he moved forward toward his destination, soon reaching a small part of his world where he happened to house prisoners. This world is really nothing but endless green grass. I should do something about that, it doesn't feel right like this. Other than the pulse trees and the heaven's selfless breath tea leaves Dian planted from the golden flame mystical world, there really was nothing but endless green grass here. He felt like he was missing a great opportunity. Since he could control every aspect of this world, and considering the fact he could place a planet-grade array here, he decided that he should let Eli expand his garden using his inner world. If the two of them worked together, they could theoretically create the most perfect conditions for any variety of spiritual herb. Though it was always sunny and warm here, if Dian wanted, it could become a land of snow or a desert or even an endless ocean. The issue would be that these projections wouldn't have any real power to them. They would be no different from lands one found on mortal planets like the previous Earth. Though a mortal might feel trepidation toward the cold of a place like Antarctica, even a Foundation realm cultivator could spend their life there without so much as a sniffle. Since Dian hadn't comprehended any ice wills, it was useless to project his world as an ice land. This logic was the same for a land of water as well. The desert was a bit more intriguing because of his fire Tao, but Dian felt that this wasn't the best use for it either. After entering the Tao realm, Dian gained the ability to use his true domain to its utmost effectiveness, so he was now thinking about these things. The reason behind the two massive arrays in the sky was that only these two comprehensions of Dian had reached the minimum requirements for use by Inner World Sanctuary. So, he was currently considering how to change his world to take advantage of fire and lightning. This was the strength of the greatest cultivation technique ever created. Endless flexibility. You all can stop hiding now. I don't know why you bother. You know well that I can see everything in this world. This place was quaint and minimalistic, but it wasn't inhumane. Several simple brick homes of a couple hundred square feet each stood before Dian. Soon, 5 figures appeared. 3 of them were individuals that hadn't been seen in a while. The 8 golden-tailed Masako Heaven, the 7 silver-tailed Jin Jiken, and finally the castrated and 9 black-tailed Aki Void. Well, Jin was no longer 7-tailed and had regained the 8th tail he sacrificed to seal Dian's movement all those years ago, but judging by the apathetic expression on his face, he was neither grateful nor hateful about this. After so many years of being locked up by Dian, forced to do nothing but endlessly train, they lost much of the motivation they had in their youth. They had no idea why Dian had kept them all this time and even invested so much into them, but they didn't even have the energy to hate anymore. No matter how fast their cultivation was, Dian always seemed to be several times faster. Currently, they had all stepped into the lower Dao realm, but they still felt like Dian hardly had to lift a single finger to kill them all. This was especially so since they were in Dian's inner world. Even a higher existence would have to bow in here. This said, their current cultivation wasn't too shocking if one thought about. When Dian went to Chaos Universe, they had obviously been within his inner world. So, the extra 70 to 80 or so years Dian gained, they gained as well. However, the difference was fairly large. For one, while Dian was cultivation in the chaotic atmosphere, they had the calm and stable atmosphere of his inner world. So, they were unaffected by the increased difficulty of cultivation. Second, Dian's inner world had a spiritual vein he allowed them to cultivate on, making their cultivation speed even faster. And thirdly, Dian had progressed from the Comet Lord realm to the Star Lord realm in all these years. As such, the pills he provided them continuously grew in quality and effect. In total, they had spent what amounted to almost 100 years here. If they couldn't reach the Dao realm with so much support, they wouldn't deserve the title of Supreme Grade Beast. The only reason Dian hadn't used them to now was because he still wasn't sure what to do with them. They wouldn't have made a big difference in the Quadrant War anyway. But now he felt like his investment had paid off. They were about to be greatly useful. As for the final 2 individuals, they were none other than Lionel and Eve. And unlike the apathetic expressions of the Kitsune geniuses, their eyes still smoldered with rage. It's about time that the 3 of you became useful to me. Dian ignored the married couple, focusing instead on the Kitsune. Your Kitsune quadrant has been conquered and soon an influx of your people will join my mortal alliance. I'll be appointing you 3 as the figureheads of the Kitsune race. You will help them to organize themselves and build strength. Perform well and your supreme Kitsune clans will rise above anything they ever accomplished before. The first feeling the 3 Kitsune geniuses felt was shock. Their territory had been conquered? How? When? How could 100 years be enough to force their downfall? Of course, to them, at least that amount of time had passed. They had no idea Dian went to Chaos Universe, so their perception of time was a bit different to the real matter of things. Afterward, they felt incredibly complex. Somewhere in their hearts they knew that Dian couldn't possibly be training them to such an extent for no reason. But even then, they weren't certain. That caused a slight hint of happiness to enter their hearts. There was even a bit of gratefulness. If psychologists of Dian's world knew about this, they would most definitely label it as a symptom of Stockholm Syndrome. On the other hand, though, they felt bitter. This was their home after all. What happened? Masako mustered up her courage. These were probably the first words she had spoken in decades. Even to Aki and Jin, she hadn't said a word. Of the 3, she arguably suffered the worst trauma. Back then, she had had her throat pierced and torn apart by Dian. If it wasn't for her bloodline's innate vitality and that Dian saved her, she would have crossed death's door. She wasn't like Dian who experienced death countless times during the 5th trial. Her mind was far more fragile. so it affected her even now despite her vast power improvement. Kaori Void allied with the Beast Protection Association but lost the key battle to me. Your Grand Elders died, so the pillars of strength that held up your supreme Kitsune clans are now gone. With Kaori fleeing and BPA no longer able to help, your universes are being swiftly conquered by the Shruti as we speak. Waves of emotion crossed the eyes of the three Kitsune. Hearing his father's name, Aki's fists couldn't help but clench. His existence was obviously far more impactful to him than the Grand Elders were. This was the world of cultivation. Oftentimes, even 10 generations could exist at once, but the greatest relationships would be maintained by more immediate family members. Those who were more powerful tended to distance themselves over time from the younger generation. It saved them the possibility of pain down the line. Grand Elder Void was Kaori's grandfather, so that obviously made him Aki's great-grandfather. Considering how many countless kin Grand Elder Void had, even though Aki was the most outstanding, their relationship wasn't very deep. So even after hearing his great-grandfather died, his emotions only fluctuated slightly. In fact, hearing that his father escaped, he sighed a breath of relief. There's always the possibility of summoning your ancestors, I guess. But if that happens, I'll be sure to appear. And, even with this said, I don't think there's anyone left in your clan with the lineage to awaken them. Diane finished casually. Why are you using us? Why don't you just use Alexandria? Aki asked plainly. My wife is busy. In case you didn't know, she's the queen of the elves. And, for reasons you must know, she hates your supreme Kitsune clan with a burning passion, not only for what they did to her, but also for what they did to her mother. I'm sure I don't need to explain any further. Diane's cold retort caused Aki to tremble. He didn't dare say or ask any more. You three will be figureheads, but the true matriarch will be my mother-in-law. She has awakened her celestial fox bloodline, and I trust her more than you three, so you will be under her command. What? The three Kitsune geniuses felt that their world had collapsed. The legend of the celestial fox wasn't just a casual mention in Kitsune lore, it was practically their god, their guardian deity. Hearing Diane mention it so casually made them feel like he didn't understand what his words truly meant. Yes, that had to be it. He was simply speaking too casually. Right? Diane didn't bother to answer and casually waved his hand, sending the three of them out toward Clara. She would allow them to pick an allocated land and begin to help them prepare for the mass migration that was about to occur. Luckily, with planet-grade arrays it would be much easier. In addition, using that method, Diane would be able to hide much of these matters from the Federation. In the end, the only two left were the seething Lionel and Eve. I've told you two once before, but you're too powerful and too useful for me to not make use of. I could kill you, but it would be too much of a waste. The two grit their teeth, but remained silent. For you, your situation is much better than your wife. Your mother and father are here, your little sister is here, and all grown up without an elder brother. I've obviously treated them. The matters of the past are your fault. I'm sure you understand this most clearly. And, after relying on your wife for so long, I'm also sure you're no longer as arrogant as you once were. Diane turned to Eve. Your adoptive mother coldly slaughtered tens of billions of people with a casual swipe of her finger. To you, her life might be worth more than all of theirs. But to me, such thoughts are worse than disgusting. No matter how useful you are to me, no matter how much you do for me, I will never release her. However, Diane sneered. If you're feeling confident in yourself, I don't mind giving you power. You can grow as strong as you want as fast as you want. In fact, soon, I'll have a breakthrough in my comprehension of my wings of blessings, and I'll be able to fix the injury to your foundation. Eve's pupils constricted. All those years ago, in order to help Lionel achieve his tall ambitions, she gave her virginity to him even knowing that she cultivated a technique that would punish her heavily for giving up her primordial Een to another before the Tao realm. All these years later, that crack in her foundation was still there. As a result, she could only use 5% of what her true strength should be, maybe even less. This was how devastating her choice back then was. Our contract is simple. You will work for me to the utmost of your abilities. You can use my resources as you please to grow your strength. If there comes a day where you surpass me, I'll happily die at your hands. Diane's meaning was clear. Eve was restricted from scheming to kill him, but as long as she could do so in a clean duel between the two of them, he would allow it without complaint. But the contempt in his eyes was clear to the point of lighting a fiercer fire within Eve. She could almost hear his thoughts speaking out to her. Who are you to ever think of defeating me? No, that wasn't it. Those were just the surface thoughts. In reality it was, there's no one in existence who I've already surpassed who can even dream of one day defeating me. Unbridled arrogance. Unbridled to the point of casually betting his life on it. Diane held Madeline's waist close to his torso. So closely in fact that it was as though he was determined to meld her body into his own. A faint translucent liquid fell from between her legs, and considering the panties hung from a single slender leg's ankle to the side, there was nothing left between it and the floor below. Madeline could feel Diane deep inside of her, but their movements were shallow and intimate. If it wasn't for the slow grinding rotation of their hips, one would almost think that nothing too lewd was occurring. A part of her yearned for the speed to increase, but another enjoyed Diane's gentle but firm caressing. The feeling of his body pressed flush against hers, of his hard, toned torso open to her every touch and pleasure, it filled her with an endless contentment. You really want me to represent the Flaming Lily sect and not the Mortal Alliance? Madeline's sweet voice filled Diane's mind. She couldn't bear to remove her lips from his, to untangle her tongue from his own, so she simply sent her voice in this way. When Diane came to ambush, she had been dealing with Sapientia-related matters in their new large territory. As much as Diane wanted to, he couldn't just ship all Sapientias out. He could only force them to destroy their glasses after he took hold of all their means of possible communication with the main clan. Plus, he was beginning to feel that his prejudice against the Sapientia might lead to results he wouldn't like to see the fruit of. It reminded him too much of racial bias. If he allowed that sort of mentality to seep into his mortal alliance, it would fester uncontrollably. This wasn't something Diane wanted to see. Since only key Sapientia were at fault, Diane decided to only punish them and slowly integrate the rest into his society. The Sapientia were cultivating talents of their own. The only reason this wasn't displayed was because of the strict neutrality they imposed. Maybe if Diane could change this, they could become a strong fighting force for him. Plus, the Sapientia housed a wealth of knowledge. Diane would never assume himself to be infallible. Their contributions to the mortal library would be indispensable. In the end, Madeline's role became leading them much like Ree took hold of the elves, Amphrey took hold of the Pacals, and Clara oversaw the mortals. Though Amphrey was quite reluctant to do much at all for the Pacals. Unfortunately, the demon sage was still rebuilding his body. And since he needed to share the soul tome with Esmeralda, Diane's master, it was taking some time. So, she had no one to pawn off this job to because Kedlam was still too weak. Suddenly, Madeline felt the heated rod within her tremble. Diane pulled out much further than he had to now before thrusting forward firmly. Madeline gasped, biting Diane's lips and clutching his neck. It seems that if you still have the time to think about other things, my skills must be dulling. Diane inwardly grinned, teasing Madeline. Truly, thinking about the Flaming Lily sect while being intimate with your husband? This sort of slight couldn't be taken lying down. For the next few hours, Madeline felt Diane's wrath. She felt like a tiny boat amid an ocean of waves, unable to even breathe, let alone think about other things. By the time Diane finished venting his frustration, releasing his pent-up anger within his wife, she lay boneless in his arms. Diane had gotten so carried away that the two had been standing the whole time. Or rather, he had been standing. As for Madeline, her limbs weakly wrapped around him as though she was only there for the ride. Her eyes fluttered close weakly as rested her head on Diane's shoulder. I've been getting weekly treatments from Ilei. Maybe it won't be too long before I too give you a child. Ilei was Donari's mother, the wielder of the fruit of life constitution. As Diane noted before, her talents extended past just allowing her children to gain great talent. In addition to this, she could increase the fertility of cultivators as well. Such a talent was invaluable, especially for the Dream Panthers. Unfortunately, she had two major weaknesses. Just like her son Donari with his Assassin's Symphony Constitution, Fruit of Life had 3 grades as well. It could manifest at the God, Heaven, and Earth grades. Obviously, by the tone of this news, it was clear that Ilai had manifested the weakest Earth grade. And, unlike Donari's Constitution, which could constantly improve with killing, Ilai's progression path wasn't so simple. Though it wasn't impossible, it might as well be. But the second issue was even more potent. Ilai's Fruit of Life Constitution manifested with soul cultivation, like Diane's Titan Diamond Body did with body cultivation and Ava's Silver Mirror Constitution did for energy cultivation. What did this mean? Having grown up under the cathedral's influence, in order to hide her soul talent, Ilai's soul was purposely crippled in her youth. In addition, because her constitution had never been fully awakened, she experienced decades of having a weak, crippled body and poor energy cultivation. After noticing her talent thanks to the soul tags, Diane began paying special attention to her development, even using the soul tome to heal her soul. But even though her talent had recovered, it would still take her time to progress. Simply put, though Madeline saw hope in Diane's seed taking root, it would be unlikely even if Ilai managed to enter the Tao realm. The husband-wife pair was simply far too talented. Diane had several God and Heaven grade constitutions within him, and Madeline herself had a God constitution. This also didn't mention the massive change in Diane's body after regaining his energy cultivation talent. One only needs to look toward the mortals to understand. In recent years, their fertility rate had plummeted. Though those older mortals who had permanently lost their talent gave birth just fine, the new generation was struggling to do so. Thanks to Clara and the soul tags, Diane had up-to-date numbers on all of these matters. Their extraordinary talent actually came with such a strong weakness. In a way, having their talent sealed away was actually a blessing. Currently, there were billions of energy talent nodes within the energy kernel, but that was only possible because their fertility rate rose after their talent was snatched away. Essentially, the entity had actually helped the mortals raise their population to this level. If not for him, they would be lucky to have a clan population in the tens of thousands after so many generations. This was normal for the peak humanoid race of an era. The elves, angels, and titans had all had poor fertility. Even the weaker version of the elves today did. So this wasn't surprising. Still, though Diane was aware of this, he gently held his wife, teleporting to their bedroom in Soul Palace and laying her down as though he was afraid of breaking her. Since Madeline wanted a family, he would give it to her. Even if it took pouring everything he had into Ilai, he'd do it. Plus, this selfish reasoning would have benefits to it as well. If she could reach the God grade and comprehend Star Chi, maybe the plight of the Dream Panthers could be fixed as well. Diane wasn't blind. He saw how happy Madeline was after Junior was born. He also saw how well she treated Aliuna. Her smile was never brighter than when Aliuna called her Mama Madeline. But, even though Madeline treated Aliuna like her own daughter, there was a hard-to-explain barrier that remained. Diane could understand that Madeline wanted to hold her own child. Of his wives, maybe only Madeline thought this way. None of Ree, Clara, or Amphrey truly wanted children. Though Ree sometimes joked about Diane putting a child in her, Diane knew that this was more so her vixen-like tendencies trying to arouse him than it was her true thoughts. Though those 3 wives of his shared the same conclusion, they did so for different reasons. Ree, though she tried to bury it, still held on to those years her parents had disappeared from her life. With how dangerous the situation they were constantly in was, she always worried that she might one day be forced to leave her child as well. She knew that she couldn't bear such a thing. As for Clara, she had always been a tomboy. The idea of having swollen feet and be incapacitated for 9 months was a massive turn-off for her. So though on the surface her reasoning was similar to Ree's, Diane saw through her. Still, he knew that one day he would hold a child that was the seed of him and Clara. Even if she didn't do it for herself, she would do it for him. She had always been like that. Then there was Amphrey. It wasn't that she was particularly turned off by the idea of being a mother. After all, with her memories as a princess of the Angel clan, she knew that it would one day be her duty to bear Diane an heir. She had long since been mentally prepared for this. It was just that she worried she wouldn't be a good mother. Being around children frightened her. She always worried about how they perceived her and was always fretting about accidentally hurting them. She had a cold and blood-thirsty aura around her constantly, and she enjoyed battle and killing too much. She was afraid that her child would hate her because of this. Though Diane made fun of Amphrey's nervousness around Aluna, he knew that it was rooted in a much deeper anxiety that would take some time to weed out. In the end, Madeline was the only one willing and wanting to have a child. On one hand, this made Diane breathe a sigh of relief, but on the other, he was worried she may get her hopes up too high. For all he knew, it may take countless millennia before she finally got pregnant. Diane climbed into bed beside Madeline, allowing her to shift into his embrace once more. There were still months until he had to handle the Federation matters, so after helping the Shruti out, he returned to his vacation. "You don't have to worry," she said softly. "I know how low the odds are, but if I don't birth you a strong son, how could I have the face to call myself first wife?" Hearing Madeline joke around like this made Diane feel better. He knew she didn't mean such a ridiculous thing. Diane had no interest in having a strong son. Little Aluna could take over his mantle just fine. Even if others didn't like it, he would make them like it. "You never answered my question." Clara was right. "You're only getting more and more perverted these days." Diane grinned evilly. "It sounds like you haven't learned your lesson." The dull ache between Madeline's legs caused her to squirm as she silently pled for mercy. Finally, Diane let it be, feeling satisfied. "As for the Flaming Lily sect, I just want to see what kind of face the Golden Crow sect would have after they realized that their territory was completely eaten away by a sect so much weaker than them. This Federation truly made things much simpler for me. I'm sure you've all been constantly drilled about the importance of this matter, so I won't bore you with the details, but do understand that this mission is strongly tied to the future of our mortal alliance." Diane stood with his wives by his side. Madeline and Ree stood a half-step behind him to his right, while Clara and Amphrey did the same to his left. Before him, the carefully chosen geniuses of their mortal alliance stood with a mixture of pride and nervousness. The second gathering of the Federation was in just a few hours, so Diane took this opportunity to brief these youths one more time. How the next 100 years played out would directly affect the prosperity of the mortal alliance, so they all had to take this seriously. First, learn to control your emotions. I'm not a very good example of this, so do as I say, not as I do. Diane smiled lightly as a slight relieving laughter swept through the group. They knew well how fiery the temper of their leader was, but they also appreciated that he could joke around with them like this. Some among the geniuses chosen had been by Diane's side long before he reached such an overwhelming height, so they knew his words weren't empty. That said, anyone who slights our mortal alliance deserves a punishment fitting of their crimes. You are all my Sacharo clan's chosen seedlings. I have high hopes for you all. I don't expect you to lower your heads to anybody, nor would I ever ask you such a thing. Perform well and earn the right to your pride. Maybe in 100 years, the tower quadrants will be our own to command. The involuntary presence laced within Diane's words made the geniuses tremble. It was clear a fire had been lit in each and every one of them. To the far left, the elven geniuses stood. They were led by Zalterish, Diane's devilishly handsome former rival, with a light shade of gray skin and sparkling red eyes. To his back, familiar figures like his elder hulking sister, his now wife Mithrander, and Ree's childhood friend Primrose stood. Next came the Pakals. Their youths could obviously only be led by Kedlam, whose strength had spiked after comprehending the true legacy of the Pakals. Next came the Belmonts. They were led by Lionel's little sister Stella, who had grown into a fine woman. Her violet hair flowed, and her one blue and one red eye twinkled with battle intent. Not far from her rival came Aoife. One would think that after reuniting with her mother, she would be a bit less abrasive in her relationships, but it seemed that Saru's death guard had the opposite effect on her child. When one thought about it, it made sense. Since this was the same woman who supposedly bedded a man as ferocious as Patriarch Mino, she would of course birth such a daughter. There was no doubt that Aoife was the leader of the Mino clan youths. Next came the Ragnars. Many of their upper echelon had been completely weeded out, and many of their talents had had their cultivations cleansed by Dian's pills, but they still had strength. How could they not when they were led by Thor? Without the need to shackle and hide his faith seed any longer, both he and Kedlum had soared to new heights. Dian was already considering making them both vice commanders. They weren't the only ones in consideration either, because next came the Sicarius clan, a clan of assassins that were once sworn to protect the Belmont clan. They were led by none other a proudly standing Ava. Her curves were tightly held by silver armor alternating into white leather, her fiery red hair whipped in the wind, and the light smile on her face played with the hearts of the men around her. She was truly a perfect balance of beauty and power. Then came the Raven clan. Who else could they be led by if not Dian's own disciple? They didn't have the talent to make a large impact, but Jizzle most certainly did. Though his cultivation had been cleansed, his body had improved to the higher celestial realm due to Dian's pills. In addition, thanks to his increased talent and resources, he had already cultivated back up to the essence-gathering realm in the less than year since his energy cultivation was taken. Then there was the Silver clan. They were another clan that should have been too weak to participate but were lifted up by their leader, Silver Fang. Thanks to Dian, Silver Fang's human path had been refined to a new height. He still had much room for improvement and pleaded for this chance to prove himself and fight for a place for his clan. Silver Fang knew well that the merits earned in the next 100 years would lay the foundation for many powerful clans of the Mortal Alliance. He couldn't allow his Silver clan to fall behind. Then there was the Guadama. Having erased the Weta name, Alatar proudly led the former Weta. Familiar faces like Abraham and Dravel stood to his back, eager for battle. Though Nora was still enraged by their actions as the former First Celestial Daughter, she too participated. Following this, there were the Soul Universe clans. They were too weak to survive on their own. So many had decided to come under one banner, the Soul clan. They were led by Donari. Then there came Dian's own godson Sarid, leader of the Jafari clan. After returning from his emperor trials, he had gained a hidden sharpness. Dian was eager to see his improvement. At the center of it all, the demon generals proudly took the helm. No matter how much support Dian gained, he would always remember that they were the first. Back then, Dian had only been a weak boy with no cultivation. Yet, they had the integrity to follow him. One might think that they did so simply because he was named that annoying old man's successor, but Dian knew how much these generals loved and were thankful for old man Sage Ras. Since the demon sage hated his successor so much, how could they not also hate him? Yet, they put those feelings aside to express their gratitude, knowing Dian had saved their lives. Now, years later, their choice had been proven correct. For Dian, they ride through the gates of hell. Soul Clan territory was once more as bustling as it had been just a year or so prior. The only difference this time was that it was filled with the spring of youth. Geniuses from all across the tower quadrants, led by their various elders and patriarchs, had all come to this one place. Though these youths often gathered within the epistemic tower, one had to remember that the tower had an inner world spanning countless million kilometers. Even if they all entered at once, these genius among geniuses wouldn't be likely to meet each other. However, the Soul Clan Dome was very different. This feat of masterful engineering only covered a single continent of an average-sized planet. It didn't need to be said that these geniuses who rarely met one another stumbled upon a new rival with every step they took. It was no surprise that many brawls broke out, but interestingly enough, the Star Clan took no steps to stop any of it, allowing the youths to test one another freely. This only went to prove just how sturdy the Star Clan's dome was. It became very obvious that the reason they constructed this place was so that battles could take place even amongst Dao realm experts while on the planet's face. This was much more convenient than having to soar into space in order to fight or using a portion of your true domain strength to protect the planet as Dian had done before. This wasn't a rare occurrence among the highest echelon clans of the mortal plane. Because planets were so fragile, these strong clans often reconstructed their own in various ways in order to increase their sturdiness and durability. If one wanted to know why they might do this outside of convenience, You only have to look toward what happened to the Sapientia after Dian blew out a chunk of their planet. With a single move, he easily forced such a massive and powerful clan to completely uproot their foundation and flee. Knowing that it was so easy to do such a thing, how could those outer powers not take precautions? Of course, the Star Clan's method was the crudest and most straightforward. If one thinks back, when Dian went to Unblemished Planet, they didn't have a dome above their heads constantly. But it was still impressive nonetheless. Like this, the powder keg that was this Star Clan dome reached a fever pitch as the fateful day arrived. This time, however, the clans didn't meet in the horseshoe-shaped parliament, but rather in a dusty training field spanning several kilometers. Of course, one shouldn't look down upon this seemingly empty field. One only needs to sweep their divine sense once around to see the countless arrays that dotted this land's underground. Below, there were everything from combat puppets to sword formations to environment projections. This was the ideal training spot for many youths. However, the purpose of gathering in this field of dust wasn't to train. If training in a single place was the goal, even the Star Clan couldn't match the epistemic tower. No, this place was simply the gathering center where youths would come to accept missions and form teams. The purpose of the Federation was threefold. First, it was to build relationships between clans to make their alliance stronger. Second, it was to test which clans had the strongest younger generation and thus deserved a larger piece of the strength they all collectively held as they faced this coming crisis together. And third, these missions weren't without purpose either. All of the missions carefully selected by the upper echelon of the Federation were tailored toward morphing the tower quadrants into a safer and stronger place. They ranged from everything like finding rare spiritual herb deposits to clearing out rueful beast clans that refused their hand of camaraderie. The goal was to forge the tower quadrants into an impenetrable steel plate within 100 years by relying on the same youths that would hold their hopes and aspirations upon the ancient battlefield's descent. In return, based on contribution, clans and sects would receive points they could use to either buy more resources or purchase territory within the Federation's jurisdiction. In the future, missions would have a special category simply named Conquering Mission. These were slightly different from dealing with rueful clans, as these missions would be tailored toward helping alliance members who claimed territories with points that were owned by those not of the alliance. Obviously, this was the most attractive feature of the Federation and why many decided to join. Like this, the clans began to gather, each with grandiose displays of their own. Though they were all now allies, everyone here understood that without strength, this so-called alliance was meaningless. If they allowed others to think they were weak, they would simply be trampled upon. Every clan appeared with their greatest treasures: massive flying ships, powerful protector beasts, and sharp auras were abound. However, try as these smaller clans might, they were simply unable to match the momentum of the top 10 ranked clans. One after another they began to appear, each riding in treasures no weaker than the supreme grade. With their strength, each had at least one true god among their ancestors. How could they not have supreme grade treasures? And today, they were all displayed, filling the Star Clan dome with an unstoppable momentum. The 9th-ranked Emperor Giant Clan. For a clan made of large men and women, it was obvious that their entrance could be grand even if they walked on foot. However, one could have never imagined that their appearance would be so elegant. Hundreds of them, with even the shortest being over 3 meters tall, stood upon a transparent golden platform as they entered the wide field. However, what made it so beautiful were the translucent crystalline wings that flapped every so often. Everything was so gentle that not even the wind below picked up. At their helm, a hulking man that could have only been Emperor Angelus stood. To his back, who else could the youths have been led by if not true god Anik? A fiery light sparked in his eyes as he looked around. There was only one man who made him feel this level of rage, but he had yet to appear. Then there came the next, the 8th-ranked Golden Crow sect. They rode in upon a golden bird with a wingspan of several hundred meters. If one looked closely, it was possible to see the faint nub of what should have been a third leg near the majestic bird's midsection, causing endless shock to those below. Even though this bird's bloodline was too weak to form its third leg, the fact it was showing at all was shocking enough. The three-legged golden crow was a legendary beast no weaker in fame than the dragons and phoenixes. To have any beast that was its descendant was a matter of pride. The bird's call shook the skies, announcing the presence of the Golden Crow sect. Everyone was so shocked that they completely forgot that the youths this sect had brought were completely unknown. With the death of the god-grade genius, just who had they brought? The seventh-ranked Atlas clan. Their foundation was much weaker than the clans amidst their rank, but their display was strong, nonetheless. Led by a true god of the last generation, Emperor Atlas, they rode upon a massive trident, shimmering in gentle sapphire light. This was Emperor Atlas' main weapon, one that had already made itself famous throughout his lifetime. Its aura could not be looked down upon. Unfortunately, the Atlas clan only had Emperor Atlas' son to lead the youths. Though he was an emperor-grade talent, this was too weak compared to the other top 9 clans and sects. The sixth-ranked enigmatic sect. Maybe fitting for their name, their entrance was the most mysterious. The few hundred of them rode upon what looked to be a river of dark gold. Yet none of them fell through or became wet. At their helm, Sect Master Enigmatic stood with a light smile on his face, giving off an amiable and kind presence. To his back, his son God Malthur stood, his eyes too shifting around with rage much like Anak. The fifth-ranked Hydra clan. A roar shook the dome, rang outward as a massive 8-headed creature appeared. Its scales shimmered with a beautiful royal blue, and its scent was a gentle salty sea smell that made one's heart comfortable. It was no surprise that the Hydra clan would ride in upon an elder who had chosen the beast path. But what was surprising was that elder's cultivation. Peak Dao realm. If the Hydra clan was willing to use such an elder to hitch a ride, just what was the strength of their true powerhouses? Who else could their youths be led by if not true God Falker? The fourth-ranked Pegasus clan. They brought no elaborate treasures, much like their usual low-key demeanors. But their entrance was no less beautiful than the Emperor Giant clan. Gorgeous ethereal white wings spread from their back as they glided through the skies without much expression. Their youths were led by a young lady with beauty capable of making one's heart bleed. Her flowing white dress, her pure heavenly wings, the gentle slope of her pink lips and small nose. This was Princess Pegasus, also known as God Amora. Though she wasn't a true god, they had yet to see the true limit of her strength. The third-ranked Blade clans. A formation of 5 unique blades took hold of the sky, each controlled by a different patriarch and led by a different youth. At the center of it all, standing of a blade combined of a long and short sword, was true god Dyusho, the second-ranked Dragochilan lands. Much like the Pegasus clan, they hardly cared for their appearance. They were disorderly. Some flew alone, others flew in groups, but somehow, an ancient aura that made it difficult for others to breathe shrouded them all. How could their display not make one's heart tremble? Because at their helm, while other lands only had one true god, they were led by 5. True god Damaris Agios, true god Drathel Orim, true god Ral Lux, true god Kir Nativus, and the long-disappeared true god Titus. Like this, the first-ranked Star clan welcomed them all. As the host, why would they need to make such grand displays? Everyone already knew their strength. But as expected, there was one territory missing. And judging by the massive aura approaching from the distance and the roar that suddenly shook the skies, the Sicharo clan was now here. The recently entered experts of the Dragochilan lands felt a sudden shock. That roar, there was only one beast it could come from. It didn't take long for their thoughts to be proved correct. An oppressive, demonic aura descended from above. Even the shining star that hung from the center of the Star Clan dome was completely blotted out, covered by the massive snaking body of a black-scaled dragon. Chenglei's scaled glistened with a dark light, accented but shining hues of dark gold. Upon his head, Dian stood masked, his hands clasped behind his back as his violet hair billowed. A dragon! The lesser clans felt their hearts freeze over with shock. They couldn't help but steal glances toward the experts of the Dragochilan lands, but what they found weren't expressions of anger, but rather expressions of shock and trepidation. They could all feel it. Somehow, though this dragon had become the steed of someone else, it was within a much higher realm than them all. In truth, even if a dragon was enslaved before them all, the dragons of the Dragochilan lands wouldn't care. This wasn't the type of people they were. They believed that every dragon and Chilan had a responsibility to themselves. If you were enslaved, that just meant you were too weak. Of course, some might challenge the enslaver to a battle so that others wouldn't conclude that dragons were weak, but it wouldn't be for the purpose of saving one of their own kind. Sometimes, even after beating the enslaver, the dragon would leave their enslaved kin without a care. However, all dragons present could instantly tell that this wasn't an enslaved dragon. This mighty beast before them, with reflective yellow reptilian eyes looking down on the world with a sneer, with great branching horns that pierced even the skies above its head. This beast had chosen the man upon its back with its own free will. At that moment, Emperor Star, who had been without a care toward the displays of the clans that appeared one after another, suddenly felt his smile freeze. This dragon, it was more powerful than him. It was then that it appeared. To the back of the mighty dragon, a tower that stood kilometers tall glided through the air, exuding a radiating black-red aura. They were all cultivators, so they could clearly see it. Dian stood on the top floor of the tower, a light smile playing his features as he was surrounded by 4 beauties. The dazzling but petite Alexandria Sacharo, the cold and blood-thirsty Amphory Sacharo, the roguish and temperamental Clara Sacharo, and last but not least, the gentle goddess Madeline Sacharo. If they weren't clear that Dian and the masked wife-stealer were one in the same yet, right now, they were absolutely certain. Many eyes couldn't help but land on true god Anik, whose gaze seemed to be spitting fire. Within the Blade clan elders, a familiar white-haired man looked up, the utmost seriousness on his features. He hoped what he was worried about wouldn't happen. Unfortunately, there was no free lunch in this martial world. You! The masked man riding the majestic dragon suddenly stopped in the air, his gaze landing on the white-haired man. You're the one who wanted my little cousin's life, are you not? What a bold man you are. Who could this masked man be if not Dian? As for the Dian standing within the tower, that was nothing more than a 0.5% clone of himself. Despite being a clone with only 1/200th of his strength, any lower Dao expert would easily fall to him. Not that Dian would allow it to display that kind of strength. Seeing that the situation had suddenly taken a turn for the worst, Emperor Star had no choice but to step forward. If things got out of hand, how would he control the Federation in the future? Sir. Not knowing Dian's name, he could only make a guess. Sacharo, please remember that we are now allies. Past grievances should be forgotten. What do you say? Dian's gaze swept over Emperor Star as Chunglei snorted. The oppressive aura made Emperor Star tremble, but he remained steadfast. He couldn't allow his hard work to be snatched by the Sacharo clan so easily. This is for the good of the Federation, don't you think? Dian responded plainly. The entire point of this endeavor is to nurture the youths. But if we have supposed elders so willing to use the advantage of years to do as they please to young budding seeds, what kind of message does that send? Emperor Star was suddenly put in a difficult position. Everyone had seen this elder of the Dyasho clan raise a hand against Dian because he defeated his nephew. There was no denying it. Having such a man here, so willing to stamp out talents as they pleased, it wouldn't make anyone comfortable. This, Emperor Star turned his gaze to Patriarch Dyasho, who was currently doing his best to suppress his anger. He didn't care that his younger brother had tried to kill a youth. He cared that he tried to kill the wrong youth. Back then, when his younger brother told him that he had angered a higher existence, and even that his cultivation had fallen to the 10th Dao realm because of it, he had been completely enraged to the point of beating his younger brother bloody. But now, even after venting back then, he felt like that beating hadn't been enough. Seeing the man who could have killed him like an ant just a few years prior tremble before him, Dian sneered from the depths of his heart. This once lofty man didn't even dare to meet his gaze. I want to take your head. The atmosphere suddenly froze over. Many elders of the Dyasho clan reached for their weapons. However, my kid cousin said that he wants to take it himself in a few years, so I'll leave you neck attached to your body. Though many sighed a breath of relief, the Blade clans felt rage building up in their chests. I compromised and said I'd take your arms and legs. Unfortunately, the calm didn't last for long. The moment these words fell, the stifling atmosphere returned many times stronger. But then my kid cousin said, he didn't want you to have the excuse of being a cripple after he killed you. The neutral parties below didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Why was everyone in this Sicharo clan so difficult to handle? Diane finger pointed forward. Harmonious whole. A beam of golden light wrapped in flames of white tore through the air, slamming into the Dyusho elder's chest before any of them could react. The Blade clans were about to erupt in anger when they were suddenly stunned silent. In that moment, the elder's aura suddenly grew. From the 10th stage, he once more broke into the 11th stage, and in a few minutes, he reached the very peak of the 11th stage. Wash your neck, Diane said indifferently as Chunglei descended from the skies, allowing the sage tower to land before disappearing into Diane's inner world. Not only were the surrounding clans stunned by the Sicharo clan's brazenness, they were even more stunned by their power. The injury to Dyusho Elder's foundation was caused by a higher existence. Yet this man casually fixed it with the wave of a finger. Despite the good news, Patriarch Dyusho's face was ashen. His younger brother was standing right beside him, yet he couldn't even lift a finger. The technique had flown right by his cheek, yet he hadn't even realized it happened until it was far too late. What if Diane had been trying to kill his younger brother instead? Wouldn't that have meant that his little brother would have died without a doubt? There was no doubt about it. Not only was the Sicharo clan's display powerful, but it was also without comparison. The momentum of the other clans was shattered in an instant. Elder Dyusho gripped his fists. He should have felt happy that his foundation was suddenly fixed, but all he felt was humiliated. This man was so certain that Diane would one day kill him that he directly brought him back to his peak condition. This was more than just looking down on him. It was directly slapping him in the face. If Eve knew that the technique Diane promised he'd master soon to repair her foundation was used in this way, she would feel pity for her fellow comrade at arms. In fact, pity didn't seem like a strong enough word, because this person was still unaware that the person who had just healed him was actually Diane himself. Elder Dyusho collected himself, trying his best to meet Diane's gaze. With Chunglei gone, it was easier, but not as easy as he felt it should have been. Usually, Diane kept his presence hidden like a sword in a sheath, but right now, it was taking everything in him to not have directly killed this Dyusho clan elder, so it spilled out uncontrollably. Diane still hadn't peered into the secrets of his newly formed presence after absorbing the Pride clan's pool of blood, but he knew that it was no longer limited by usual hindrances. What's the point of this display? He said with a sneer. Even if I defeat your younger cousin in the future, won't I still die just the same? Diane suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter. This poor soul, he really didn't know. In truth, after healing him, Diane truly couldn't defeat this man alone anymore. But the fact remained that this was only because he had healed him. If Diane hadn't done so, killing this man would only take an half an hour or so battle, if that. Plus, if he had Chunglei's help, even this man at his peak wasn't his match. Diane obviously had his own reasons for healing this man outside of the slap to the face. The Blade clans couldn't help but be enraged at Diane's blatant disregard. But unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. He had proved in the boldest way possible just how little regard he had for this shameless Dyusho clan elder. Even now, as he spoke of Diane's hypocrisy, he was really just trying to find a lane for his own survival. Well, that's not exactly something you have to worry about, Diane said casually, catching his breath. But here, tell you what, since you're so scared of retaliation, in the impossible event that you defeat my kid cousin, even if you kill him, the Sicharo clan will not seek grievances. I'll also make sure that my woman doesn't touch a hair on your insignificant head. Not just Elder Dyusho, but the whole of the Blade clans felt a stifling pressure on their chests. They didn't need to think much to understand. This masked man, his woman was a higher existence. The fear they felt toward this man was suddenly multiplied many times over. Others finally realized that no matter how hard they tried, They couldn't see through this man's cultivation. It was then that a beautiful misunderstanding occurred. Dian couldn't call Jade his wife. He felt it was unfair to do so. However, not calling her his woman would also be unfair. She had done too much for him, given up too much. Obviously, his words weren't a lie. It was just that he didn't understand what it meant to have a higher existence as your woman. Simply by virtue of societal structures within the martial world, powerful women tended not to marry, least of all ones powerful enough to become half-step transcendents. When a woman was seen to have this much talent in their families, they would never be married off. After all, giving away your primordial Een was as good as giving away that level of power to another family. Simply put, higher existence women who married were exceptionally rare. And the only ones who had another higher existence for a spouse. The entirety of the dust field fell silent. Years ago, a higher existence appeared to dote on Dian. Years following, another higher existence appeared protecting Amphory to join the Federation. And today, yet another higher existence appeared riding upon a dragon infinitesimally close in aura to being a higher existence itself. 3 confirmed higher existences. Just how deep was the Sicharo clan? Emperor Star suddenly felt that these matters he thought were in his control were slipping out of his hands. And, as the perception of the Sicharo clan skyrocketed, so too did Dian feel his faith thicken. It seems his plan had worked. Emperor Star cleared his throat. I'm aware that the grudge between your 2 clans has not come to an end, but I hope it won't go further than this. Sir Sicharo has agreed that their Sicharo clan's heir will settle this matter himself. Once True God Sicharo is prepared, I don't mind overseeing this battle personally if you all will have me. However, what I do not want is for underhanded schemes to proliferate our federation. We have to come together out of necessity. How strong we become in the next century will dictate whether or not we have the right to survive in this chaotic era. Dian nodded. Of course, I agree. The Sicharo clan will not provoke anyone who does not provoke us first. As I remember it, the grudge between my kid cousin and your false true god Yasho can occurred because many youths saw it fit to bully little Dian's personal guard. Back then, the Sicharo clan did not step in and help my kid cousin deal with this matter, so he sought revenge for himself. The proof itself shows that we will maintain our integrity. I hope that the Yasho clan does the same. Hearing these words, those that believed that Sicharo clan had been a bit too arrogant laid down their biased opinions. Dian's words were true. If it wasn't for Dian's life being on the line, maybe no one would be aware that the Sicharo clan had even 1 higher existence, let alone 3. From Dian's very first appearance in the Valley of Geniuses, he had always relied on his own strength to battle. Unlike some others who were followed by grand entourages, Dian even often traveled alone. If he was arrogant, it was because he had the right to be. It was only then that some began to take Dian's challenge toward Yasho Ken's uncle seriously. Maybe he really would be able to defeat him in time. In the end, the brunt of the blame was on the Yasho clan's shoulders. Trying to snuff out a genius because you were worried about their growing strength was despicable no matter how powerful you were. So, despite having regained his strength, the gazes of disdain toward the Yasho clan elder only grew fiercer. Unfortunately, he could only clench his fists in silence. He was indeed wrong in this matter. Seeing that the matter was mostly settled, Emperor Star breathed a sigh of relief before his eyes involuntarily shone. Sir Sicharo, this may be a bit brazen of me, but I am truly curious. Just what method did you use to heal Sir Diasho's foundation? Oh, that. Dian smiled lightly. It can be considered an ancient grand magic. Emperor Star, though knowing he should have expected an answer like this, couldn't help but tremble. It wasn't just him, but many leaders of powerful clans felt their hearts jump to their throats. Ancient grand magic. It was a branch of magic that would forever be out of the reach of regular humans because they could only be used by pinnacle range species. Phoenix hymns, dragon tongue, the druid magic of the dwarves. All of these were legendary concepts they couldn't dream of touching. Dian's words were confirming that he was born of a higher order species. And for this species to have ancient grand magic couldn't be of a low ranking. Of course, This ancient grand magic came from Dian's wings of blessings, which allowed him to cast angel magic despite not having an angel bloodline. In truth, he had downplayed it. Cleanse and Harmonious Whole were both ancient grand circle magics, a level even above normal ancient grand magic. But these people didn't need to know this, right? Harmonious Whole contained laws of completion and wholeness. The reason they could only be learned by those with the proper meridian pathways was because these paths of cultivation were too deep for the mortal plane. Only transcendents could grasp them without the proper lineage and cast this magic on their own. This was why these forms of magic were so powerful. Though the ancient grand magic of angels with white and black wings were powerful, they couldn't hold a candle to the ancient grand circle magic of those blessed with golden wings. As for those with red wings that walked a bloodied path, though their magic was more powerful than normal ancient grand magic, they fell short of ancient grand circle magic. In the end, because the side of light was so much more powerful for angels, this was the reason why the legends passed on by them became filled with their benevolence and grace. That said, though Dian downplayed his strength, his perception picked up that many elders of the Emperor Giant clan couldn't stop shaking. He smiled inwardly. It seems they've noticed. Good. If you ever want to become true angels, you'll have to follow me. Now won't you? Dian no longer cared about his grudge with Anik. Currently, he was nothing more than an ant before him. Plus, hadn't even Chunglei submitted in the end? There was no need to kill such a talent. It would be better if he came under his wing. Dian had long since trained his eyes on the Emperor Giants and their diluted angel blood. As Emperor Star recollected himself and began to animatedly explain the coming process, he had no idea that Dian was snatching chess pieces from his beloved Federation. Welcome, youths. Emperor Star opened with a bright smile. Before him, the various geniuses of the Federation clans were arranged. It was immediately clear just what kind of foundation each clan had by the number of youths they had taken with them. The weakest clans in attendance were ranked around the 40s to 50s, and they only brought about a dozen to a few dozen youths with them. There was simply no point in taking more, as it would only be asking to get embarrassed. Quality was far better than quantity here. However, the clans ranked within the top 20s or so had a few hundred disciples each, displaying their superiority. When one got to the top 10, the number took a fierce jump upward, each of them having thousands. The lowest-ranked geniuses here were of the king grade by epistemic tower standards. So, one could see how having so many of these talented individuals was impressive. Still, there were some exceptions to this. The Pegasus clan had more than 50 but less than 100 geniuses with them. The Dragons had even less, only barely matching the number of geniuses brought by clans ranked in the low 40s. Luckily for them, though, they had almost a dozen clans among them, so the number still totaled over 100. The final exception, though, was quite sad. The Atlas clan was only capable of bringing a little over 100 geniuses. It was clear that their foundations were still too shallow. Everyone couldn't help but glance toward the Sicharo clan, wondering which category they fell under. But those looking for an advantage were quickly disappointed. The weakest of the demon generals were kings, but one had to remember that they took their trials with their cultivations sealed. In reality, none of them were weaker than gods, while many of them could be considered false true gods. They alone numbered 3,000. In addition to them, the various clans led by youths Dian met one by one before their journey here added a great amount to that number, bringing the Sicharo clan's display up to 5,000. As things stood, the Sicharo clan only fell short of the Star and Blade clans. But it was very obvious with a single glance that the quality of Sicharo clan geniuses were far higher. Each and every one of them wore Grandmaster grade robes, and of those who didn't keep their weapons within their spatial rings, it was quickly obvious that none of them fell below the Grandmaster grade either. This display of wealth only made that Sicharo clan's status shoot further upward. At the same time, their respect for Dian reached an all-time high. The Dian they knew always wore a plain white shirt and a pair of comfortable black sweatpants. He came from a clan of such wealth, yet he directly forsook it all. As you all know, there will be an opportunity to train in Sprite Alliance territory in the coming years. You all may be too young to comprehend exactly what this means, so allow me to explain. The tower quadrants span 105 quadrants total, if one included the 5 Dragochilan lands and my star clan's 2 quadrants. However, these quadrants are all controlled by different factions and its faith is split among too many. However, the Sprite Alliance alone control almost 100 quadrants headed by only 5 centers of power who've all entered an alliance with one another. Emperor Star didn't need to say any more. This alone made the blood of the youths here boil. They couldn't miss this opportunity. The only ones who seemed to remain calm were those of the Star, Blade, and Sicharo clans. So, understand that you are not only working to raise the status of your clans, but are also working for yourself. Those among you have the top 100 highest individual point totals will gain a spot of entry into the Sprite Alliance to train until the ancient battlefield descends. The atmosphere boiled over. Those from smaller clans, and even some larger clans, shook with anticipation, their eyes lighting with ambition. The world was much larger than they ever thought. This chance was one they had to grasp. In honor of our first true gathering together, your elders and I have already decided on what your first mission will be. As the difficulty is a bit high for your current strengths, this will not be an individual mission but rather a collective one. Those from clans who've brought a smaller number of geniuses won't be left out. Due to the nature of the mission, army chiefs will be selected, and everyone will be randomly distributed among these leaders. As for who these leaders are, they will of course be the true gods. We have also selected some who we believe have the strength to match these individuals. I'll list these people now. In addition to the true gods, we've selected God Amora of the Pegasus clan, Amphrey Sicharo of the Sicharo clan, Demon General Geralda of the Sicharo clan, Emperor Jiashoken of the Blade clans, Emperor Nagamki of the Blade clans, Emperor Odachi of the Blade clans, Empress Aspirant Cat Eva of the Star clan. Emperor Star continued to list names. In the end, there totaled 25 army chiefs. Of course, Dian's name didn't need to be said as he was already among the true gods. As for those listed, they were mostly false true gods or those youths that displayed outstanding ability in other facets. I'm sure you're all curious about what this mission we've chosen for you all is. So this old man won't keep you waiting any longer. You're all aware that our tower quadrants once had not 1, but 2 dormant quadrants. The first has already made its reappearance thanks to the Sicharo clan. However, the second is still dormant and its fog shroud still covers its corner. This quadrant is, of course, the very last ranked 100th quadrant. Emperor Star smiled as he saw these words caught his audience's attention. Your goal is to conquer this hapless quadrant. Our elders have already scouted this quadrant's strength and we've marked its territory out appropriately. The various territories are graded from 1st tier to 6th tier. 1st tier, the easiest, is only protected by lower celestials at best, but are mostly made of saints and lower grade experts. The 6th tier, however, has lower Dao experts protecting them. Before their fall, this 100th ranked quadrant never had such powerful experts except for a few. So, the experts I'm pointing toward now aren't human experts, but rather the beasts of their territory. Keep this grading system in mind because in the future, 7th tier will denote middle Dao, 8th to higher Dao, and 9th to peak Dao. Now, are you all prepared to grasp your futures in your own hands? Within the Sage Tower, Dian, who had never bothered to go down, grinned a devilishly handsome smile. How convenient, he whispered to himself. Dian knew this quadrant very well. When he met Legolas and accepted his god of archery legacy in the Valley of Geniuses, Legolas had told him that he had a falling out with his clan and ended up killing them all. In the end, he was wounded to the point of death, so he buried his true treasures in his homeland. Dian had been looking for an opportunity to journey to the 100th ranked quadrant, but because their corner was shrouded and protected by the epistemic tower, it was inconvenient to journey for so long. But now, the Star clan had built a teleportation formation there almost as if it was just for him. Dian almost couldn't refrain from uncontrollably laughing. How green would these Star clan schemers feel if they knew they were practically handing Dian hell's right eye? That was right, the reason Legolas had a falling out with his clan and the reason why he was chased by so many at once even to the point of death was because he got his hands on this energy path treasure of the 33 heavens. Seeing Dian's smile, Madeline began to giggle. She knew that smile all too well. Someone was about to take a huge loss at the hands of her husband again. We should go down. Madeline said, tugging Diane's hand along. Diane nodded. Usually, his clones were quite unfeeling. But, if he split his consciousness into one, they wouldn't act any differently from his true self. So, though Madeline knew it was a clone beside her, she still treated it like Diane himself. Diane descended from the tower, holding Madeline's hand as Clara and Amphory followed along. They are quite shameless, though, Clara said with an amused expression. They allowed big sister Amphory to become an army chief, but didn't allow the same for Madeline. Their reasoning is so obvious that it isn't even hidden anymore. Diane smiled. It's better this way. We'll give them a nice surprise in a moment. Seeing Diane descend late with so many beauties by his side, though those who were far from him in stature looked on in admiration, those who deemed themselves to be his equals clenched their fists. True God Star looked on with an apathetic expression. He was among the few who didn't seem to care. After all, he currently had his own 3 beautiful wives by his side, including Empress Aspirant Cat Eva. His 2 elder wives were too old to participate, but they were still great talents in their own right. True God Dyusho Rin, however, couldn't remove his burning gaze from Amphory. It was to the point where Diane, who had senses sharper than anyone here, couldn't help but frown. Madeline squeezed his hand gently. You've already vented enough frustration for one day. We can't push it any further or else it'll have the opposite effect. Diane turned his gaze toward Madeline's beautiful side profile before sighing. He knew that she was right. If the Sacharo clan was too overbearing, even if he was in the right, it would be a problem. They had to strike a proper balance. You're right, he muttered. I'll let him live for a little while longer. Please come up one by one. State your affiliation and receive a wristband. This wristband will track your progress and tally your points. In addition, it acts as a life-saving mechanism. By activating this feature, the elders of our Federation who are on standby will be able to teleport to your location to save you. Be mindful of your use, though. These wristbands are expensive to manufacture and its life-saving mechanism can only be used once. In order to receive another, you'll have to have enough points to exchange. A Blade Clan elder took over Emperor Star's role for these proceedings. He had a sharp aura, as one would expect from a man of such lineage, but he seemed reserved at the same time. Like this, he began to call youths forth one by one. Soon, you are. All right, here you go. I've slotted in your affiliation to the Sacharo clan. Sorry, I'd like to tie my affiliation to the Flaming Lily sect. The youth responded, not accepting the wristband. Who else could this youth be if not Madeline? When it was her turn to receive a wristband, others may have assumed her affiliation, but her words clearly said she had no such intention. Is there a problem? I am a legatee of the Flaming Lily sect. My Sacharo clan isn't in absolute need of me, so I should repay the senior sisters that helped me reach this stage. It was simply too difficult to get mad at Madeline. Even if her actions now were nothing short of declaring war on the Golden Crow sect, the small smile on her otherworldly features deflated all the hate in one's heart. It isn't that this isn't allowed, but the Flaming Lily sect wasn't present at the first parliament meeting. As such, their name is among our allies. Madeline frowned slightly. That's impossible. The Flaming Lily sect most definitely sent experts to respond to your invitation. When I exited the Golden Flame mystical world with my husband, they were already gone. Madeline looked around with innocent eyes before her gaze lit up after landing on a few figures. See, right over there, Madeline said with a sweet smile. There are our sect's 7th, 4th, 2nd, and 1st elders. How could you say we didn't show up? Has the Star Clan made a mistake? The faces of the 4 women pointed out by Madeline immediately crumpled. Unfortunately, no one could see their ugly expressions because they all hid behind masks, believing that they had escaped detection. And why would they be trying to escape such a thing? The answer was obvious when one realized they were standing amid Golden Crow sect elders and disciples. Everyone looked toward Madeline's innocent expression with a cold sweat permeating their backs. They didn't believe for a second that Madeline didn't understand that these 4 were traitors to her sect. Yet she so happily called out to them even while they wore masks. But, If one looked closely, one could see the sorrow and rage in her reflective violet eyes. Since these four were here, it meant that the others that went with them had died, including the palace master of their sect. You took care of me well for all those years. Allow this disciple to revenge your death. The organizer elder sighed. Are you sure about this? The Flaming Lily sect will only have you now. Even if you do this, there isn't much you can accomplish alone. Alone? I won't be alone. How could I be alone when I have big sister Yandavir and little sister Serbona with me? Out from amidst the Sacharo clan disciples, two women lightly stepped to the forefront. On the right, there was a petite little girl wearing valiant red gold armor with a massive hammer 3 times the size of her small body over her shoulder. On the left, there was a beauty with cold gray eyes and long brunette hair. In recent years, Yandavir had allowed her hair to grow. It was now so long that it disappeared into the folds of her black dress as it glided across the ground. Third legatee Serbona Malleus. Middle Celestial Realm. Second legatee Madeline Sacharo. Peak Celestial Realm. First legatee Yandavir Estona. Lower Tao Formation Realm. The elders of the Golden Crow sect felt their eyes narrow upon seeing Yandavir's appearance. One of them began muttering something that sounded like an incantation under their breath, but was soon stunned silent. Somehow, Yandavir had broken free of their control. Seeing this display, the organizer elder really had nothing more to say. They hadn't given Madeline the army chief role for fear she would do something like this, yet who knew she would act in this fashion anyway? Leave it be. A sudden voice entered the organizer's ears. They're limited in what they can do without an army chief. Just allocate them to a random battalion. As long as they're not under a Sacharo clan army chief, their results will be next to nothing. The Federation claimed to be equal for all on the surface, but they had obviously made plans to allow the already powerful clans to rise to the top. The Golden Flame Quadrant territory was already cornered off for the Golden Crow sect. How could they allow the Flaming Lily sect to thrive? They believed the Golden Crow sect had everything under control, but they still took the extra step to suppress Madeline. The Star Clan couldn't unilaterally make decisions, so those who had roles as army chiefs were actually voted on by the collective. Thankfully this was so, or else a free pressure-inducing words from the masked dragon tamer might be able to change the result. But who knew that Dian would have a massive grin on his face as the 3 legatees walked back to him? He even rubbed Serbona's little head, encouraging her lightly. His demeanor made his thoughts clear. He didn't believe it mattered how they tried to suppress his wife. She would shine through no matter what. Unfortunately for the Star Clan, though, the headache didn't seem to be over as it was now Ri's turn. Not daring to make assumptions anymore, the organizer directly asked, "Would you like to be affiliated with the Sacharo clan? Or the Water Mist sect?" Ri shook her head. "The Water Mist sect has been purposely hiding their legatee from me so that I cannot challenge her. It seems they don't want my help, so I'll be under the Sacharo clan." Many sighed a breath of relief, but those of the Water Mist sect clenched their fists. Losing a talent like Ri was a massive blow they couldn't ignore. Since they couldn't bring out the male talents of their Mist clan, this would make things more difficult in the future. With that, the rest of the proceedings went smoothly. The only other surprise was that an unknown Olympus clan suddenly had a few thousand geniuses under their helm. No one was sure which clan this was, but after the Sacharo clan's appearance, the blow of the sudden appearance of a new powerful clan was dampened significantly. Alright, the final task is to choose your territory. Be sure to choose wisely and don't overestimate yourselves. To ensure that this doesn't happen, you will all be restrained to a first-tier territory. You will not be allowed to move on to a second-tier territory until you have conquered 3 first-tier territories. This goes for everyone without exception. If you've been found to have traveled to a territory outside your designation, your accumulated points from this mission will be wiped, and any subsequent points you earn from this mission will also count for 0. First priority to choose territories goes to true gods. After you've chosen, your battalion will be randomly assigned. If your wristband glows after an army chief selects, it means you've been chosen to be a part of their army. This is a final and random choice, so it will not be changed. Diane casually looked at the star map. Though it was too expansive for a normal celestial or even Tao expert to take in with one glance, it was as easy as breathing for Diane. He immediately memorized the layout of the whole quadrant in an instant. I still need to do some calculations to figure out exactly where Legolas treasures are buried. If I had paid more attention to the Federation, I wouldn't have been so caught off guard by this. Diane silently berated himself. As the highest ranked among the true gods, True God Star will go first, followed by True God Yesho, True God Lux, True God Nativus, True God Aurum, True God Sicharo, True God Damaris. Diane looked toward his chosen army without much expression. Currently, Little Sheer, Baibi, Lin Lin and San were by his side. Luckily, they weren't in their full forms, but had rather shrunk down to the average size of normal tigers, deer and apes. Only Lin Lin took on the size of a larger-than-average tortoise, allowing Diane to sit on her beautiful ancient rune-etched shell. As of right now, all the other armies had already left. Only Diane remained in the dust field. Even the various elders had either gone to their posts to oversee the first mission, or had gone to Star Palace in order to leisurely observe the proceedings. Those here were feeling a bit anxious, as one might expect. Though Diane had many Sicharo clan geniuses to accumulate points for him, many of them were the only hope of their clans and sects. They couldn't just stand here without a purpose or goal. I understand if you're all anxious. I won't claim to share your plight, but you all must understand that our best chance is if we come together as one. I'm sure you all know this, but this mission will take years to complete. It's a long process. Trust me, a few hours won't make or break your futures. You don't have to trust me now, but you'll see that my methods are correct in the future. Hearing Diane's words, many of them calmed down. He was right, this process, even with how weak the 100th quadrant was, would take years. Even a conservative estimate would be around 2 or so decades. Diane could of course conquer the entire quadrant in just a few months if he had his whole army. But right now he was restricted to just a count of 10,000. Only about a single thousand of which were the actually youth geniuses of their federation. The rest were lower celestials who had most reached the end of the potential who were taking on this task for the pay. This was the first problem Diane faced. His army was built of two completely distinct groups. On one side, there were geniuses willing to lay their lives on the line for a chance to raise their potentials. But on the other side, there were celestials who had already lost their right to enter the epistemic tower any longer and had only come here to seek small benefits. Still, Diane was in a good mood. Every time he remembered their twisted expressions, he would laugh internally. Those bastards actually tried to tamper with his wife's placement? They tried to fool around with formations and arrays before him? What a fucking joke. They actually tried to place Madeline, Serbona and Yandavir within the battalion of an army chief headed by a masked man from the Golden Crow sect. Obviously, they wouldn't dare to scheme for Madeline's life, but this would definitely suppress her achievements. Since geniuses lost points for disobeying the commands of their army chief, Madeline would have no choice but to follow their lead. But obviously Diane wouldn't allow this. He tampered with the settings without lifting a single finger, allowing Madeline to enter God Amora Pegasus battalion. In truth, he allowed Madeline to follow her not because he trusted this unknown woman, but because he didn't know enough about the Pegasus clan. If he wanted to conquer the tower quadrants, how could he allow there to be a clan he knew so little about? So he left the task to his wife. Of course, he also gave Madeline Orcus Star-Lord robe, so she would be able to protect herself from unforeseen incidents. In truth, he wanted to have his wife by his side, but he felt that that would make it too obvious that he was responsible for the change. It would be better if they thought it was a mistake on their part. Like this, Madeline entered Amora's battalion, re-entered True God Lux's battalion, and Clara actually ended up entering Amphrey's battalion. Of course, this last one was organized by Diane as well. He was the most worried about Clara's battle prowess despite her recent constitution awakening, so he left her under Amphrey's protection. As for Diane's own battalion, he had been lucky to get his lucky star Chef Saru. Though she was also a true god, she had only recently exited and was even still on the Saint floors. Since she had yet to enter the celestial realm, the elders decided that she would be treated as a normal genius for now. Once she grew, she'd of course be given her own battalion in the future. Luck! Sheer snorted in Diane's mind. She hadn't been happy with him ever since she found out Diane signed a pact with Chunglei. Diane rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Okay, maybe I was a little hungry. Sheer turned her head, not bothering with him anymore. In addition to forcefully adding Saru to his battalion, Diane also added his 2 disciples, of which Brahmin had finally found out his true identity, in addition to his little brother Zaire and his little sister Lila. On top of this, he had the mute Ryu join and also added Aladar's little sister Kyara because she seemed to be the only one capable of reading his thoughts. With them, he was confident in forming the core of his battalion. In addition, since they were relatively unknown, their addition wasn't enough to raise any eyebrows. After all, the Sapientia had done their best to suppress what happened on the middle celestial floor for fear that it would expose their dark side. And though they were still exposed in the end, Zaire and Lila remained relative unknowns, relatively speaking, of course. Alright, how about we start with some team-building exercises then? Diane said with a smile. We'll hold a single elimination tournament wherein everyone's cultivation will be sealed down to the lower celestial realm. The better you perform, the higher your ranking in my battalion will be. This will be your first test. Don't hold back or else it'll be too late to regret it later. When everyone heard his words, they felt their lips twitched. How was beating each other to a pulp a form of team building? Don't be mad at me anymore, Sheer. You know Big Brother adores you. For what might have been the millionth time in just the last few months, Diane tried to coax Sheer once more, but a celestial tiger truly had a fiery temper. Currently, Diane sat Lin, hovering in the skies as the tournament below raged onward. Though he seemed to not be paying much attention, he was actually thoroughly scanning the abilities of each and everyone below. After announcing the tournament, he split his battalion in 2. On one side, there were the young geniuses, and on the other, there were the older warriors who had lost the right to enter the tower any longer. Diane thought that he should stoke some competition between them. Though too much might become a detriment, just enough would become a spark to raise their strength. The younger generation resented the older veterans for acting like know-it-alls, while the elder generation disdained the younger for their luck and talent. A healthy resentment might not be too bad. It was in Diane's best interest that the matters of the 100th quadrant be dealt with quickly. After all, though his main body could train while his clone dealt with these matters, his clone still needed to perform well. If things went too poorly, all his bravado would go up in smoke. So, he was simultaneously holding 2 tournaments. One for the younger generation and another for the elder. After they were completed, a final tournament would be held between their highest seeds. Humph! Sheer snorted, turning her large head as she napped on Lin's back. Diane knew that the celestial babies were more frustrated than angry. One had to remember that just like the Kitsune geniuses, they too had been with Diane in Chaos Universe. So, one might wonder why it was that the Kitsune geniuses had become Dao experts while the celestial babies still hadn't. The answer was simple. Back then, and even to now, the vast majority of the time Diane spent on Sheer, Lin, Baibi and San, was spent refining their bloodlines and solidifying their foundations. The celestial beast bloodline had been plunging downward for several generations already. Back when Diane first met his master, a bit later, he learned that the marriage between her and Zaire's father hadn't been so simple. The matters surrounding this were related to how Diane and the Dayu clan became enemies. This was because his master, Esmeralda, had been promised to the Dayu line. However, Zaire's father won in the end, thus resulting in a blood enmity. This was all to say that the reason Esmeralda's marriage had been arranged in the first place was as a last effort to raise the celestial deer bloodline. Luckily, Zaire's birth succeeded, resulting in a king of king beasts. Unluckily, Zaire was just one person. His mission wouldn't technically be fulfilled until he became a breeding stallion for the celestial deer clan. Long story short, this matter had been ravaging the celestial beasts for a long time, and Diane had been diligently trying to fix these foundation issues for decades already. He had made good progress already, actually. He birthed the demon tiger bloodline within Sheerback in the Golden Flame mystical realm. After the more than decade since then, Sheer's bloodline had broken through the transcendent barrier and had once more become supreme, in addition to her being a king beast. At the same time, back then, he also birthed the Diamond 8 bloodline within San, and his improvements were similar to Shear's, he too having broken into the supreme grade. As for Lin Lin, she had been diligently learning under little Yin and Yang now. The ancestral qi they practiced was very good for her improvement, and her foundations were actually the deepest among the four of them. Finally, there was Baibi. Actually, back then, Dian had been a bit neglectful of her. It wasn't on purpose, but his hands were fairly tied. Bloodline compatible with her were too rare. So, Dian had already decided to slaughter a few Qilin to help her out. That said, the best way for Baibi to improve would be to dual cultivate with Zaire. If she did so, her cultivation would explosively increase along with her bloodline. However, even with this being the case, Dian wasn't willing to force such things. If they were meant to be, it was fine. But, though Dian nor Zaire had ever said anything, Dian was fairly certain that Zaire's heart was set on little Lila. If the celestial babies had cultivated normally, with their minds focused on nothing but raising their cultivation realms, not only would they already be Dao experts, but they'd be deep within the realm. After all, unrivaled cultivation speed was one of the special abilities of celestial beast blood. Because they didn't face tribulations, they didn't need to consolidate their foundations and could just keep charging forward. However, this was a double-edged sword. And it was precisely because of this Dian forcefully suppressed their cultivation. Tribulation were painful, but they also came with numerous benefits. It wasn't an entirely good things to miss out on them, so the four of them had to make it up in other ways. The four of them were working hard constantly. Every time they saw Dian get further and further away from them, they would feel a stifling humiliation and helplessness. They were supposed to be partners, but they couldn't even help Dian. This both enraged and stimulated them. But after Dian signed a beast pact with Chunglei, it felt as though all their hard work was being looked down upon. Though they knew Dian wouldn't abandon them, they couldn't help but feel this way. Dian sighed. The four beast babies, last time they appeared in the world, had been middle celestials. Their cultivation had even been higher than Dian's own back then. Currently, though, they were already pseudo-Dao experts. Yet they were unsatisfied. Dian wasn't angry that they felt that way. Though only Sheer outwardly showed her anger, he could tell that Sen, Lin Lin and Baibi weren't happy either. He lightly stroked Sheer's head. Though she was mad, she at least didn't move away from his touch. Dian actually believed he had the ability to help their bloodline reach the peak once more. If he combined cleanse with his 4th level Dao white flames, he could cleanse them of all their impurities. Then, if he followed up with harmonious whole, any weak foundations created by their previously weak talent would also be fixed. But, if he did everything for them, their futures would without a doubt be limited. They had already relied on him too much. It was time for them to find strength within themselves, or they'd be stuck on the mortal plane just like all those other higher existence dragons. Dian didn't know why, but the immortal plane entered his mind more and more frequently lately. It was a bit ridiculous when he thought about it. Even now, the immortal plane was so far from him. And, even if it was close, he couldn't leave until he defeated the entity first. But, that didn't stop his thoughts from spinning out of control. Dian was very familiar with this feeling. It was the feeling he got when his subconscious worked faster than his conscious. It meant that his mind had silently pieced something together he himself hadn't quite grasped yet. Dian had relied on this very instinct many times before to make it to where he was now. He didn't know what it was, but something big was about to happen, something even bigger than the ancient battlefield, maybe even bigger than the entity itself. I have to be prepared. Dian looked toward his beast companions. San shrunk to the form of a little monkey napping on his shoulder. Baibi lay her head on his right lap, while Sheer napped to his left, allowing him to touch her, but unwilling to touch him herself. As for Lin Lin, she silently floated in the air, overlooking the battlefield. Of course, one couldn't forget little Yin and Yang who were always by his side. Improve quickly. Maybe soon Chunglei alone won't be enough. Dian mumbled to himself quietly. Though they couldn't hear Dian's thoughts, they could clearly feel enough of his emotions to understand what he was thinking. These words alone were enough to light a fire under them. If you lift a finger during this expedition, I won't forgive you again. Sheer roared. her battle intent spreading across the dusty. A dense slaughter chi sliced the air apart as though reminding them all below how mighty she was. Diane smiled. This was my intention all along. I'll be relying on you four to sweep through the 100th quadrant. Take hold of this opportunity well. Don't let Cheng-Lei look down on you. Sheer growled, her deep white eyes flickering with a devilish blue flame. She was itching on the inside. It wasn't just her, but Baibi, Lin Lin and San as well. They knew that they only needed a thought to enter the Tao realm, but they continuously suppressed it. They weren't fools, they knew was Diane needed. He could already battle peak Tao experts alone. He didn't need normal beast partners. He needed supreme grade allies no weaker than a dragon. Only then could they stand proudly by Cheng-Lei and Diane's sides. Under Sheer's raging battle intent, the tournament below reached its apex. In the end, the final 8 of the younger generation were Saru, Ryu, Jizzle, Brahmin, 2 young men and 2 young women from lesser clans. The 2 light gray-skinned young men were from a very familiar clan to Diane, the 21st ranked Gemini clan. The Gemini clan were formed of an odd race of humans that were guaranteed to be born as twins. In addition to this, there was even a good chance they'd be born as triplets, quadruplets, or even quintuplets. Their foremost geniuses of this generation were 2 sets of identical triplets born to the same mother at the same time. These 2 young men were from the male set of triplets. Unfortunately, their younger brother hadn't managed to make it into the top 8, though he too was part of Diane's battalion. When others saw that all 3 triplets landed in Diane's hands, they couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. But Diane stood silently, his skin as thick as a city wall. Even if they beat him to death, he would never admit foul play. The other 2 women were familiar to Diane as well. One was from the Streluna clan, the current 12th ranked among the quadrants. Diane had fought a battle with her elder brother back when his cultivation was sealed. Diane thought she might have held a grudge about this, but her eyes shone with nothing but reverence when she looked at him. Of course, as a woman of the Streluna clan, in addition to be a blood-boiling beauty, she had 2 gorgeous moon sabers strapped to her wide, curved hips. The final woman was actually a member of the 17th ranked Amazonian clan. But, unlike the She-Man Diane had fought back when his cultivation was sealed, this lady was incredibly delicate. Well, as delicate as an 8-foot-tall woman could be. Still, despite her height, she was a city-toppling beauty. And, the way her bow strapped across her chest, pushing those proud mounds outward, stimulated the soul of every man present. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to bed a taller woman. Diane was quite satisfied with these results. The only reason Kyra, Zaire and little Lila hadn't been in the top 8 was because Diane hadn't allowed them to participate. Kyra had an eccentric personality and was even madly in love with Ryu, who was several years younger than her. But her power was indisputable. Though not as intelligent as her elder brother Aladar, her battle prowess was actually greater than Aladar's. While Aladar was Diane's right-hand man and most trusted commander, he was best used for his mind. In fact, Diane believed that Aladar was no less intelligent than himself. He was a man far more worthy of the genius minds list than Kaori and Aritzia. Of course, this wasn't to say Aladar was weak. Aladar was worthy of being placed within the vice-commanders of the demon generals. Kyra was just that much of a monster. She grasped ethereal permeation far faster than her brother did. Her energy cultivation speed was much quicker, having reached the higher celestial realm, and she was battle-hungry. It was as though Aladar got all of their family's soul talent, while his little sister took over all of the energy and body talent. As for little Lila, it hardly needed to be explained why she shouldn't participate. Her doing so would just be a form of bullying. The same reasons stood for Zaire. In fact, the only reason Diane even let Ryu participate was to prove a point. It seems my words were proven correct, Diane said with a light smile. Though the geniuses below showed some indignation, there was nothing they could do. Ryu easily took first place among them all and hadn't even broken a sweat. The most humiliating part was that he hadn't said a word the entire time. Originally, Diane was going to have Ryu stand off to the side as well, but others found this unfair. So Diane changed his mind. He told them that if they could beat Ryu, he'd demote Kyra, Lila and Zaire to regular foot soldiers. Unfortunately, their dreams were too easily crushed. Maybe the greatest shame was that they had allowed a saint to make it into the final 8. In fact, Saru ranked 4th above the Gemini triplets, the Amazonian girl and the Streluna clan girl, despite only being a peak saint. There's nothing to feel ashamed about, Diane said lightly. I haven't come here to humiliate you all. In fact, following me for the next few years will bring you endless benefits that I promise. I'll provide you with all the resources you need to improve, and I have no intention of using you as cannon fodder as some others might. That said, don't take my word for it. Time will show all that it needs to show. Now, though some were still unhappy, it couldn't be denied that Diane's words made them more comfortable. Please introduce yourselves. Diane looked toward the top 8 finishers of the elder generation. Though he was familiar with those of the younger, he didn't know much about these men. While it was true that these 8 weren't talented enough to continue climbing the tower, Diane didn't blame them for this. In fact, there might even be some hidden talents among them. Cultivation past the celestial realm was incredibly difficult. Even a single step after the saint realm was like ascending them heavens. No one was guaranteed to enter the Tao realm, especially if you didn't have enough backing. I am Kuro. This are my brothers Aoi, Shi, and Ki. We've long since thrown away our given names and chosen these simple names. We will reclaim our names once we've climbed to the top of the world. A middle-aged man with an aged graying beard stepped forward. In truth, based on his appearance, his words were ridiculous. To appear so old as a celestial, he was already nearing the end of his life, no? Even his brothers were no less grizzled. Yet Diane didn't laugh. The resolution in the man's eyes were very real. In fact, the look in the eyes of his 3 brothers was no less fiery. Diane hardly paid attention to the introductions of the last 4 final 16 participants. His mind was entirely on these 4 men. He wanted to know more about them, but this setting was entirely appropriate. After their introductions, Diane nodded. The army chief of this battalion will be myself. Under me, there will be the 4 cardinal generals. North General Zaire Sacharo, South General Lila Sacharo, West General Ryu Ricci, and East General Kaira Guadama. They will each control 500 of you and have 5 corps captains beneath them. These 20 spots have been decided by your ordered ranking within this tournament and will be assigned as follows. Diane smiled after he finished organizing the army to his liking, his mind filled with every individual's strengths and weaknesses. Now, as promised, the top 8 from each tournament will be adequately rewarded. Here, Diane's arm waved. In but a moment, the battalion below trembled as 15 spiritual grade treasures appeared, floating into the arm of every top 16 individual with the exception of Ryu. From today forth, you will be the Blood Phoenix Battalion. Others will cower before danger, but we will bathe in it and be reborn. Sheer stood, expanding to her full length of over 500 meters and roared into the skies. Slaughter Chi shattered space as though baptizing the newly formed legion. Whether they were on board from the beginning or not, the warriors below felt their blood boil. Diane's laughing figure disappeared into teleportation array followed by 10,000 soldiers. The elders watching on from a distance suddenly felt a tinge of regret. Why had their youths been in such a rush? Within the Tower of Elders, the mysterious masked man laughed jovially as an adorable cauldron bobbed up and down on his shoulder, seemingly laughing as well. My little cousin is a little useless, but there is one thing he's unmatched in, and that's leading an army. Sit back and enjoy the show. The lips of the various elders and clan heads were already twitching at this masked man's careless demeanor. But, if they knew that this masked man was actually Diane praising a clone of himself, there wouldn't be enough words in all the languages created across time and space for them to express just how shameless they thought he was. The difference between Diane and the other elders was too striking. Some of the weaker elders sat as straight as a javelin, being extremely careful and sparse with their words to avoid offending anyone they couldn't afford to, while the stronger elders still retained their respectable appearances, casually forming lasting relationships. Yet, Diane reclined and kicked his feet up, eating piles of food that seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Of course, these piles of food were all cooked by Saru. Even when he ran out, he would just have his clone send him more through their connected inner worlds. He was really leading a comfortable life. To make matters worse, his words were simply too much. If Dian was useless, what words could describe their own clan heirs then? To tell you the truth, Dian casually glanced over at Emperor Star. I thought the Star clan was being a bit too prideful in not asking my Sicharo clan for help in designing the formations for the Federation. But I'll have to retract that thought. Your formation masters are quite good. Though Dian's words were casual, Emperor Star sensed a hint of playfulness in them. In that moment, he suddenly had a thought. Could it be that he knows they tried to rig Madeline's placement? A cold sweat permeated Emperor Star's back, but Dian had already turned his attention back to the large screens before them, smiling happily as he ate through the hole he formed in his mask. Such sharp picture quality. Emperor Star coughed lightly. Yes, thank you for the praise, Sir Sicharo. Dian sneered inwardly, but didn't say much else. He didn't like being a magnanimous person, but for the sake of the bigger picture, he'd let it go for now. Plus, he had rigged a few things himself. He had more than sought revenge for that slight. Still, if others heard him describe himself as magnanimous, the atmosphere within the Elder Tower grew steady, each of them focusing their attention toward the battalions and their progress. At this moment, Dian's clone and his Blood Phoenix battalion had landed upon a planet controlled by a first-tier entity. Simply put, even Dian's clone could sweep through this planet in just a few seconds. Unfortunately, Dian stood on Lin's back, looking over his battalion, perfectly split into the 4 cardinal armies. With a thought, Dian silently connected with his main body through their inner world connection. Thanks to this ability, he could use the strength of the seal. Before, during the elimination tournament, he had sealed everyone's cultivation to the first celestial stage. However, this time, he took it even a step further, sealing their cultivations to the 9th saint stage. Simply put, they weren't even peak saints, they were higher saints. As thousands of golden beams seeped into each and every one of them, solemn expressions coated their features. They realized that the difference between them and Dian was actually so large, they couldn't even resist, yet they had lost more than 90% of their strength. This was a true god. If Dian heard their thoughts, he would chuckle. At this point, calling him a true god was insulting him. He had long since surpassed that title. The strength of an army isn't about the individual, it's about the whole. You've been taught that strength in the martial world only comes down to yourself. But this isn't always the case. There exist armies of celestials that can threaten even Dao experts. Murmurs of astonishment spread through Dian's battalion, but they found it too hard to believe. However, Dian wasn't lying. In the information Jade left behind, Dian relied on his comprehension of the God of War's martial intent to form one such army. But he wasn't alone. Those outer powers, especially the Nephilim, all had numerous armies of this caliber. Until this mission concludes, I will not lift a single finger unless all your lives will be forfeit without me. You, along with my partners, will have to forge this strength on your own under my command. I have no intention of forming you all into such an army. You are not of my Sicharo clan, and each of you have your own individual goals. But I promise that merits we accumulate will be split evenly. All warriors will receive the same points. Vice squadron leaders, and corps captains will receive a higher total respective of themselves and normal warriors. All cardinal generals will receive equal points to each other as well according to their status. And I will receive a slightly higher total than that. If you are unsatisfied with your points total, claim a higher position for yourself. Now, we will start with this very planet here. Within a month, we will sweep through it and claim the first-tier reward for ourselves. The Blood Phoenix battalion immediately began to struggle. It wasn't because their cultivation bases were too weak, but rather because they soon noticed that Dian hadn't only sealed their cultivation, but also their comprehensions. The reality of such a matter made them shiver in fear. They had never heard of a seal strong enough to stifle even intents. When some raised the question as to why Dian did this, he simply smiled and responded. In an army, the only will should be that of the whole. Relying on your own comprehensions will only hinder your progress toward becoming the true Blood Phoenix Battalion. Within the Elder Tower, some couldn't help but sigh. Is it necessary to go this far? This mission will take 2 to 3 decades at most. If they continue at this pace, the Sicharo clan will suffer. True God Sicharo is a genius among geniuses, but he's a bit too youthful. Though he can be at ease because the Sicharo clan has numerous geniuses to pick up his slack, how can others be as calm at heart? And if they're not calm, how can they comprehend what he wants them to? The true Dian only smiled and didn't say much. In reality, this was a form of training for himself. He only had a vague idea of how to form such an army, so though he spoke with confidence, he was only testing out some theories based on his own comprehension. This federation and their mission was next to meaningless to him. If his true body took action, all he had to do was form an army of 1,000 or so Dao clones and he could conquer the 100th quadrant in as little as a single year, if that. But for the sake of his plans, he had to take a bit of a back seat. But that didn't mean he was willing to waste time. To Dian, who wasn't even technically 100 years old yet, 100 years was a very long time despite his prowess. He couldn't sit aside and do nothing during that time, so he formed a training program for himself that came in 3 facets. The first facet were the celestial babies. He had sealed their cultivation as well and was heavily invested in increasing their strength. He hoped that if he could recover their root talent of their ancestors, they would become no less powerful than Chunglei. There was a reason he had yet to feed them the Marshall Saint pills. He wanted them to rely on themselves more. When the time was right, of course he would give them the same treatment as Chunglei. Of course, this training involved himself because he now had to learn the true essence of being a beastmaster. The second facet was himself. Though he seemed to be leisurely reclining and eating, the truth was that he was likely the busiest person on the Marshall Plain. Within his inner world, his projection was unceasingly comprehending and practicing the Star Lord offensive techniques of the Tao of Array alchemy. Judgment and Sage's decree were practically taking up all his time, and Dian was astonished to find out that even with his soul strength, he couldn't even touch the other techniques yet. The more Dian learned about his inner world, the more fascinated he became. He realized that because he was a god in his inner world, training there was actually many times faster than training anywhere else because he could control every variable. If he had realized this before, he would have long since comprehended all several hundred Earth-grade techniques he had to even without using the Soul Tome. But this was the unfortunate reality of having a master who was currently indisposed. Dian could only rely on himself, and his experience was limited. Still, there was no use of crying over spilt milk. Looking into the future was what he did best. And the third facet, what else could it be if not comprehending how to infuse an army with its own martial intent? This was the perfect opportunity to learn. And Dian didn't feel like he was losing anything either. The martial intent would be useless without the appropriate commander, in other words, himself. So, even if they chose to leave him in the future, whatever knowledge they gained would be useless. In fact, this truth might make them unwilling to leave him in the first place. Like this, the Blood Phoenix Battalion continuously fought life and death battles on the weakest of planets while other battalions had long since surged forward, seeking greater heights for themselves. The Star Battalion, led by True God Star, had already conquering a 3rd-tier territory. That was right, not planet, but territory. This meant he had swept the equivalent of an entire star cluster under his control. True God Yasho and his dual-edge battalion wasn't too far behind. Not only had they swept through a half-dozen 2nd-tier territories just a few days after True God Star, they too took hold of a 3rd-tier territory. Similar feats spread far and wide. The impressive Gentle Wing Battalion, led by Gadamora, had purged their battalion of all males, effectively having their number, yet had still managed to sweep 4 2nd-tier territories and were currently halfway through their first 3rd-tier territory. The points were continuously mounting. Yet, interestingly enough, the Sicharo clan still sat 3rd on the clan leaderboards despite Dian's ineptitude. Their geniuses simply contributed too much. Sheer, Sen, Pincer. Dian casually gave commands from Lean's back. However, his casual demeanor was nothing like the raging storm below. This was the last day of the month-long deadline Diane had given the Blood Phoenix Battalion, and this penultimate battle had already been waged for 4 days. This first-tier planet didn't have a name, but it was filled with a red soil with the consistency between that of wet sand and clay. Every step made one feel as though they lost half the energy they put in at once, which gave the beasts they faced a decisive home field advantage. As their cultivations were repressed to the Saint Realm, they simply didn't have the stamina necessary to sustain flight for several days at a time. In the end, they had no choice but to stand amid this terrible field of red. In addition to this, the beasts of this planet were also not stupid. After suffering at Diane's hands due to their disjointed nature, they came together in the end as one, led by 3 lower celestial beasts, all 3 of whom were equally powerful. One was a raging bull with horns tinted in black and tapering red. The next was a large vulture with green feathers and a wrinkled long neck. The last was a silver-armored 4-legged creature with a rounded back and belly and a tail similar to that of a sewer rat. Sen's twin tails whipped against the ground viciously, propelling him forward at his fastest speed. His rod extended into the skies, clipping the vulture's wing. But the result was disappointing. A metallic cling rang outward, sending San flying back to the reddened ground. Lin Lin, cover Sen's descent. Sheer. Coat your claws in demon flames. Sen's attack might have seemed completely useless, but it had been perfectly timed under Diane's watch. His rod's attack had perfectly synced with the vulture's flapping wings. That single instant of time, though it didn't crash to the ground, forced it to glide down almost 20 meters before it could flap once more. But this was already enough to give Sheer more leverage in her attack. At the same time, the armored rat had chosen to take advantage of Sen's rapid downward descent. But Lin Lin was already prepared. Her delicate mouth opened, revealing a head of smooth white leathery skin and sparkling eyes slithering out from her gorgeous black shell. A torrent of chi exploded from her body, forming numerous hexagonal shields etched in beautiful ancient runes, and stopping the armored rat in its tracks. Diane hadn't allowed her to use the supreme grade shield he gifted her in the Golden Flame mystical world, but right now, she didn't need it. Over this last month, Diane had been learning more and more about what it meant to be a beast tamer. In the end, he understood that the path of the beast babies would be slightly different from that of Cheng-Lei. Cheng-Lei had relied on himself to shatter the chains placed on him by the heavens. He chose to remain by Diane's side because he felt that without Diane, this wouldn't have been impossible. However, the celestial babies were a bit different. Even now, Diane still thought of them as babies despite the fact they had grown far past that station in life. He realized that though he was partially correct in believing the 4 of them had to rely on themselves to grow more powerful, it was just that, partially correct. He came to understand that as a beast tamer, and as the person they recognized as their master, they should have a symbiotic relationship. He had to learn to perfectly balance holding their hand to aid them in improving, and allowing them to forge a path for themselves. Still, this was very difficult, but Diane did have one trump card in this matter, Ri's primordial Een. If there was anyone to learn from in the art of beast taming, the elves, and especially their queen, couldn't be ignored. By now, Ri had already controlled almost a dozen fairies, each with various abilities of their own. But this was actually only one aspect of her strength. Ri's main beast partner had become the celestial Kuan Peng. One shouldn't forget that Ri had subdued the Rainbow Kuan Peng clan long ago after journeying to the Dark Ocean. Back then, she had used her elven bloodline to agitate the seal placed on them as punishment for disobeying her.